Alright, we're live. I'm gonna do another one. I did one earlier today that was like 3 hours. I do another one till tonight. I might have to end early, I'm not really sure. I might do this only for like an hour and then restart. I'm only gonna and then restart. No, I'm not. I don't want to go live with these people. No. No. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Same.
Got a meeting on Discord in like an hour, so I'm probably gonna keep the live going, but I'm gonna join the Discord meeting on my computer. I'm asking someone to make another prompt.
Yeah, your prompts have been really good.
Yeah, I requested all of them. This new prompt is going to have multiple topics, not just abortion, but that's going to be the main one.
Oh, nice. Which
Yeah.
topics?
The unenlightenment penalty. What was the other ones? Let me look. I'm going to debate on those. I'm not really going to talk about those. I'm just going to have the panel open so people can talk about those. I'm not really as knowledgeable in those topics.
Oh, I didn't hear them. You cut off because you were out of
Like the
it.
unenlightenment penalty is one of them.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Oh no, don't invite Avani. He got really heated yesterday.
Yeah, I apologize to him. I was
I don't know
just...
what happened. We were doing well, but then he got really angry.
Yeah, I explained to him I just wanted everyone to hear what you had to say.
Yeah, I haven't been running these well. Everybody, I'm not making my position firm. I got to mute people more often. Just when I open my mouth, everybody's got to stop talking.
I know, like, you want to be respectful, but
Yeah.
once you start showing you're not going to take it, they're going to be less inclined to disrespect you.
Right.
So you might have to be a bad guy for a little bit by muting and kicking people, but once they know,
Yeah.
like the consequence if they act up, then your panel should run smoother.
Yeah, I wish there was an option where you could mute everybody at the same time.
I thought there was.
No, there wasn't. Yeah.
I was thinking like you need like a little sound to play so everyone knows that you need to talk.
Right.
That would be cool. Or have like Jared up so you can play that soundboard so like when you have to talk, he'll just play that sound and everyone goes mute.
Yeah, he said he might join, but he's like driving right now. Be good though. I'm not gonna have too many moderators because I kind of got out of hand yesterday. I don't think I'll ever let Levani back up here. He doesn't want to talk to anymore.
Literature. It's like 9 p.m.
You're banning Avani from your panel?
Yeah, pretty much. He doesn't want to ever talk to me again. So.
What?
I'm so sorry.
What did you do?
I'm so sorry.
He says like I wasn't covering his back, so he like kicked. He's like, don't talk to me anymore.
Maybe because he was in the wrong. Like.
Yeah. Oh, we know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm happy. I wasn't
gonna try.
I wasn't gonna be up on here if he was gonna be here.
Yeah, same. Like, I apologize to him, but I was gonna avoid him.
That'll be the end of that. So.
Again, I'm sorry. I just wanted you to be heard. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to.
If you wanted a formal debate, you should have told me ahead of time because I would have allowed it. If you wanted a formal debate, you could tell me. I'll set up a time, or he and Tony could have debated.
Yeah, you said he can continue after you debated. Let the other guy debate. It wasn't like you were completely stopping it. That's why I tried to get everyone to listen. Hey, you can continue. Just Protect wants this guy to debate.
All right.
Yeah. No, Rose, you didn't do anything wrong. I mean, to get that emotional over being muted and have that type of tantrum.
I know. I just don't like hurting people, so that kind of hurt.
Well, I didn't even mute him. I didn't even do anything.
Yeah, I muted.
I didn't do shit.
That's why I admitted. You're not going to go after Bunny for something she didn't even do.
Yeah, you got really mad when he took mod powers away. Yeah.
The thing is that Avani really hates me. Him and I go at it every single time because he gets upset over stupid shit. So I wasn't surprised that he blamed it on me.
Yeah, that's crazy. I was like, no.
This isn't a call out live, just letting you know.
Nope. I'm just saying, I'm sorry to everyone. I'm sorry, Bunny. I'm sorry, Protect.
Rose, you don't have to apologize for anything.
Yeah, it's alright.
You did nothing wrong.
I accept your apology.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah. Hello.
How you guys doing?
We're doing alright.
Good, how are you?
I'm okay.
I heard you got over 200 people in here last night, boys.
Oh, yeah, at one point, yes.
That's crazy.
It was definitely the prompts. It was definitely the prompts that got people engaged.
Yeah, it was you.
Yeah, I keep going.
You're doing really well, Protect. I'm proud
Oh,
of you.
kitten.
Yeah, hopefully the message, spreads. I put this on YouTube as well.
Did you get a lot of followers from it?
On YouTube, no.
No, on TikTok.
Yeah, a lot of people followed, so they can join next time. Because the last night, right? The final discussion was about rights and do rights exist. So, yeah.
I generally hate that conversation.
It is a very long topic. It wasn't a debate. It was more of an open discussion at that point.
The only reason it goes to that, to where they're debating whether rights exist or not, is because the whole pro-choice viewpoint needs to negate it. They have no argument, so they have to shut down all concept of rights at all.
What I would say is they claim that abortion is a right. So I think that's where, because yesterday that's where it got down to, because just some guy was debating Scouser about that, and he was getting 3-on-1. This is on my YouTube channel. It's 8 hours long, and that's how it became into a rights debate.
Well, it always does, because once they bring that out, once they say it's her right to do it,
right.
Well, now they've opened that door to rights, and it's all right, they're never going to win that because all rights are derivative of the right to life. How are you going to say a baby doesn't have a right to live, but you have a right to do anything?
Yeah.
Right.
I feel like you can really only have those conversations if the pro-choicer has a bit of intelligence. That girl Lavani was debating, she was more a bumper slogan girl.
Yes.
So when she had to explain what a right is, she just really couldn't, and he was just hammering on. It's this is not going to go anywhere. But with like the Phil Bros, they can definitely hold a conversation about it. It's not circular.
But even the Philbros, once it comes down to rights, once it comes down to any moral standard,
Yeah,
they
they can
fall
stop.
apart. They don't have anything to substantiate their morality.
Oh, hello. What is your name? I mean, what is your age and what is your stance?
My name's Lauren. I'm 36, and I'm sorry, what was the last part?
Oh, it's where your stance.
Oh, okay. So, pro-choice inevitably leads to killing of infants, like between the ages of 1 to 3. Am I reading that correctly?
Well, the reason why I put this right is there's some
Okay.
arguments, right? Like sentience debaters, right? They say if it doesn't have sentience, you can unalive it. So if a child was born without sentience, they would find it permissible to unalive it. And that's sort of the point I was trying to say.
Okay. Can you branch off that a little bit so I know exactly what I'm pro or against?
Well, we're anti-abortion. Like,
Okay.
yeah. Well, why are you like pro-choice? Or if that's your position?
Yes. No. Well, in the end, yes, that is my position. I am 100% pro. I respect women enough to give them the power to control what is in their identity. Like, I just don't think it has to do with anyone else besides the woman herself. So if the woman needs to take those steps, the woman needs to take those steps. And she should have every power to do so. I don't think a written rule by men who have never picked up a dictionary should have that stance.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
You're in favor of abortion? Is that what you mean?
I'll be right back.
I'm in favor of women's choice. I myself would never do it.
Women's choice to have an abortion.
If that's have or have not, or do not, whatever she feels is close to
Can't you just
herself.
answer the question directly and not be so?
No,
you know.
because your question is not a direct question.
I'm
It's
saying you believe women should be able to have an abortion and not go to jail for it.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, all right. Do you believe that men should be able to hold on,
locked up to jail?
ma'am? Do you believe that men should be able to grape women and not be locked up for it?
I'm sorry, men should never have a chance to breathe, let alone anything else beyond that. Let's ship them all to Mars.
Really?
Well, I'm sorry, honey.
I hope you never are in a dire situation where you need to call 911 or call the fire department or anything like that, because guess who's gonna come save you?
Women.
A man.
I will never call 911 for any situation outside of anything myself because it's disgusting. Men don't do shit, and cops are ACAB on the fucking delivery.
Oh, really? So,
yes,
so men don't do anything wrong.
Open a book and actually
Who built the house you're sitting in right fucking now? Who built it? Who fucking designed the car that you fucking drive? Yeah, run away. Anyways, W men. We love men.
All right,
Oh, thanks.
Back. So mods, order. Keep order.
Women don't build houses. They can, but they just choose not to.
Wait, what I miss?
Oh, the guest that was just here, she started to say that men shouldn't breathe, or shouldn't be allowed to breathe. And he was like, I'll never call 911 because men are fucking this and that, blah. Men don't do anything.
What the hell? That's a crazy stance.
Sorry, Mr. Man, if I stole that from you.
No, that was okay. Once she said that, I just said my my trigger phrase to get her going.
Your trigger phrase, what's that?
It's a phrase you say that sends one of these NPCs into a crash out frenzy. Their program. I didn't write their program, but I know what the program is.
What's the prompt? Being pro-choice inevitably leads to increased
Oh, sorry.
host. Funny balls, are you pro-choice or chosen?
Am I pro-choice? Yeah, I'm pro-choice all 12 months.
All 3 years, all 18 years.
Yeah, all 18 years. But yeah, I'm pro-choice. I'm pro-choice to the day that to the day they unalive.
Because
Naturally.
rights are absolute, and we ought to be able to do whatever we can to protect ourselves, even if that means harming people after they're born, even after they're born. So you ought to be able to eliminate this person from moral obligations, right? You see that up to 18 years is how long you're morally obligated to take care of this being.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if they piss me off, I should have the moral obligation to just dismember them.
That's right, exactly. And if that doesn't, and yeah, if not even if they piss you, if they piss you off, exactly. If there's any type of like mental anguish, net negative, or if there's any type of pain anguish, net negative, then you ought to be able to do this thing, right?
Wait, De Niro, sorry what happened
yesterday. Even if I'm not upset.
De Niro, sorry what happened yesterday. You got like 3.
Oh, Bunny, bro, we're not here. I got absolutely jumped. No, you're good. Dude, I made the pro-choice.
You got jumped.
Once. It was so funny.
I know you were telling me about this morning. But were you like doing good though? Like were you?
It was like a 10v1. Like I feel like me and I pretty much eliminated Maddie, who was the person before that, and then there was like 4 or 5 other people who just came up.
It was Space. Have you seen? His name is Space Boy, I think.
Yeah, Space Boy.
Yeah, and Scouser as well. It became like a 3-on-1 again.
Like literally, like I couldn't even get a word out without them just like interrupting me. Phil, like meta, holy hell, meta fucking.
Where were the mods at? Why weren't they?
No, that's why he said he's sorry. He said he was
gone.
sorry.
Yeah, I think almost all the mods were gone at that point.
Oh shit.
Oh, good, no problem. I was getting jumped.
Well, at least you survived.
Here I am. True opener.
Operator, how old are you?
4. What's up?
No, he's good. He's good.
Oh, he's your friendly.
Yeah. A lot of Phil Bros came yesterday. So yeah.
Holy Phil, bro, city, bro.
I just worked 11 hours, so haven't been on TikTok.
I think I worked like 9, 10.
I'm finally starting to get my appetite back.
I mean, the thing with personal stories, right, is there's a few reasons why we don't do them, but why I don't entertain them. One, I don't think people want their personal stories to be out there. Another point, you don't want to use. I'm pretty sure, right? You probably to use somebody else's story to make your point without their permission. I think it's kind of rude. Secondly, or third, if you're going to use a personal story, I think it's fair for us, right? It doesn't really prove anything. So I think that's the reason why I don't really entertain them. And they also can't really be verified.
I can see if you're using it just as an example of something.
Yeah.
Never as like a proof.
Yes.
De Niro, I sent you what a random person sent me in the DMs earlier today.
Oh, on
Discord. Smoke chamber.
Yeah, I'm going to be joining a Discord meeting. So you guys are going to have to keep live in order in the meantime.
Is there
What voice?
I'm going to be doing a Discord meeting in the meantime, so you guys are going to have to keep it live in order.
Okay, I'll try my best. Isn't that crazy, Nero?
Yeah, that's freaking hilarious.
This is not true. Okay. The person in the comments, Deja, says no one holds men accountable for pregnancy or abortion. Apparently, you've never heard of child support. Apparently, it just goes over their head. Again, thank you, Holly, for making this prompt. I requested this specifically.
Who's Odell? Oh, isn't she from? Or this person from?
I think we've seen them before. We tried
Yeah.
Odell, what is your age? What is your stance? Wait, what's that again?
Oh no, not Odell.
21.
Are you pro-choice or pro-life?
I'm a pro-lifer.
Wait a minute. I don't know. It sounds like poker. I don't know why, but if you, I guess you could stay on the panel. Oh,
Why
hello.
was I invited?
Oh, hello.
I guess I will ask. Is there any pro-choicers on here?
No, they're all pro.
Yeah, poker. I'm poker. Oh fuck. Yeah.
Oh my god, bunny girl.
Alright, well, since no one is pro-choice.
What?
The fucking shit that is unraveling in Discord servers right now is fucking crazy.
Maybe I'll get.
Am I in any of this?
No, you're not. I'm not either. But this shit is literally fucking. I'm bamboozled.
Wait, you gotta tell
Careful
me.
with the language, because like there's some people that's like trying to get people banned.
Bamboozled?
Yeah.
I'd say bamboozled.
I think we have an opposition. All right, Nikki, what is your age and what is your stance?
23. I actually just wanted to come up here and ask Bunny, how are things with you and your fiance?
My fiance. Yeah, we're actually never were fiance.
Why are people so fucking concerned about people?
We're not together anymore. If that's what you want to fucking know, bitch.
Wait a minute. She came up just to ask that.
Yeah, so her and I had beef with each other because she was kind of talking to one of our mutual friends, and she gave me her Instagram, and all of the photos that she has currently posted are from years ago, and she's actually really big now, and so she got exposed for catfishing.
No drama, please. Oh, hello, Obama's nuts.
That's why I blocked her.
All right.
Mad.
I think I've seen this person before. They're not loading in.
Is that my homie?
They are not loading in. Let the drop.
Yeah, just drop them and then they could try to come back up.
It is true, Nisa.
Hope is not what I like. But I guess, I'll just ask people on here, I'll just start from the top. Bunny, you have an argument for why abortion is the type of action to be morally impermissible?
Because I said so.
That just wouldn't be an argument.
I know poker, but I don't want to debate right now.
Okay, it's fine. That's
Okay, poker.
I have to call Maddie.
Yeah, me and Bunny need to discuss some shit that's going on in Discord.
You might need to put on a drop for opposition.
Yeah, we're gonna drop right now. We'll be back soon.
Yeah.
I requested Katie specifically to join for medical assistance.
Expertise.
Yes. Finally, Katie joined from one of my panels.
Hey, I know, I'm sorry. I've been slow all week. I haven't been very present.
Yeah, it's all right. It would be good to have you here for like medical, like yeah.
Who's Obama?
Yeah, I can hang out for a little bit. Alright, is she going with you?
I know who Obama is.
Okay.
I'll go start dinner.
Yeah. Okay. I would make you a mod, Katie, but I have like no more spots left for mods.
Oh, you're good. I'm not worried about mod spots at all. It's just nice to be able to mute people when they're dumb as shit, but I'm good either way.
Yeah.
So, Berta wants to know if you're talking to causal people.
No. He is causal. I have seen him earlier.
If you're good with it, I'll talk to causal, unless you just don't want that on your channel.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, if there's no one else, for sure.
Yeah, I don't do it unless if he's the only one. Hi, Mr. Man. I just saw you right there.
Hey, Katie. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you?
All right.
Also, you should make a life goal protect. I don't know how to do it, but I
What's
see
that?
people do it.
Oh yeah.
Goal?
I have a lot of prompts, so let me know. What'd you say? What'd you say, Rose?
You should make a life goal like the gift thing people put up. If someone can show you.
Yeah, how do I
to
do that? And
it.
what does that do?
I mean, I think it helps the life. I don't know if KD or Mr. Man could walk
I'm
me
not
through.
really good with any of that stuff.
I can't remember how to do it without it already being up there, or like before you start it.
I see.
We'll see in a minute. So, yeah.
That live goal. Oh, it says right here.
There you go.
You got to 40,000 yesterday. 50,000 almost.
Yeah, that was crazy. We had like 300, almost 300 viewers at one point.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Manage your goal. Okay. Confirm. I'm not sure what this does.
How do they support eugenics? Because they're discriminating and they're causing somebody to unalive based on a genetic or biological characteristic.
That's exactly what I said, and someone said that was a confusion statement. I'm
Yeah,
like,
because they were sentients. They were sentient debaters, and you know.
Yeah, sentience is still a biological characteristic, and even worse, the sentience is a biological characteristic that you don't actually know anything about.
Katie, you wanted to chat?
Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah, Berta, you are, you're causal?
Yeah.
Okay. What exactly is your position?
So I hold a conjunction of causal and bodily integrity. So
Okay.
I believe that the woman has the right to exclude all others from her body, pending an obligation. And I think if she takes consensual action that causes a state of dependency,
What
she
about
would be
that?
obligated to its well-being until she can transfer it.
So, can I explain, like, my very first issue with bodily integrity is it violates the laws of non-contradiction. Because to keep your body whole and intact and also exclude another person from it is a contradiction, being that to keep it whole and intact, that would include biological processes, including gestation. So you cannot keep gestation whole and intact and also exclude your child from your body. It violates the law, the laws of logic, the laws of non-contradiction.
So I could just take out the whole and intact part and just say the right to exclude all others.
Sure, but that's no longer that's not bodily integrity. That's just bodily autonomy.
No, bodily autonomy would be doing what you want with your body.
Sure, it wouldn't be bodily integrity though, at all. Right? Bodily integrity, the true definition of bodily integrity is just to keep your body whole and intact. That I don't have any contentions with. But the part that
I would argue it's the two things that are like separate.
Right, sure. So, but what I'm not really even like tackling your stance at this point. I'm just like generally speaking, this is my issue with when people like define bodily integrity as keeping the body whole and intact and also excluding others from it, or using bodily integrity as an abortion argument. It feels on both sides of the abortion argument for bodily integrity. So I don't think that's how you would want to run it, at least against somebody who like can see that contradiction. You get what I'm saying?
We don't have to use the word bodily integrity then. I can just say that I think women have the right to exclude others from their body.
Okay, sure. So do you believe that they have a right to exclude, like, if we are excluding somebody that you've brought into existence inside your body, and we are now excluding them from your body, despite the fact that you've brought them into existence.
So
within
again,
that.
I run it in conjunction with causal. So I think in the case of like consensual intercourse, there would be an obligation.
Okay, so is your only exception then SA?
And medical, yeah.
Medical. Okay. Okay, cool. So why do you not believe that it's okay to have an abortion in all other scenarios?
Yeah, I think there would be You place them into a state of dependency, and there would be an obligation for you to get them out of that.
So do you not believe then that there's any value for the unborn child?
What are you talking about? Of course I do.
Of course you do. Okay. What I'm trying to understand is if you believe that there is value of this unborn child, then where does the value go when they were created in trauma? Like, do they just no longer have value if they're created in trauma?
No, so I still grant it the right to life. I just don't grant it a positive right to the mother's body.
Sure. So I would say that I would agree that there's no positive right to life, but there's a negative right to life. In other words, like they have a right to a natural unalivement. Would you agree with that? Would you kind of... That's, I think, a better way of wording.
I don't know what you mean by... Did you say entitled to a natural unalivement?
So I think that a better way to word the right to life is a right to a natural unalivement. As in, they have a right to pass away naturally without somebody taking an overt action to cause their demise. And that goes for all people. So I wouldn't be okay with, like, I'm opposed to euthanasia, I'm opposed to the death penalty, I'm opposed to schmooercide.
But I'd almost disagree with that definition, because at least the way you worded it, it almost makes it sound like a positive right, like you're entitled to something.
Well, no, you're not entitled to anything in terms of, like, so I wouldn't say that you're entitled to something that causes harm to another person or takes from another person. So, for example, if gestation took, like, let's say that baby was going to walk away with mom's kidney. No, you're not entitled to that. But if you are created in a state where you were created in a state of dependency, whether it was consensual or not, you were created in a state of dependency, not brought into it, but created in it, then you have a right to your natural environment, whatever that is, right? So, and you also have a right for nobody to take an overt action to end your life. Now, when that right to life is in conflict with another person's right to life, for example, a medical situation, you don't have a right to exert dominance, I guess, over another person's right. So, for example, if mom was preeclamptic and baby was only 19 weeks gestation, the baby does not have a right to exert that right, or like that baby's right doesn't supersede the mom's. So the way we resolve this conflict, which is the only conflict to exist in abortion, the only conflict of rights to exist in an abortion, we would not take an overt action to end the life of the child, but we would remove the child whole, alive, and intact and provide whatever medical care we can or whatever, right? And if that baby passes naturally, and that right has been fulfilled. And
so I actually agree with that line of logic. I just wouldn't limit it to only when the mother's life is in danger.
Sure. So what other scenario, at what other point is that and the reason I limit it to that is because that's the only time that this right to life is in conflict. Unless you can tell me another time that the right to life is in conflict with a right to life. And they have to be equivalent rights. And I don't believe that any right is equivalent to the right to life.
So I don't agree with the premise that they need to be equivalent.
Okay, so why?
I think, like, so in the situation that, like, you were being raped and the only way you could end that rights infringement is to unalive them, I would say that's justified, wouldn't you?
Okay, so I agree with that. So here's where it comes down with medical with that, though, right? So if it required that we take an overt action to end the life of the child, then yes, that would be permissible. But there is no medical condition that exists that requires that we end the life of the child, take an overt action to do so. So we never have to do that. We can always do it in the gentlest way possible, which is just removing them whole, alive, and intact. So ectopic pregnancy is a good example here. We're not dismembering them, we're not poisoning them, we're not burning them, we're not whatever, right? We're just removing them from the body, and they're passing away naturally. We do it the same way at 6 weeks gestation as we would at 22 weeks gestation. The only difference is the baby at 22 weeks gestation, say it was like a hepatic ectopic pregnancy, baby survived to 22 weeks. We would remove the baby essentially in the same way, we just can do something for the 22-weeker where we can't for the 6-weeker.
So that's almost like evictionism then, right?
So I do hold, I would say in terms of like evictionism, it would be limited to extreme circumstances in terms of absolute medical necessity and a somewhat of like an evictionist stance in terms of like very young minors, where we're balancing doing the most good and doing no harm. And really it's both, doing in both of these situations, medical and very young minor, balancing doing no good and doing the most good and doing no harm. Because in a medical emergency, when we're doing this, it is like it has to be done now. Like there is no wait. There is no let's see, that there is no give it another week. No. If it is a medical emergency, it is now. There is nothing else we can do. If we are removing mom and baby that early or separating mom and baby that early, it is dire, right? So only in that type of situation and balancing that. So in medicine, we weigh everything, like we do a risk versus benefit versus for everything. So if the benefit of separating mom and baby outweighs the risk of separating mom and baby, we should do that. Same in very young minors. If the benefit of separating mom and baby outweighs the risk of separating mom and baby, we should do that. So specifically for very young minors, I don't have an exact number because I think that would be like problematic. Like it would be a problem to put an exact number on this, but somewhere between
as far as age,
4 and 32 weeks or something like that for very young minors. Balance, do no harm, and do the most good. But my evictionist stance would be very limited to those scenarios.
Okay, that's fair. So you agreed in my comparison to SA that you could use up to lethal force to end that violation. Why would that not apply to the fetus?
So because the fetus is not capable of aggressing upon a person, and if I would say in SA, let's do a sleepwalking rapist, right? Let's pretend that you're getting cool.
Keep it analogous,
So sleepwalking rapist. If there is a gentler way of handling a scenario when there is no aggressor or a intentional aggressor, right? There is no moral agent who is intentionally causing harm to somebody, then we should do every action in the gentlest way possible, right? So if the only way for me to protect my body from harm is causing harm or unalivement to another person, that would be permissible. That is just not the case in abortion. There is no medical condition that requires us to dismember the child or inject the drops into their heart or administer mifepristone, misoprostol. It just doesn't exist. So that's why it's not.
Right. So I would just use your same evictionist logic and say we just we use the second pill that induces labor.
Sure. So I would. So there are times where misoprostol is used in these scenarios, but do you acknowledge that, like, let's say that it's a 22-weeker. Do you acknowledge that delivering a 22-weeker early, while they might not unalive, that they have a higher chance of unaliving and causing permanent injury to them because of being born early, right? So it's not just that they can't overtly cause unalivement to them, right? I hate the newspeak shit. So I apologize if I trip up on it. I don't like filter on mine, so I can feel myself like almost tripping up on it every time I try and say it. But anyways,
see, I'm the opposite. Good. I just started saying it in normal conversation outside of TikTok.
And I was
Wait,
like,
what can we not say?
Such an idiot all the time.
That's
why I stopped.
I keep
what can we not say now?
I keep
a bunch of stuff.
Having to remind myself, say unalive, say unalive, say unalive.
Oh,
so
yeah. It's funny. I say it like in the car now when I'm talking to my daughter about stuff.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
She's like, Mom, you don't have to say grape.
Yeah.
Or I look like such a moron.
Oh my God. I was watching, I reposted the video because it was so bad. And it was like, this is the new speak. This is 1984, whatever. I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what it is. I'm just done with all of it. So now I'm trying to like keep myself contained and be good for for protect. But with what was I saying? Oh yeah. It's not strictly that we can't unalive them, right? But we can't take an overt action to cause harm to them either.
Right. Yeah. No, I would agree with that.
So
I'm just saying, in the case of SA, she should be able to induce the labor at any time.
Why? What's the benefit of that?
Yeah, she doesn't have to sustain the rights infringement violation.
So the rights infringement ends when the SA ends, though. If we can't consent to a biological process, then consent doesn't magically appear when SA occurs.
I would say that you can consent to sustaining it.
You can consent to ending it. You can consent to an active process to cause the unalivement of the child in the womb. That you can consent to. But should we be allowed to consent to that? You're not consenting to sustaining it, right? If you do nothing... Nice. If you do nothing and you just allow this child to exist, right? Without consent, this child is going to exist, is going to live, is going to, right? Assuming baby is healthy, all that. There is no consent to be had in pregnancy, even in this scenario.
Can I ask a quick question? I'm kind of late to this party. Is that the only exception that you make, Berta? Is just like, are you pro-life aside from grape and incest?
Yeah, I hold causal. So, I don't give
I was just curious.
Schmincest exception.
Okay, carry on. Sorry,
I wouldn't give Schmincest, yeah.
Okay.
Essay in medical.
Okay.
What have you heard of?
Go ahead.
Have I heard of what?
Have you heard of the casino reductio?
No.
Okay, so basically, this is counter-causal, right? But the casino reductio would basically say, if you take on, okay, let's just say you go to the casino, right, and you have all this money, right, and this is all your money in your savings account, right, and you do the action that takes all this money away, and you think that you're going to win money, but you actually lose money, and then at this point, I mean, it's not really a rights infringement, so that's the parallel breaker, but I guess the symmetry would be that, you know, it's a constant burden, right? And so yeah, I run causal too, so I'm just like giving you like devil's advocate because I also run causal because I don't see like how anyone could not run causal. I mean, and just be consistent, but
it's so intuitive to me.
Yeah, same. But I was just seeing if anyone has heard that reductio, but it'll also apply to.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, what is the reductio though?
Yeah, reductio.
You take out all the money.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, reductio
And then
is basically right. You can't say to like the people at the casino, was like, oh, I didn't consent to losing my money, so give me my money back, right? So this is so in the case of pregnancy, right? You cannot say, or you should not be able to say, well, I didn't consent to this child being my womb, even though I did the action knowing that it could cause the child to come to existence. Just like in the scenario of gambling, you can't say, I did not consent to losing, even though I did this action where I knew I could lose. Money back.
Can I ask you another question?
I would say that's analogous
Berta?
to like conception.
Oh, sorry.
Like no one's arguing that you can consent to conception.
No, you can the action that causes conception.
The risk period.
Right, so that would be placing the okay.
So like wait, hold on. The act of gambling, right? You don't consent to winning or losing, but like the act of doing it in the first place.
The risk is the risk is the analogous.
Yes.
Yeah, sure, but if you lose, you're still responsible for that.
Yeah, so if you do it, then you're responsible for carrying the burden of the pregnancy. The term.
Yeah. But then, like, if someone takes all your money, then you're not responsible.
That's a good
for that.
reductio as well. Like if someone robs you, right?
Yeah, that would be the SA part of it.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a reductio for causal, not against.
Well, it is. No, it is.
Yeah, it is.
It is for.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, I was letting me see.
Can I ask you a question, Berta, if you don't mind? So, guys, I find this I like to talk about like the harder cases. I think we don't do enough of that on panels. And yeah, so I'm curious because I used to feel the same way. But if you'll just if we can talk about like pragmatics, like I know we don't like to do that in most debates, but since you are basically a pro-lifer, I'm curious what your like. Do you think it is even pragmatically possible to give a grape exception?
Nope. I'm just arguing purely from like morals. If we were actually going to implement it into law,
Okay.
It would be too much
so
of
like
a.
if you were voting like in like a like a perfect world, would you vote for an abortion ban that didn't provide for like, or excuse me, an abortion ban that included grape victims?
Yeah, I would prefer that.
Okay.
There's obviously
I was just curious.
World, we'd have,
if you guys are wondering how it's done, I have to look into it. But I know Liechtenstein, right, does like abortion. I have to look at the laws again. But Liechtenstein, abortion is banned except in cases of grape. I have to look at how they do it in their country. I know it's a completely different country with a completely different culture, but I have to look at it how that could be.
Poland and Malta, you might want to look into them too, because I think Poland is the one that gives the grape exception and Malta doesn't, but they're two very similar pro-life, first worldish type, countries. I'd be curious how they do it.
Yeah, if I heard a good way, I'd be open to changing my mind on that. But
my kid in the woods analogy thing, hypothetical.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and then I want to ask, after you're done with that, Mr. Man, I want to ask Berta one more thing.
All right, so you're walking through the woods, right? You're on a hike, and you find a little boy who's all filthy. He's been out there for days. He's lost. He's disheveled. He's starving. He's thirsty. And he says, please help me. I'm lost. I can't find mommy. Right?
Okay.
So, can you dismember him?
No.
Why not?
Well, under causal, he wouldn't be like.
It wasn't you. You didn't cause for him to be there. You didn't cause for him to be in your custody, but he's in your custody now. Can you dismember him?
No, he's not aggressing upon you.
Well, no, he is. He's like, come on, help me, help me. He won't leave you alone. He's following you now.
That's not aggressing upon you.
No, it is. He's being very aggressive. He's grabbing onto your pants. He's pulling on you. Help me, my mommy. I can't find my mommy. Help me, help me.
Wait, so now how is the child in the womb aggressing upon the mother?
Yeah, because it's inside of the body.
Does that alone mean that baby is aggressing upon mom? How are you coming to that conclusion?
Yeah, so under the premise that like women have the right to exclude all others, this would be a rights violation.
Hey guys, I'm going to join a call, so you guys are the mod.
So where does this right come from, Berta?
Yeah, I would just say I can give you the tree, but it would fall under the right to freedom. So bodily integrity would be part of bodily autonomy, which is part of freedom.
Wait, but we've already established that this is a bad definition of bodily integrity. To say that
again, we
excluding others from it.
Yeah, we don't have to use the word.
Sure. That's fine. But I wouldn't necessarily I wouldn't agree that a normal biological process that the mother has a right to end the life. I agree that mom has the right to not become pregnant to begin with. Right? But I would disagree in the premise that mom gets to now cause harm to an existing human. Whether or not she consented to bringing it into existence, it was brought into an existence in a dependency on her specifically. So I wouldn't agree that this right to freedom supersedes the right to life. And I wouldn't agree that she has this right to now exclude this existing child from her body.
Sorry, can you say the last sentence?
Yeah, I also would not agree that she has the right to exclude an existing child from her body by means of causing harm or unalivement to that child.
So I already agreed with you though that like we're just talking about the right to remove.
Sure. So do we have the right to remove in a way that causes known harm though?
If it's possible.
Like we know that we're causing harm to this child even if we're merely evicting it.
If it's unavoidable, then yeah.
Cool. So then that would only be in medically necessary scenarios, and that wouldn't actually exist because there is no medical condition that requires that we end the life of the child in the womb.
Wait, I don't agree.
So but based on what you're saying, that's like what it comes down to.
Right, so if we go back to the sleepwalking rapist, you say that we can use up to lethal force even though the woman's life isn't in danger.
Should be doing it in the gentlest way possible.
Right,
and
I agree.
Can only use force when there is harm coming to us, right? And when there is a sufficient harm coming to us.
What if he's just being super gentle? Like he's not actually hurting you.
Cool.
He's just
If I'm being violated, if I'm being SA'd, that in and of itself is harm.
Right, I would apply the same to pregnancy.
Yeah, I wouldn't. You're gonna have to substantiate this idea though.
So in both cases, there's another person inside of your body against your will.
Yeah, that's not it though.
Well, what's the symmetry breaker?
So the symmetry breaker is that this child is created in this location, right? The mother is the environment. My vagina, can't say the word because I don't want to get protected down. That is not this essayer's natural environment. It is the child's natural environment. Additionally,
wouldn't that be fallacious?
Additionally, the child in the womb is not aggressing upon me. And this man, whether intentional or not, is.
So it being natural is fallacious by definition, but like the same thing is happening. It's a non-sentient person being inside of you. So I don't see how you can say one's aggressing and the other isn't.
It's not about it being natural, right? It's not like a plea to nature. It's saying that like this is the environment of one. This is where it's supposed to be, right? And it in and of itself is not harmful. Sorry. It in and of itself is not harmful to the pregnant woman.
Then nor would the sleepwalking rapist who's not actually harming her.
No. SA in and of itself is objectively harmful.
Wait, in what way?
I really feel like I understand for the sake of debate that I need to substantiate it, but it really, 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 like, for my own personal, like, things, really frustrates me when we can't acknowledge that SA is in and of itself is harmful. So, like...
Wait, so I do. I just want to establish what you're basing that off of and why it doesn't apply to pregnancy.
Yeah, no. So the harm is the violation. The child is not violating anything.
Violating
even if I walk away and I'm physically totally fine and I'm whatever, right? Yeah. So the violation is the entrance to the body by force in a way that the violation in SA is SA, not pregnancy. Would you acknowledge that the violation that occurred to a woman who became pregnant through SA, that the violator was the man who SA'd her, not the child that he created within 100%. Her? Okay, there you go. So you and I ultimately agree that the child is not the aggressor here.
It depends what you mean by aggressor.
Thank you. The one who is taking an overt action to cause harm. Or the one
under that definition, no.
Yeah, no. And there's no scenario where the child is that.
Right, but that would also mean that the sleepwalking rapist is an aggressor because he's not taking an overt action.
Sure, and then it goes back to, so the sleepwalking rapist really tests a different principle, not so much the, it tests the, like, level of force, right? So the level of force necessary to end the SA that is happening, right, is lethal according to the parameters that have been set by the reductio, whereas in reality, there is no medical condition that requires lethal force for ending any violation of that could, or any like right to life conflict that could exist in pregnancy.
Okay, have you heard it's a variation of it where basically the only way to get him off is to like push him off, but in doing so he would fall off the roof of a building?
Yeah, that's usually what it is. So it would essentially be the same thing. Sorry, my kitchen is very loud. I'm trying to make dinner. It would basically be the same thing as there is no violation in pregnancy. Like there's in and of itself there is no violation in pregnancy. The only right that is as substantial and equivalent to the right to life is the right to life. That's it. That is the only one. Every other one is an extension of the right to life, the right to freedom. Why do we have the right to bodily autonomy? To maintain our life. Why do we have the right to bodily integrity? To maintain our life. Why do we have the right to whatever? It is all to maintain our life, right? So therefore, because it is the only one that is as substantial, it is the only one it can come into conflict with. So if it was the right to life versus the right to bodily autonomy, right to life wins. If it was the right
you don't
to
seem
life,
to believe that.
but I do though.
But you
Right
don't
to
apply
life?
it to other situations.
But I do. So the right to life, like I don't have the right to, I have the right to self-defense, right? I have the right, and in that right, it's going to be a right to protect myself from imminent harm. So I'm gonna, like, the right to life, I would say is equivalent so long as somebody is not forfeiting their right to life by becoming an aggressor.
But the sleepwalker isn't an aggressor.
Can I just point out the blaring symmetry breaker here? That
yes.
Sure.
This sleepwalking, this sleep graper, he's not your child, and as a child, has a right to their parents' care. A parent and a guardian, whoever has custody of a child, has a duty to maintain the safety of their children in their custody. So how do we just ignore this major thing here and try and compare it to a sleepwalking rapist?
Well, she's doing an internal critique on me, and I don't hold to parental obligation.
Well, the thing I would say, not just to cut in, but the thing I would say is just the nature of the two actions. I would say rape is inherently wrong, right? Even if the person is like not intending to do it, I would not hold the sleepwalking rapist the same standard as like an actual rapist. But
yeah.
Can I just press him on this, because he just said something really big.
Wait, hold on. I'll let you talk after. But the child, right? I don't think the nature of existing is immoral. Now, I'm not making a naturalistic fallacy, right? Like the action of grape, really, I don't think that could be compared to the action of a child, because a child is just existing where it's supposed to be by nature. I don't see how this necessarily would be, I don't know, like aggressing. Depending on how you define aggressor. I just wanted to say that.
All right, but I want to press him on this because he just said he doesn't hold to any sort of parental obligation. Is that correct?
Not for the purposes of abortion, but like obviously, I think, yeah, there's an obligation there. I would say it comes more from what's the word? Guardianship, so like something you consent to, not just a biological relationship.
So you'd have to consent to be someone's guardian. What if you're put in a position that you're a child's guardian, but you didn't choose to be there. You have a right to dismember them?
Hold on just one second. I don't know.
But hold on, Katie, because the thing is, you did jump right in before I finished with my analogy with them.
One at a time.
And it was pushing on this premise that he's just revealed.
Mr. Man, hey, I know, Mr. Man. I want to continue with Berta as well, but I don't know if hostile is an op or not.
I know nice. I think nice is.
No, I know who. I have hostile added, so I don't think they're in opposition.
Oh, by the way, host, I'm sorry, I didn't know that was an op. I thought that.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, nice. Well, nice. I think also has causal. We wanted to say something to panel.
Yeah, but I think I could just destroy his whole causal right here with this, because he's saying that a guardian doesn't have to be a guardian if he chooses not to be. So, but that's if you're in a situation like the hypothetical I gave you earlier, where now this child is dependent on you. You are now that child's guardian, whether you like it or not. You're the only adult in the vicinity. You're the only one able to help this child. So now this child's depending on you, and you basically unalive on the hill that you could do whatever you could just abandon the kid if you want. You don't have an obligation. Is that your stance?
Parentally, no. I would say, like, we all have an obligation to take a reasonable amount of effort to help each other.
No, but I'm saying specifically children, minors, right? When you have a minor child, that now you are the only one who is able to maintain this child's safety and health, right?
Hey, hold on. I wanted to ask him a question. How would you define?
Let me finish with him with this.
Okay.
Because I got interrupted first by KD, and then you came in. I'd like to at least get through this, because this is a hill that he's gonna just collapse on. Because what you're saying. I know. I'm not upset.
I was just trying to make sure there was no off. That I just.
It was the earlier. It was earlier, but it's no big deal. My point is that how do you reconcile this? Either a parent, either we are responsible for children as adults, and we have to maintain their safety, or we could just unalive them. So are you unaliving on the hill that you could just unalive children in your care if you don't want to be you don't want them in your care anymore?
Well, I wouldn't even specify just children. I think in general we have an obligation to help each other.
Sure. Well, but regardless, where does this strange right to unalive children that are in your care come from when you have an obligation to you're their guardian?
Well, I have a question for Berta when you're done. So
I'm not seeing the contention. Like,
the contention is you're in the woods, and the kid needs you. Now you're this child's guardian, whether you like it or not. But you're saying you could dismember him, you could just kick him to the curb, drown him in the river.
Did I say that?
That's not. You're saying you don't have an obligation to him.
Hold on.
I said we all have an obligation to take reasonable amounts to help each other.
Well, that was a
okay. So why wouldn't that be in the case of pregnancy?
Yeah, Mr. Man,
I would say that's unreasonable.
Yeah, Mr. Man, you're confused. Do you not know what?
No, I'm not confused.
It is. Do you know what the difference between forestalling is, and you know what forestalling principle is?
No, I don't.
Yeah,
what is
forestalling principle is like you can't, the duty to not interfere, right? So, like, for example, right, you're walking past a lake, and you see a child, like, or someone drowning in a lake, and if you walk a little farther, you see a building that says, "We rescue people from drowning in a lake," right? If you do nothing and walk by, by withholding this information that someone is drowning in this lake, you are not allowing others to act that are obligated to this person. So you are by and the child in the woods, you are obligated to call the police and say, like, hey, there's this child in the woods, I can't take care of them. But
yes, obviously, that's the point. That's the point. You have he has guardianship of the child. He has an obligation to the child.
It's not to the child, though. It's not to the child.
So where's the symmetry breaker?
It's not to the child, Mr. Man. Mr. Man, it's not to the child, Mr. Man. It's not to the child.
You can call someone in the cabin in the woods.
Who is obligated to
you can't call
take
anyone.
Care.
Just make that a cause. You cannot call anyone. Now what?
Wait. Well, I wanted to say something about Berta's point.
No, regardless, calling them is analogous to carrying the pregnancy to term. That's
No,
the
it's
whole
not.
thing.
Wait,
That
hold
wouldn't
on.
be
In
a
the
no.
Of course it
comments,
is.
hold on,
No, it's
hold on.
not
In the
because
Of
comments.
course it is.
pregnancy is
Hold
obligated
on.
to the
Yes, because
child.
Hey, host
Hello,
is trying to talk, guys.
Yeah, okay, in the comments. First off, this isn't about immigration, so I don't know why you're talking about that. But second, Berta, I want to ask a question. How would you define reasonable, and how would you measure that?
I just take like a particularist view here. I need to know specifics.
Can you like elaborate more on that?
Yeah, definitely.
Can I just
Particulars is going to be. Oh, sorry. Particulars is going to be like based on like certain particulars is going to be.
You're cutting out.
Dependent on whether
You're lagging. No.
Nope. Wait, you don't know what our
I just don't understand how you can distinguish here that, all right, yes, we have a proximal obligation to maintain children's safety, right? But at the same time, because this child is solely dependent on me and I'm the only one that can protect this child's safety, somehow I have some special privilege to unalive the child. It doesn't make
So
any
there's
sense.
a difference between like just
begging the
calling the
question, Mr.
cops
Man.
and then carrying someone inside of your body for 9 months.
Only
Somewhere between
by
that is a
some
reasonability
metric.
threshold.
Hey,
Mr.
All right,
Man,
sure. The
you're begging the
reasonability
question.
threshold is not,
Mr. Man,
it
you're
doesn't
begging the
really
question.
matter about the reasonability threshold because the
Mr.
fact
Man,
is you
the
still
question.
have that obligation.
You're begging
Hold
the
on.
question, Mr. Man. You're begging the question.
What question am I begging?
That we have a proximal obligation.
Wait,
He just admitted
I
that.
want just
No.
me. I want just me and Causal.
He just admitted that.
I want them to join the panel. Is it they?
I didn't beg the question.
really quickly.
You know what begging the question is, Mr. Man?
Yeah, I know what begging the question is, you twit. And weren't you listening to him when
No
he just
ad
said
homs,
that,
no
yes,
ad
we have
homs.
an obligation?
No name calling.
Yourselves.
No name calling. But I want I want just me and Causal to join since they love to bring things that have nothing to do with the prompt.
Okay. I'm gonna drop here in a couple minutes and go have dinner with my family. But Berta, really quickly, I just wanted to say, and to Nero, I think you said you're causal as well. It's not really like this isn't really part of a debate. Like I just want to encourage you to kind of like sit and think about it and like kind of internally like deal with your own self and like make sure that this is your conclusion on it, right? And if you believe that the child in the womb has value,
That's
then
not what causal stands for, by the way. Just
I'm
saying.
W.
Just let her talk for a bit.
Amazing. If you believe that the child in the womb has value, and you don't deny that the child in the womb conceived in trauma also has value, right?
Trauma causal state.
Then sure. And like I just like this is less of like the debate and more of a I really want to encourage you to like make
You're
sure
just confused on causal. It's not about value.
Stop telling people
you
they're
are, Judith,
confused.
but why
All right,
the fuck
you're
are you
confused.
talking to me right now? Okay?
What? Order, guys.
Can we mute this dude?
Because it's
Wait,
not
wait,
about.
He's so dumb.
guys.
He's like, you're begging
One
the
at a
question.
time.
Is that even
While
One
I'm
at a
trying to
time.
actually talk to somebody.
Yeah, because.
Wait, hold on, guys. We got an opposition. Causal is running their mouth in the comments. What is your age and what is your stance?
Protect. Can I try and say what I was actually trying to say before Judith interrupted me?
Well, yeah, quickly because we have an opposition.
Yes, for sure. I just want to encourage both of you to actually like sit and like think about: do you really think that it's okay for women to end the life of their children in the womb when they're conceived in trauma? Like we can acknowledge that this is a horrific situation, and we can stand beside these women and we can encourage them and we can help them through the scenario and acknowledge that this sucks, but also stand firm and say, no, you can't end their life. So,
This is
but yeah, I would love to talk to you
Well, I'm
guys.
not going to agree to that.
Shut the fuck up, Judith. Nobody likes you, Judith. I don't
Why are you so upset?
Yeah.
It's because you're
Katie,
not.
trust me, I've thought a lot about it.
It's because you don't understand. That's what it is. It's that you don't understand.
We made our peace.
Mr. Me, what's causal obligation? Do you understand?
So,
What's
Let her go eat dinner.
Causal
Guys,
obligation
hello,
is when you
host.
think the only reason you have an obligation is because
Host
you
is
chose
talking.
it.
Host
That's
is
not
talking.
what causal obligation is.
Host is talking. All right. So we have a new opposition. Causal, what is your age? And we obviously know your stance. So what's your age?
I'm 56. And it's casual, by the way, not causal.
Yeah, casual. My bad.
Okay.
All right. Okay, you guys. One of you guys can take this.
Protect, you want to drop me for the algorithm, and I'll see you later. DM me if you need medical, and I'll come back.
I'm pro-choice. What's going to be the argument for pro-life is like right?
Or is wait, you're both pro-choice, right? Both of you at the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Wait. Hold on, casual here. We gotta. Anyone want to take this?
Berta?
I actually had a question for Judith. It's kind of unrelated.
Okay,
so
sure.
if you guys want to talk to okay. So you were saying there's a way out of that Mr. Man's hypothetical without conceding to like a communal obligation?
Absolutely. Forestalling is not communal obligation. You're saying you're not obligated by forestalling. You're just saying that you can't infringe or impede upon someone who is obligated to that child. Like say, if you're like the firefighters have an obligation to serve and protect the community, correct?
Right.
Can I
So
say something whenever I get a chance? Just want to let you guys know.
Yeah,
that,
just
like,
hold on.
If there's a fire, right, and you like the firefighters, and you know where the fire is, and you send the firefighters in the wrong direction, you have impeded these firefighters' obligation to the general public. It's not like you're obligated to that person; you're obligated to not impede those who are obligated to them. So you're not
Okay,
obligated.
so you wouldn't.
In the case of like Mr. Rand's stump argument or hypothetical, you're not obligated to this child. However, you are obligated to not impede those who are obligated to this child.
Okay, what if there's just an proximal obligation that doesn't allow you to get others involved in saving this child's obligation? And so
I don't want to read a proximal obligation, so we have the contention right from the start.
Okay.
Okay, so you're saying you could leave this child in the woods
Did you not hear me?
to be
Did you
eaten
not
by
hear
a
me?
jaguar? That's what you just said. You said you don't have an obligation
Yeah,
to that child.
however, you do.
It's such a stupid hypothetical, but look at the hill you just
No,
went
did I
on,
say
you
you can just
moron.
walk away? Mr. Man, did I say you can just walk away? No, that's not
what you said. You have no obligation.
No, he said there's no proximal obligation.
You just said you don't have a proximal obligation to that child. I know. That's what you just said. So that means
That's
you'd
not
be
what I-
able to
that's
just
not
walk
what I'm
away from the child and
confused.
leave him there. And then when you got them to town, you could say, "Oh, I saw a child back there."
Yeah,
Were
you have an
looking for him?"
obligation.
There you go. So you could just leave the child. You could abandon the
That's not
child
what I
to
said.
fend for himself in the woods. You
That's
just
not what I
unalived
said.
on that hill. Thank
This
you.
is why you're
Good night,
confused, Mr.
dipshit.
Man, because you are not obligated to the
rage
child. However, you are obligated to the people who are obligated to this child. In the same scenario of the firefighter, you're not obligated in any way, sense, or fashion to the people whose fire that has a fire going on in their house. However, you do have a duty or obligation not to impede upon those who are. I'm not sure why this is so confusing.
So you would say not telling them is
I
impeding.
think everyone with half a brainstem can understand this.
Judith, you would say not telling them is what's
Or
impeding.
you understand, correct?
What did you say?
You understand this, like, and Voiceless, you understand this, right? The forestalling principle.
I guess from what you say, yeah. I mean, I obviously don't run causal, so.
Well, I mean, no, this is just the forestalling. You're not obligated. Like, you see, like a hit and run, right? You like see this person, and you should be obligated if you like. You're not obligated to that person. However, you are obligated. You should be morally obligated to call the police and say, "Hey, I just saw this guy hit somebody." You're not obligated to that person, but you are obligated to inform someone who is obligated to that person to come and help. Correct?
Yeah, but I think there are corresponding.
Okay, that's the only thing that's being tested here.
Right.
is
I think for certain situations there are corresponding obligations, right? So in that case of pregnancy, that just happens to be the only obligation there is. Like, what else is supposed to do during a pregnancy, right? So I think there are corresponding obligations in certain situations.
But do you understand forestalling? Like, if you see like somebody run down somebody and hit somebody, and that person is laying in the street, you're not obligated to that person, right? You don't have to feed this person or take them to the hospital, but you should at least like call somebody and say, "Hey, I just saw somebody get hit." Right?
I would have a threshold. It really depends. Like if I like had a vendetta against that person, and I got my car, purposefully drove over them, and
No, you're just a bystander. you see like somebody run down somebody, you're not obligated to take care of this person, right? Like to take care of their medical bills or to like take them to the hospital, but you should be like morally obligated to like call 911 and say, "Hey, I just saw somebody get hit."
Right? Yeah, I agree. I think
that's the forestalling principle, and
I like that.
Mr. Manthing, I think you can like let somebody just get hit and just walk away, and that's not what I said, and he was just confused.
Okay, so
okay, guys. I think I'm gonna do a Discord call on my computer so you guys can mod and you guys can take over. So, I'll be right back.
Yeah, so let's just say, like you see someone who's in the middle of nowhere, right? Like you said, like did you say they get hit by a car or something? So I would say, but you didn't hit them, obviously. But let's just say you're driving by someone who got hit by a car, and there's no no one else out there, right? And you cannot call anyone, so you cannot get anyone else involved. What's your obligation there? Because that's like a proximal. I'm just trying to explore this, like, because I run causal, so I'm literally just trying to, because this is what people hit me with.
Well, I mean, I think you were like not to be like confrontational, but I'm not sure you understand like the causal obligation. To be honest, if I'm being honest.
Okay, so what do I understand?
Yeah, so what's going to be causal? Like, what do you take causal obligation to be?
Basically, like something that caused this to be true, caused this thing to happen, and then if you cause this thing to happen, do you owe it any like do you owe it any contention or like
okay, guys. Before I go, like I said, we got to move on from this point. You can continue this after.
Okay, yeah,
but, like, casual has been here.
Well, casual has been here, but nice is also.
I'm good. You guys can talk.
Oh, okay.
So I think like the causal obligation, like you're missing foreseeability, right? So like if you get in a car crash, people are going to present this hypothetical with you. If you get into a car crash, it's like you caused this car crash. Like, should you be obligated to like give a liver? What would you say?
Yeah. So you're just talking about like the violinist reductio, and so that I would say
no.
Oh,
No,
just
that's
to
not
give a
the
liver.
violence.
Oh, just to give a liver. Okay. Just to give a liver, I would say motherhood is special, right? And then
Well, no,
that
we're
would
just talking
be-
about outside motherhood. You're driving in a car.
Yeah.
It's like you caught and you like caused this car crash. Do you have to give like their kidney if it's like there's no other available?
Yeah, of course not.
That's going to be reductio that he'll die on. However, if you add, if you like Cosmo was going to say, like you're going to have to add a foreseeability aspect to it, right? So is this foreseeable that you get in this car crash? Yes. Is it foreseeable that in this car crash, this person is going to need your liver and your liver alone? There are no others in the history of forever that no one can get a liver but
Yeah,
only
but that
no, that's not foreseeable, right?
Right.
So that's going to be like the way out of that, and you have to add this foreseeability, or you're going to die on some crazy hills.
Yeah, the foreseeability.
Dude, if you're smart as hell, dude.
Yeah, I've been arguing this for like a while.
No, that's a good thing to add is foreseeability.
I recognize your voice.
Yeah, I've had a lot of things. I've been on here for a while, but so, I would just
Judith. What is your specific claim against? So you're saying that there has to be a foreseeability factor, and it's and it's used to counter which argument? The child in the woods,
the car crash analogy,
or the car crash. Okay, I mean, there's so many floating around, I can't even keep track of them.
Oh yeah,
anymore.
there's so many freaking.
Tell me about
yeah,
it.
the cabin in the woods, right? Even with the causal obligation in like the grape scenario, which would give this exception, you can, and like people would still say, like if a grape child, you're not obligated to this person because you didn't cause this person to a state of dependency, and like they're cryptically pregnant.
Yeah.
Like can they walk away from this child in the woods because there's no obligation? That's when the forestalling principle comes into effect. So you say
But
no.
would you say like they have to
because
give
the
them
forestalling
breast
principle.
milk?
What's that?
Would the mother have to give them breast milk in that scenario?
They would just have to call someone to tell someone there's a child there, and like how long you have to be there would be like a reasonability threshold, and which would be like dependent on you and your intuitions, and like
can I
like
oh,
the
sorry.
amount of like the amount of like the amount
Sorry,
of
my
like
connection sucks. Go
harm.
ahead.
And Judith, this links back to the embryo in the womb, right? Somehow there's this obligation that is somehow analogous to a baby in a cabin somewhere, correct? Isn't that where all of this leads
No,
to
but the
eventually?
cabin in the woods is like, is there an obligation if like it's mainly like cryptic pregnancy, like you don't know you're pregnant, like and now this child is
Right. Or you had sex, you knew about it,
well,
and you should
yeah,
know
cabin in
it
the
was
woods is
going to
going to be
happen.
cabin in the woods is going to be questioning bodily integrity or autonomy.
Yep, autonomy.
That's what it's
okay.
testing.
My
Gotcha.
internet sucks, so I think we kept kind of talking at the same time. I was just gonna say, in the cabin in the woods scenario, part of the whole point is like you can't call anybody.
Yeah,
you
that's what I
can't
already
go
added.
anywhere.
And then
Yeah.
he would just
So
say foreseeability, right? Which is a good point.
wait, what'd you say?
I said I've
It's
already
going to
added
be
this.
like a reasonability
Stipulation.
threshold, like how much harm is it causing to you against like how like there's going to be like a temporal aspect and lots of things going into the reasonability aspect. So
Yeah.
and this is going to be all intuitional to you. I would say like it probably wouldn't be intuitional if it's like 2 seconds. It probably wouldn't be intuitional, but if it's like 20 years, it would be intuitional. Like you wouldn't have to like breastfeed this child for 20 years.
Yeah, no, I agree, especially
So
like
it's
the amount
going
of
it's going
time.
to cross some reasonability threshold of how long you have to like sustain this.
Okay, yeah, no, I think that that definitely makes sense, along with like the risk to the mother and that sort of thing. Yeah, sorry, go ahead. That's all I kind of really wanted to add was you
Wait,
would
Candy,
be
what's your
obligated, I
stance?
guess. Huh?
What's your stance?
I
I'm
run
pro-life.
flow, by the way, so I don't run parental or causal. I just run causal so I understand like how it's run properly and like the objectives to it.
Do you
And
run
like
sentience?
how to get around some of the objections.
Do you
Yeah,
run
no,
sentience?
the cabin in the woods is
Yeah.
more a response to the people who say, basically, in short, I don't have, nobody is obligated to sustain somebody else's life with their own internal resources.
Yeah, body
And that would
integrity
be,
or autonomy. That's what.
yeah, so that would just be a response to that stance.
Yeah. Which even they can use the foreselling principle in that, or also for the causal, they can use the same response. So a pro-choicer could
Yeah, but
use,
then you get the one where she's cryptically pregnant and she was raped.
yeah, so that's going to be either the pro-choicer or the causal pro-lifer. You can always use the foreselling principle to get around that hypothetical, and you don't have to die on the hill of just like leaving the child.
Cool. Appreciate that.
Yeah, because like I said, there's going to be some reasonable threshold, and it's not the obligation is not to the person, like the fetus, but it's to the person who has the obligation, like the firefighters, police, adoption agency, etc. These people have obligation to children who are left unwanted or whatever.
If someone asked you where that obligation came from, what would you say? Like the obligation to the fire department?
Yeah, because it's like their job, and they take on like a voluntary commitment to save others. They've entered into this obligation contractually.
Sorry, so the obligation for me to call them.
It might be a legal obligation. I think isn't the distinction. I mean, I know we use the terms interchangeably a lot, but like an obligation is typically something that is legal, whereas a duty is more something that's moral. Although we do use them interchangeably because they are pretty close in meaning. But like, don't we have an obligation to report this? But we don't have a duty necessarily to take care of the child, right?
I don't care about
or to go to all out to take care of the child, right?
I think like where the obligation lies, it's just intuitional, and I think you can run like many hypotheticals in which it would be intuitional, like the person who like you see somebody like hit and run, and this person's like laying in the street bleeding to death. Like you think you would have an obligation to call 911. Well, where does this obligation come from? You obviously, it's not to the person, right? It's to get them care for the people who are obligated. So there's like it's intuitional, like based on like you can run a series of hypotheticals and reductios to test their principle, but I think it's intuitional to most people that the foreselling principle is like true. But
okay, yeah, I'd agree with that.
Graham, yep, I have to go. But thanks for having me up, and I appreciate the conversation.
Good talk.
Have a good one, man. Thanks. Okay. Is there any pro-choicers in here?
Yeah, casual, obviously, but okay, we'll get to his stance in a second. D, are you a pro-choicer? Are you?
Go ahead.
W.
I just requested up. I didn't know what you guys were talking about.
We're talking about causal.
About what?
Casual. Why are you
Casual.
pro-choice?
I am.
I said why.
Oh, why?
Yeah, I didn't hear that.
Bunch of reasons. I do believe in this idea called bodily autonomy, but I also believe that there are other things that come into play. I don't think that there's a moral duty to 100 cells attached to the side of the uterus as there is to a born child, or even something close. Like, my position was comfortable with Roe v. Wade. I feel like in the first trimester or two, you have reasons, and then in the third trimester, it has to be medically necessary.
Okay, so
Your age is.
Well, no, I don't think we use that term. I don't think that term is being used correctly. When we say ageist, we don't mean really what we're talking about. We mean it on the other end of the scale.
But you're ageist. You're discriminating against them because they're more
Yeah,
developed.
no. I think that's a loose interpretation of what we mean.
Wait, so is this a bodily autonomy thing or a sentience thing? Because you
All
kind
of
of
it.
said when it's inside the uterine wall, you don't have this sort of obligation.
Right, if it's 100 cells attached to the inside
Yeah.
of the uterus, do I have the same moral obligation to it?
Yeah, exactly. But
You-
why would you have more of a moral obligation to something later in a stage of pregnancy when it's still having the same infringement upon your bodily autonomy?
Well, because now it has a developed system. I assume you're talking about something somewhere into the third trimester, right?
Yeah, something like
Yeah,
that.
because it
here's the
has.
thing, casual. Those two things contradict each other, right? Because if
that's
you
kinda
care
why I
about
was
bodily
asking.
autonomy, then it wouldn't matter whether it's sentient or not. She still has that right. You can't hold both at the same
It would
time.
have to be all 9 months ultimately.
Like if it's
Or
bodily
hold to
autonomy.
some sort of development.
Yeah, if it's bodily autonomy,
post or
then you can do like an
post or
eviction.
pre some sort of development. That what gives this being moral obligation.
So
there you go.
Hold on a second. I'm still processing
sorry.
what you just talked about. So I guess the way I see bodily autonomy, I guess I would see a partially restricted right to bodily autonomy, right? Isn't that what Roe v. Wade essentially was? Right? Roe v. Wade was basically the first couple of trimesters, okay, but into the third trimester, you got to have reasons.
So my understanding of Roe v. Wade is it went up to viability, and so you could still terminate the pregnancy, you just wouldn't be allowed to do so lethally after viability.
Yeah.
Unless it was medically necessary.
Right. So how would you characterize that? As sort of a partial or sort of a qualified bodily autonomy?
Well, that's not about
I
bodily
guess,
autonomy.
but like, are you basing your stance off viability?
Well, I mean, I would base it off all of those things, like viability. I guess
don't do that.
Don't do that. Yeah,
That's
I'm sorry,
terrible.
they contradict each other.
Viability and sentience do not go hand in hand because viability is going to be completely dependent on the approximate location in which you're in. Sentience is going to be like something like like viability would be something that, and like in Africa, viability could be 34 weeks. I can make 1 million reductios, but here it's 24 weeks. Like it's just based off of like, do you have access to like a NICU? Or do you have like medical? It's just based off like the medical standards in that area. It's actually varies state per state. So like viability in Alaska would be different than viability in Colorado. So you would basically have to tell me how that gives a being moral obligation.
Well, when I think about viability, I think of all of those things together, like viability, autonomy, sentience.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Then this is the hill you're going to die on. So,
well, hold on a second. Can we not characterize it like that? Because I don't think that's the case.
Think so.
They
all happen at different points in time.
I mean, can we just agree that no position is unassailable? Like, if
there
you
is.
look at the philosophy of all of this, you have to agree that there is no philosophical position that is 100% unassailable. So proving me wrong in my position doesn't prove you right? That's like philosophy 101, right? I mean, you might be able to demonstrate that I may not have I may be on shifting sands rather than solid ground, but that doesn't necessarily prove your position as correct.
Yeah, we can take turns doing internal
Yeah, I was gonna
critiques.
say
That's fine.
Well, I'm
we
not
can
sure
give
I'm
our
prepared.
position.
I don't know if I'm qualified because I don't do these. I don't get into the philosophy as deep as like Kay and all of these other people. So, there's no way any normal human being would ever have any skills in logic or philosophy as deep as, someone like say Kay does or Julian or like any of those people. So I don't think requiring that of a normal person is necessarily reasonable. We just have to kind of establish sort of, a basic position without bringing everything to like ad absurdum.
Yeah, I mean, we're not just trying to attack your position. It's much easier to smell a rotten egg than to lay a better one, as they say, right? I can't remember the name of that.
I've never heard that, but I like that.
That's
I
basically
like that.
you can smell. Everybody can smell a rotten egg, but who's gonna lay a better one, right? So it's it's easier to attack a position than to, try to come up with something that's better. So I get what you're saying, that we're not just here to attack it.
I mean, I think if we want to just kind of skip past a bunch of this stuff just for a second, but I think fundamentally my position is that where I put a little bit more weight is that it's difficult, or I don't see how I have the same moral obligation to, 100 cells attached to the side of a uterus as I do to a third trimester fetus.
How many cells? Hold on. How many cells? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just asking like what trait makes them different that you would value one but not the other.
Exactly.
Well, one has I guess if the third trimester fetus would have a developed brainstem, brains, all of that stuff that I'm sure you guys have talked about before, right?
How many cells does a being need to have until it has?
That's ableism.
Well, no, hold on a second here. I think those terms. I'm going to disagree with you. Is that Candy? Is that who was responding to me?
That was
I think that was D.
I said that's ableist.
Yeah. So terms like ableist and ageist, I think we're using those sort of in a way that's not.
But that is
appropriate to this
ableism. You're
argument.
valuing
But
a
it's not.
developed
It's
brain.
really not.
There are some people that just aren't born with those features. That's literally ableist. So you are saying that you have to be fully functioning, but there are people who just have deformities and they're still equally valuable. Like
Yeah. So, but we use the terms
equal right
ageist
to
and
life, right?
Yeah.
But what I'm just trying to say is that.
Sorry, go ahead.
Typically, when we use the terms ableist or ageist, we're talking about people that are after birth, right? We're not really talking about in the womb, right?
Oh my gosh. Yes.
Okay.
Human beings.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's.
I just thought of a good line of
Says
questioning.
after birth or before.
Wait. So is that the symmetry breaker? Is that they're born? Just to be clear.
Well, I'm talking about sort of the loose use of the word ageist and ableist
Yeah.
in the context of
Usually we're
abortion.
talking about people who aren't inside of uteruses. I understand that, but I'm asking, is that your symmetry breaker on this, morally?
No, because I've already said once into the third trimester, I would definitely have problems if it's
Okay,
not.
yeah. No, I get that.
Casual.
What's the symmetry breaker from what Dee said about ageism and ableism? What makes it different, whether they're inside of a uterus or not inside
Well, I
of a
mean,
uterus?
in the comparison that I made, it's 100 cells attached to the side of the uterus versus a viable fetus.
Yeah, I mean, I think somebody was going to ask this question.
Is it viability then? That's the symmetry breaker.
It's like viability, sentience, and bodily autonomy.
Yeah, but I mean, why do I have to be?
Varies.
I mean, I guess I don't see why I have to commit to just one position here, because I think all of those positions, sentience, viability,
Okay, so do you
moral
know
duty.
cockroaches are sentient? Do you know ants are
Well,
sentient?
so here's the thing.
Is it just
Here's the thing. They all happen at different times.
I would yes.
All right.
I would
Can I
run
get my
one.
take on this?
Yeah.
Hold
Wait,
on.
really quick.
Let us
Oh,
finish
wait,
this.
okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
My mistake.
I was just going to ask if he's vegan. If sentience is so important. Are
I'm
you a
sorry,
vegan
what?
casual?
I didn't catch that. Sorry.
Are you a vegan or
No.
a vegetarian? Okay, well then sentience.
No,
is
but I probably should
important,
be at
right?
this point in my
Okay,
life.
sorry. Somebody else go ahead and ask a question. I just
Okay,
sentience
casual.
can't be
So the
that
problem
important.
with having multiple stances that all happen at different times is you either have to say the one that happens first is the one that's really important,
Yeah.
or that you have to have them all.
I see. No, I think I see what you're saying, right? And
Yeah.
I don't know if this is the way I look at it is I don't know if this is a nut that can actually be cracked. I think it's sort of like 24 weeks is what our culture has decided is viability, somewhere around 24 weeks, right? Roe v. Wade, whatever. I'm comfortable with that. I'm comfortable with not knowing like the exact distinction. I don't think any of us can know when certain thresholds are crossed per se.
Okay, so
So we sort of make this determination as a culture, right? As a people, where okay, we're comfortable here, right? If I were living in a different
Oh my
country,
gosh,
it
bro.
might be somewhere else.
That's why
Right.
you should have the only consistent stance of cutting it off at conception.
I was gonna say societies have been comfortable with all sorts of stuff of saying, you know, these people don't matter.
So hold on, with that logic, hold on. So if I have a society, right, that says it ought to be okay that it's immorally permissible to unalive this being at conception, right? Then is that something you would just sign off on?
Can I get my take here?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry, preacher, I didn't.
So all right, so what I was trying to say is like I'm pro-life, but I'm a third rank sympathizer. So like this is even like
Hey yo.
Whatever.
No, I'm not joking. That's the thing. I actually am.
I'm sorry. Did you just say
Okay.
you're pro-life and you're a Third Reich sympathizer?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
How about
You're
we just
serious?
stick to the pro-life thing?
Yeah, mods.
They were good. They were good people.
Who's mods?
Anyway.
Where the mods at?
Right? Oh my gosh. Anyway, okay. To cover some
There we go.
to cover some basics. Okay, casual, I assume you know fetus is human and alive, right?
Yes.
Okay. It seemed like you knew that, but some pro-choicers can't even get past like the first like stumbling block or whatever I'm thinking of.
I
Can't even
find
get
that
around-
argument very weak for the
Yeah,
pro-choice.
no, me
Just
too. That's
admit
what I'm
it's
saying.
human.
When
We all
people
do.
can't even get past the simple, like, it's not even people like, oh, well, you believe that. I'm like, okay, whatever, dude. If you want to think biology is a belief, then I can't help you. But yeah, it seemed like you had that. I just wanted to make sure that was covered before we got to anything else. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm comfortable. I don't think this idea of just forcing a woman to carry a pregnancy. I do believe that in many of those situations that doing that is actually more immoral than terminating the pregnancy.
And you're just making an appeal to majority because most people believe that?
No. Stop it. No. Yeah. So I
No,
mean,
I get what you're saying, especially in terms of like life of the mother, which is the exception that most pro-lifers give.
every time I hear these listings of logical fallacies, appeal to majority, appeal to legality, I feel like they're not necessarily appropriate for what's being talked about. I mean, I'm not appealing to the majority. I just said
Yeah, no, if you were, then it would be a fallacy, but you're not saying that's right because most people think it, right? You're just saying that's your
I mean, I have my own morality, right? I don't believe morality is based on God or anything like that. But like, I do believe that, I lost my train of thought. That's what happens when you get to be my age. Just get ready, everybody. It's coming.
You hit that pen too many times. And
Yeah, it's called tip of the tongue syndrome. Right? So, but I mean,
me too. I'll
guess,
do that, and then I'm like, what was my point? I don't know.
yeah.
sorry.
I mean, do I think that my position could withstand logical scrutiny like Kay would give me? Probably not. Like, if we go down that rabbit hole,
I don't think anyone's could.
I don't think
Yeah, I was
anyone's
gonna
could.
say,
I don't even think a pro-life position could.
Yeah, sometimes it gets to a point where you're like, dude, what are you asking me? Like, what am I supposed to be presenting? I don't know at this point.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, I don't want to take up all the air in the room. I just the reason why I came.
You're the only pro-choice here, I think.
This live caught my attention because I saw the prompt there, and I'm hoping it's just clickbait, and he doesn't actually believe that, because I don't think that that's an appropriate comparison. So, but anyway, that's another topic for the host. If I ever come across again. But anyway, I'm going to have to drop. But I will say this: I do appreciate having this discussion with you guys, because I've been in many of these pro-life right-wing lives, and I've just been shouted down and called an idiot and called a killer and a murderer, but without even ever having been able to like fully flesh out my position.
Vice versa, man. You've been great.
I do appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks for having me up.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks.
Bye. Yeah, no, that happens.
WW.
It happens
That's
to
good.
literally everybody.
Candy, do you give the SA exception?
Me?
Yeah.
Not really. I
why
sometimes
not?
say I do because pro-choice panels will call you a grape apologist or whatever.
Oh, I know.
And then kick you and block you. So I'll be like, yeah, I give that exception. But for the most part, not really. I do kind of go back and forth on it, like in a legal sense, but never in a moral sense, just because I think what legal obligation would she truly have? But no, in general, I would say no, because the
Well, we
value
can talk
of the child
morally.
doesn't change, and it's not a danger to her.
We can talk morally. Why is she obligated to sustain the pregnancy in the case of SA?
In short, because the value of the child doesn't change and her life isn't in physical danger due to the child being born or developed.
Right, but value doesn't really ground an obligation. Like, you have value, that doesn't entitle you to my body.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but I guess part of what I base my anti-abortion views on would obviously have to, like, if the fetus wasn't valuable, then I couldn't really.
Yeah,
I mean, I can
we agree on that, though. Like, the
Yeah.
causal position isn't that an SA baby doesn't have value.
Yeah, I know it's not.
Okay.
It's just that the woman doesn't have a causal obligation to sustain the life of the child.
Yeah. So what do you think the obligation is?
In short, not to end the future experience of, I'll say human being, if we don't want to get too philosophical into it. I'll just use that term to not get too philosophical.
No, you're talking about
And it
flow?
turns into like molar pregnancies, etc. And then it's like, oh, blah, 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 human. But, yeah.
Yeah, but you said flow is what gives them the right? Or did I mishear you?
I don't like to think of it as flow, but that's probably like essentially what it would boil down to.
Okay. Keep the life in order. Are we not in order?
I feel like we were.
What are you talking about? Protect. Host. What are you
Okay,
talking
we're
about?
I
good.
feel like we've been genuine.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say the other people were like freaking out.
So, like, I agree with flow. I just think it has to be used in conjunction with something.
Yeah, that's what I
Flow's
said
more of
about-
an answer to, like, what gives us rights.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the way that you were conceived or the way that your mom feels about you should give you or take away your rights.
Right. Yeah, we both agree that all fetuses have the right to life.
So wait, do you give the grape exception?
I do, yeah. So, do you know about, like, the differences between negative and positive rights?
I've heard a little bit about it. I feel like I don't completely get it, but I've definitely heard people talking about it, and
So,
I don't know. I
a
feel like I've
negative
heard
right would
something.
be a negative right basically protects you from other people, like it entitles you to not be aggressed upon, whereas a positive right entitles you to something from someone else.
Okay.
So like the right to life is a negative right. You have the right not to be unalived. A positive right would be like, I'm from Canada, so the right to health care. You are entitled to receive health care from someone. So when we're talking about a pregnancy, the fetus has a negative right to life, but in the case of SA, it wouldn't have a positive right to the mother's resources.
But wouldn't it still have a negative right to life?
Yeah, 100%. So
Okay.
we're not saying this would come down to more of like almost evictionism. We're not saying the mother has a right to like stab the baby or whatever, or mutilate it. We're just saying she has the right to remove it from her body because the fetus doesn't have a right to be there.
But they don't. Okay, so is this almost going off of causal? Or I
that's
I
what
always
I'm
feel like I'm
arguing.
missing something. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm arguing causal right now. I'm only talking about SA babies.
Yeah, no, I used to argue causal, and I still do to a certain extent. But if I'm not going to give the grape exception, then it can't obviously be my only stance for obligation. But yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out, like, I assume you have some sort of overarching obligation that would apply to all pregnancies, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could ask more specific questions to get deeper into it, but in short, I would say it's an obligation not to take an action that you know will end somebody else's life unless it's out of self-defense.
Okay.
If that,
So-
yeah, I feel like I phrased that fucked up. Oh, sorry, I can't swear on here. Whatever, yeah. Hopefully, I'm bad. I'm really tired right now, but
I think you're okay.
okay, yeah. I was gonna say, as long as that made sense, then you're good, but yeah.
So, yeah, just ask to what extent do you take that to? Like, if someone... So I base my argument in bodily integrity, which is based on property rights. So treat your own body as your own property. And so if we're talking about self-defense, would you say that someone has the right to use lethal self-defense if someone comes onto their property? Like stand your ground laws?
Here's what bothers people with my debating style is I'm a big it depends type of person. So in short, I would just say it depends. It depends on in the state that you're in. It depends on if you have no trespassing signs put up. It depends how big your property, how close it is to where people would stumble on by accident, etc. So, yeah, I think that if somebody, it depends on the way that they're acting. It depends on if you know them and if they're violent toward you. But in short, I would say, yeah, you should have the right to reasonable self-defense.
Okay,
Depending
so
on the circumstances.
Sure. But like as a general rule, yes, right?
I hate how much I consider every factor. So I would say I can't really give a general thing on this from the way that I think about things, but I would think if it was a state where were widely known that was the law, the person knew they were on the property may have been in a place that somebody could be in a public place and not know. You know what I'm saying? Like, it kind of depends on the perpetrator's knowledge of whether or not they actually are on that property. And whether they could be there accidentally or unknowingly. But yeah, if they're knowingly there, knowing that they shouldn't be, then I would think,
so maybe it's easier to use...
especially if they're acting in an aggressive manner.
Yeah, maybe it's easier to use the sleepwalking rapist analogy. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, and so like, well, I'll just run through it quickly so we're clear.
Yeah, just for the audience.
Yeah,
people in the chat. Here you go.
All 17 of us.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so the one I just picked up tonight is that you're on your roof and this sleepwalking rapist comes up to you. He's on top of you. He's not like physically hurting you. The only way to get him off and out of you is to push him off the roof. So you're not taking a direct action to unalive him. You're just removing him from your body, but in doing so, he does unfortunately unalive. They're both non-sentient. They don't know what they're doing.
Wait,
I think
by
that's everything.
both? Yeah, by both you mean the rapist and who else?
And the fetus, because
Okay,
that's what the
I
analogy's
assumed.
for.
Yeah. No, I just
So yeah, they're unaware. They're not trying to cause you harm, and you're not taking any action to purposely harm them. You're just removing them from your body. Do you have any contention with that?
No, I mean, I again, a sleepwalking rapist is another one of those reductios that I kind of go back and forth on.
Yeah.
I think if it was a child who was a sleepwalking rapist, there would be some different considerations.
Like what?
I mean, I don't know, like I don't know how to put it. I guess it would be more of an intuition, but I don't want to cite that as something credible because intuitions can be incorrect. But I think that if there were a sleepwalking rapist, I still don't. Like I said, this is one that I go back and forth on. But I still don't even necessarily know if I think you should unalive them in order to prevent that from happening to your body. Let alone if they were a child doing that. But I guess that would just make it more analogous to pregnancy.
I don't feel comfortable talking about children having schmecks.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I don't either.
We'll leave it as an adult. I feel like it's pretty as close to analogous as you can get. Unless you can give me a symmetry breaker.
I don't feel necessarily comfortable with talking about that either. What I'm saying is it would make it more analogous to pregnancy in terms of who it is that is violating your right to your body. So I think that...
Then you have to substantiate why that matters.
Yeah, no, I get that. That's what I'm saying is I don't know what the difference would be. I don't want to say intuition as... a way of knowing because that can just be, how you feel about something, which isn't factual. But I do think it would be a different situation. Or the violinist scenario is another common one.
But causal gets you out of that pretty quick.
Yeah, but I don't go necessarily only... I go by causal, but not only by causal. So, for the violinist, that's one that I usually kind of say, if it were a child, that you would have to unplug and unalive. That it would have some moral difference. Again, like I said, I can't name exactly what would be different about unplugging a full-grown man from a 5-month-old, but there would be something there that
I give a stipulation in that hypothetical, which would be
I guess
so far as that this it's I'm not stuck to some approximate locational area, then I have so far as that this child or this violinist who's attached to me. Sorry, one second. My dog's barking in the background. Said so far as this violinist doesn't have an hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. 1 second. My dog's. I gotta let my dog back out. Hold on.
You're good.
1 second. Dang, I really wanted to hear that.
I was also gonna say I can do the pro-life or pro-choice position if everybody here is pro. Everybody here is pro-life, right?
Yeah.
No LARPing. I had to join back. No LARPing, please. For the opposition.
Oh, what I was gonna say was, so long as the violinist, right, moves with you, has as much freedom as a mother in the womb would, right? Then that's a stipulation that I'm willing to accept and move forward with. But if I'm stuck to an approximate area, right, then you would see that this would not be a stipulation that I would be willing to sign up on. So that's the symmetry breaker for that reductio. And if that's something that you believe, that if you are, and that's kind of, and then you can get what is into it, you can get into the whole, okay, what is approximate? And then they could try to reductio that, but it really gets into slippery stuff for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kat, what's up? Are you pro-choice?
He's a friendly, right?
Not
I'm
pro-choice.
friendly and I'm anti-abortion. I know protect.
What's up, Kat?
Nothing.
I can't
Really.
even.
I'm in a Discord call right now. So yeah.
Baby's just moving a lot right now. Yesterday I had my glucose testing. I passed it.
Does it count as LARPing if I'm just doing it to keep the friggin' live going?
No.
Yes.
No.
See, I can do it.
Okay,
I'll
entertain it just for now. I'll entertain it. So
yeah,
you
it's the
can
thing.
go on.
I'm not a LARPer in the slightest. The only time that I ever give the pro-choice position, I don't even have a pro-choice position. I just will do that
either. I think they're
because
just ill-minded people.
right, because they get afraid to come up on panels, and then we have like 8 pro-lifers on one panel. What the F are we gonna talk
What
about?
are we gonna talk about?
Right? And I'm like,
Exactly.
there's nothing to debate. This is just gonna be like gossip or something. So
I can get away with
I
it
guess-
though
I
because
guess-
I built bodily integrity into my stance, so I
Yeah.
can just pretend there's
Well,
no
there you go.
obligation.
yeah, you can get into like the exceptions and that sort of thing, but praise the Lord, the host said, okay, I'll just LARP for the chance of this. This is I'm not pro-choice, but we'll just go this way. And all of y'all can
Cool.
answer. I don't care.
So Candy, why do you like unaliving kids?
Because they're so hard to deal with. Okay, anyway.
So hard.
They're too much. That's part of why my bio says pro-life is pro-women.
Oh yeah.
Is because pro-choicers always come up. What if she has a job? What if she goes to school?
Oh, I'm
what if she has
6
other
months
children?
pregnant. Hello.
What if she has other responsibilities, other children? She goes to school,
I have a
she goes to work.
stepson who's going to
blah,
the
blah,
third
blah.
grade. Are you kidding me? He's
Yeah, exactly.
Wait,
taken
Jerick.
care of.
Hold on, we got a new
But
guy.
that's part of why I say that it's
Jerick.
anti-women.
Oh, he's definitely, hopefully, maybe, I don't know. He looks like
So
a theist, but
I
that
am
could be-
pro-life, but I don't see how there's
Dang it!
like personally, like I am pro-life, but I don't see.
I mean, but fuck.
The comparison.
Yeah, now we're mad.
The comparison's a little extreme.
Which one?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that's part of why I
okay,
call it anti-women because when I hear people and I ask why they're pro-choice and they come up with the answer, well, some women already have a job and go to college and have other kids and have all these responsibilities, blah 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 blah. First off, there's adoption if they can't deal with that. But second off, that's the whole part of the thing I have an issue with is saying, oh, well, women are so weak, they can't deal with multiple children and a job.
I dealt with
So
5 children at a time once. Are you kidding me? Babysitting. Are you freaking
You're
kidding
too
me?
weak for that.
Oh my
You're too
god,
weak
we're
for
too
that.
weak for that.
Well, I think
You
I'm the
need an
only
A
pro-choice
B
to do
because
then.
you're too weak to deal with multiple children
Oh,
at once
my
and a
ass.
job.
Wait, Candy, hold on.
Yeah, so that's part of
Hold on.
why I call it anti-women.
So I
Yeah,
guess
hold on.
I'm the only pro-choicer here. Is
Oh,
that
awesome.
correct?
Okay, wait, how old are you?
I am 25.
Sweet.
Okay, guys, let's just not gang up on her because
No, that's
Yeah.
What is this?
we're
I
here to
appreciate
be
that.
kind, Hetty.
I appreciate that.
We love you, Hetty. We're here to be kind.
Thank you. I have been in a lot of these debates, and sometimes it can get very heated. It's a very emotionally charged topic, so I appreciate that.
We want you
Of
to
course,
come.
yeah.
to-
A lot of people just
to the
want to
light
scream
side.
at you, and yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, we want you to come to the light side. So, what is your views on pro-choice? Why are you pro-choice?
Well, I think if I have to say briefly, it's bodily autonomy and personhood is what it comes down to for me.
What is personhood?
So, when you're born and you have the ability to live independently on your own, you can develop memories, a consciousness, experiences, and emotions. Right, like the ability to do that, have a neurological framework in place. That's when you can make the emotions and the connections and the memories and what makes you you.
So, getting emotions, connections, and memories, is that what you value?
It's the ability to experience different things, right? It's the things that make you you, right? It's the fact that your brain can tell your hand to move up and down because your brain is
holds you, if that makes any sense. Am I articulate? I think I'm not articulating myself very well, but that is what it like. I don't think my body is what makes me me. I think my personality does, my memories do, my family does, my experiences do. That's personhood.
Hetty. So, 1 second before they're able to like make these experiences, right, should they be deprived of that personhood that you value so much?
So, I will answer it. I do feel it's a wee bit inflammatory, but I get 1 second, like you mean like during labor?
No, let's just say, because I'm sure I haven't discovered this, but usually when people talk about experiences, what is your cutoff aligned with? Is it aligned with? I'm trying to be like, okay, I'll kind of back it up. Sorry, I kind of came off across like rude right there. I apologize. So like, what is your cutoff? Is it sentience or viability or what is it?
I think sentience is a good thing.
No,
I think bodily autonomy. I think bodily autonomy, like even that very fact in itself, when it comes to that, like personally for me, like if I were to have one, if I needed one, I wouldn't do it after 24 weeks. And I think any woman that does it afterwards they've got themselves a crib, they've picked themselves out a name, they've visioned themselves with these shots, and if they need to have it after that period of time, because they've gone into it thinking they're going to have a baby and they're excited, it's going to be a horrible scenario for them. It's going to be so, and they won't want to do it, but they will do it. So anything after that will be.
The reason normally doesn't change. You'll see like 80% of the time it's just due to financial burden. The reason doesn't change after sentience. Generally, it's just going to be for the same problems, right? But you could see that people give more moral consideration, as you do, to a being of, I don't know how you're landing this obligation of moral consideration, because I see that a human being has moral consideration. And I define a human as an offspring of, is basically an offspring who's conceived, right? And so I would say, obviously, you would agree that this is a human, correct?
I do believe that life does start at conception biologically.
Okay, so what gives... So, okay, good. So what gives these... What emotions and these types of things gives a human being like moral consideration instead of just them being alive in the womb?
See, the thing is, looking at it from a moral perspective, it's not where I usually come from. I usually come from a practical one.
That's bodily autonomy. I can switch it.
Stick with that, Hetty. That's actually the best way to go.
Yeah. So
okay, fantastic.
I don't usually look at things from a moral perspective, and I do sometimes entertain them, but they usually come with very inflammatory questions that are very unlikely to happen.
Would you abort Schmittler? Would you abort Schmittler if you knew?
That again, that's even though you're pro-choice, I do think that's also, see, those are inflammatory questions. But the thing is,
it's a good question for a pro-lifer to answer, though. It's a great question for a pro-lifer.
Yeah, so what I would say is, would I abort Schmittler? I mean, today, he would hoard, like, people, like, if he's born in the United States...
He was going to cause another Holocaust. Like, he was going to kill...
Oh, yeah, okay, so there's like, okay. So what you would say is, like, no, and I'm okay with unaliving someone, right? Because why wouldn't I? Is because I don't grant the same moral consideration to every human. I don't grant that consideration.
So
I don't think every human has the same values. Okay.
You think some humans have less moral consideration than others?
Well, obviously, this is what I was about to ask.
Yes, of course. Do you think a rapist has the same moral consideration as someone who's innocent?
Well, I don't think that they should be. I'll answer the question. I'll answer the question.
Inflammatory question, mister. It's what I was just going to say is, what gives that fetus more moral consideration than the mother?
Nothing. They have the same moral consideration.
Okay.
I hold. Okay, so that would not apply to me because I hold a causal stance.
Okay, so what if the mother though was a serial killer, and she would then have less?
Dude, that has nothing to do with.
No, it does. To De Niro. This is for De Niro.
Go ahead.
This is for De Niro. De Niro. Okay. Let's say the mother was a serial killer, right? So you would say that she would have less moral consideration.
Wait. I don't want to cut you off, but say like serial unaliver.
Okay, let's say the mother was a serial unaliver. wouldn't this mean, under your idea of moral consideration, that she would have less moral consideration than the fetus, who has done no harm whatsoever, completely innocent?
Well, I would then value both beings at any points of this, right? So you were talking about a two-party moral. There's two parties there to morally consider, right? I would not value the fact that do you think your response? So what you would your ultimate takeaway is that I'm responsible for anything that my mother does, and so if that's the case, then you would see it to be true, right?
Wait, you think you're responsible for anything?
That's what you just said. Are you saying that that's
Wait
a moral obligation?
Mustaf, as another
Wait, guys.
so these pro-lifers have actually been nice
Hetty.
to come across.
Hetty, I want to hear your question, but De Niro was trying to ask M something. I don't even know what he was trying to ask.
So yeah,
No,
we're
you're
having,
good.
we're
I
having
just
a
I just was like,
conversation.
wait, what?
Yeah, we're having a conversation, and it is a charged one, and I do want to hear your perspective, and I do want to share mine with you, but I don't like the arguments and the tension of it sometimes. But my question was, what gives the fetus more moral consideration than...
It's a human being.
Great question. No, that's not the same, De Niro. You said a rapist has less moral consideration. So what grants the fetus moral consideration? What devalues someone's moral consideration?
Of course. So I would see that there is a future.
It's really hot here, so I'm putting my fan on. You're going to hear it.
Wait, Hetty, you know that fetus, embryo, etc., whatever, are human and alive, right?
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
They are biologically humanoid cells. It's like I've always used this analogy, and I found sometimes it's understood and sometimes it's not. But I think a fetus is something with human cells, yes, and it is created from conception. But it's something that has the potential to develop into a person, be born and live independently. However, if you look at a paedophile that goes...
You said however.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Keep going.
You look at a paedophile that goes to court and he's done something terrible, but he goes, yes, judge, she will be an adult, right? So just because something can become something, does that mean that it's... do you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, no, I do. In terms of them becoming a baby, that's not going to happen for a matter of months versus them becoming a human being. I was just making sure we agreed that they already are at that point.
So, yeah, De Niro, what I think Hetty asked a brilliant question. What needs to happen in order for someone's moral consideration to be decreased?
Nothing.
I'm not saying that I have the same consideration consistently throughout my view. You're the one who has the obligation in telling me what gives this being. We can agree that's a being and it's alive, right, the whole time. So you're granting. You're the one who's you're the one with the presupposition that something is changing, right? You're the one.
You said that a rapist doesn't have moral
at some point. You're the one who's saying at some point this being has moral value. I'm asking you, why do you believe this to be true?
Well, I think all human beings have an equal amount of moral value despite the actions that they permit. You disagree with that. You said a rapist has less moral value than someone that's completely innocent. And I am asking you, what would someone have to do in order for the moral value to be decreased?
I've already made stipulations. You believe that everyone has the same value?
But what's the principle? What's the principle? Like, what needs to happen, you know? Like,
how can you value a rapist and a moral person equally?
Oh my gosh, guys, we're getting way into the weeds.
Berta, come up.
I can answer the question if you want me to.
Yeah,
like
sure.
I said, these guys have come with good faith, and I do want to respect that, and I get what you're coming at. But in regards to the morality of it all, morality is it's like, from a lot of sociologists' perspective, it's looked at as a construct in a way, because different societies, different cultures have different moral standards, right, of what's right and what's wrong. The environment, the culture, the religion, the law, they all shape the morality of those people, right? So
because it's dependent on your ethical framework, right? So if you are anti-moral realist, you would think that. So, but what's the point of debating, right? Are you trying to persuade someone to your own preference? So, like, what's the point?
Yeah, if it's all subjective, then what does it matter?
The point of debating is there are contending different views, and there's no denying that. But the point is, everyone, in my belief, should live in dignity and with freedom of choice, right? And the best way, like from a very human perspective. And I'm getting distracted from mixed stuff.
You're yapping, buddy. You're yapping.
I mean, how far should that freedom go?
Do you want us to just not debate? Do you want us all to just go to sleep right now? Is that what you want us to do?
Obviously, the debates from previous lives, they get angry and they get aggressive. And if
they shouldn't.
The whole point of the debate, I think, is to come together and learn from different sides. These issues, they make people very divided.
I low-key want to manipulate everyone to believe what I believe. That's what my goal is. I know we have subjective preferences, but my goal is to make everyone be my slave essentially, and just follow my philosophy. And I think the world would be much.
Yeah. Okay. So, Hetty, how far do you think this freedom should go?
You mean like legally, like that?
The freedom that you were referring to. Yeah, legally.
Right. So everyone, as long as you don't infringe on someone else's rights, beliefs, and that doesn't impact you or hurt you, like someone's life or beliefs doesn't hurt you in any way, I don't think it matters. You just live your life the best you can. Obviously, murder, rape, like theft, all of them are illegal because they impact other people and society as a whole. But the whole point of being pro-choice is you don't have to personally do it yourself, right? If you were ever in a scenario where that would be an option, you could say, no, that's not something I believe in. I don't think is within my moral framework. However,
That's still a human being doing it. You're assigning a human being to unalive a baby.
But to infringe on someone else's moral framework, I just don't think is right.
Okay, so if somebody really
autonomy is not absolute, and it does not entail ending someone's life, right?
One person.
Really quick.
Candy only.
Just really quick. So you said you shouldn't infringe on somebody's moral framework. So if somebody's moral framework says that it's okay to go out and grape, 137 women every day.
She already answered this question.
Like I said,
it's all subjective. It's all subjective.
No, but like I said
that's
before,
what that person's
She already answered the question,
subjective moral framework says.
Candy, it's a bad
Then
question.
should the government have a right to infringe upon that person's personal moral framework or not?
Candy, it's a bad question.
Candy,
I was just trying to finish the question before anybody started talking. That's it.
You already answered that question, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I did answer that before because I said as long as you don't infringe or harm other people, what you do with your body, your love life, as long as you don't harm people or society with murder, rape, theft, within the law, you just have to live your life the best you can according to your moral.
So,
do you
Harris,
think
are you not
ending somebody's
Are you not
life?
harming? Are you not harming a human life? Do you think a fetus is human life?
I don't think.
Yeah, but you guys are
Oh
misunderstanding what she's saying, though. You're completely misunderstanding what she's saying.
Okay,
The
go
whole
ahead and
purpose.
recap it then.
Yeah, I mean, the whole purpose of not infringing on anybody's, life or anything like that is to produce a flourishing society. That's the whole reason why we, as Hetty explained, we have laws. That's the reason why morals usually are applied to laws or ethical situations that are then applied to laws to keep society flourishing. And here's the thing, before we start intervening with objections, the thing is that it must be pragmatic. You must take a pragmatic approach on how to choose what is ethical towards a society. We cannot say that if I throw this apple up in the air, that it's going to feed all 100 people in a society, because we can't think about what 100 people are going to do. We can probably think about what one person's going to do, but not even then. But 100, a society, it becomes less obvious. So we must take a pragmatic approach as to what we should do for society. Now, Hetty is agreeing that we should have abortions because, one, it's pragmatic. Why is it pragmatic? You are having a woman that is being forced to give birth to a child. She gives birth to this child is now part of a society. The way that she raises this child
Wait, what do you mean not
influences
part
how
of society? Just because they're inside the womb? Is that kind of what you're saying?
No, it's because the fetus.
No, wait,
has
I'm just trying to understand what you meant by not in society.
No. So what I mean is, when the woman gives birth, when we force a woman to give birth to a child, that child is now part of a society. She's out of the womb. She's now part of a society. The child is now part of a society. It is now up to the woman to raise the child. So when that child leaves and becomes independent, he or she integrates into society in some type of way. Now, the pragmatic approach comes when we have a woman that is giving birth to a child, that is forced to give birth to a child. She may not want to raise this child. She may not want to put the child up for adoption because she'll feel guilt. She's going to not raise the child the same way that a woman that willingly gave birth to a child would raise the child. The same way, Candy, if I pressed the red button, and you were no longer able to eat meat, you would not treat me the same way, because now something is out of your control that is imposing on your future, on your life. So you're not going to treat me the same way that this woman is not going to raise the child the same way. This child's going to probably grow up and become God knows what, and it's probably not going to be for the better, because humans are really all the same. It's really just a pattern. History is all just a pattern, a psychological pattern. You know, like if you don't give a candy to a baby, that baby's going to grow resentful, and he's going to start finding a need to steal. All people are like this.
Essentially, it can foster neglect, what he's saying, but from a societal perspective, yes. There's also, for example, you can't put health insurance on a fetus. You can't claim child support on a fetus.
You could if the law made it that way.
Yeah, but currently...
I'm just saying that's going to be a plea to legality because that's going to be a plea to legality because if Congress decided differently, then it would not be that way.
Well, number one, Candy, I'm actually in the UK, and my accent didn't give it away.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm just talking about here.
No, I get what you're getting at, and laws can change, and they do. But then I'd actually invite you to look at some and see. It is all interconnected, but sometimes it doesn't look that way. But you also have to look at it from a capitalist system that we're in. Right? Is it beneficial in a capitalist system to allow for insurance on children, for life insurance, health insurance, stamps? Is it equitable and like profitable to allow this to be done? To give something that isn't born yet and cannot live independently and no knowledge of whether it's going to be able to not have a miscarriage and live to fruition, give birth to fruition, pregnancy to fruition. I'm sorry. When I get passionate, I talk quickly. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
But and sadly,
This is a great argument, by the way. This is a fabulous argument.
Thank you. And I do study American politics in my degree. I'm actually doing my dissertation on US politics right now. You are in a deeply entrenched capitalist system, and because of that, research will show and indicates that there won't be any support those policies to allow health insurance or life insurance on them. So though that could be done, can it realistically be done in your system? It's unlikely.
It could if Congress decided to.
Okay, but here's the thing.
I agree with you that that's unlikely.
Here's the thing, though. It's unlikely that Congress would decide to, because it goes back to pragmatism. You know, like what is more pragmatic? What is a more rational approach to keep a society flourishing financially and systemically? You know, like we have to take the right choices, the rational decisions to actually continue a flourishing society, as Hedy said, financially or through the human population. And
okay, perfect.
Wait.
Okay,
That's. I mean, what she spoke, right, has nothing to do with normativity, right?
I have no idea.
So you're saying financial hardship equals the right to unalive a fetus?
Oh my gosh, no. Nominal, but aren't you pro-choice pragmatically?
No, I'm a soft pro-lifer, right? So
yeah, okay, soft pro-lifer, because then once it gets to the real world, right?
Okay,
Here,
so I can give a reductio, right?
I'll just do this. Nominal.
No, let me give a reductio first, right?
Nominal.
So,
let me ask you one question. Should abortion be outlawed?
No.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
Right?
Pro-choice pragmatically when it comes down to it.
Yeah, it's pro-choice.
Yeah, so we're talking about pragmatics here. I've run into a million times. I get that you're pro-choice normatively, and that's great. But we're talking specifically, he just said we're going to talk about pragmatics in this. And when it comes to pragmatic, you say that it shouldn't.
No, but it leads to a reductio, right? So, for example, if the baby is born and he's 1 year old, right, and the mom has financial difficulties or mental stress, right?
Wait, real quick. real quick. Now you're misunderstanding what we were saying. We're not talking about what a mother's financial needs are. We're talking about what the government, what the whole society, whoever's governing the society.
Yeah, but that's appealing to legality, right? It has nothing to do with
That's
normativity.
what I'm saying, though.
No,
It's an appeal to legality, but we're not justifying morality. This is an argument as to what is already happening and how it should continue based off of what's already happening.
We can't change the system. Like, it is so entrenched with history, colonialism, economics, power.
So wait. So if you are gaslighted in 1940s, right? So you think slavery is okay or genocide is okay?
I never
It's
said
not
that.
societal norms,
You're
right?
taking
Here's the
what
thing.
I'm saying out of context.
Here's the thing. No, it's
morality
a good
is not
question
based
to
on
ask.
societal norms.
It's a good
or
question to
individual
ask.
preferences, right?
It's a good question to ask, but
I think all Nominal is saying is that if the law, represents what we should believe, then there's been things that were incorrect in the past. But go ahead. Ash.
Yeah, so that's a classic appealing to legality, right? Or
No.
appealing to societal norms, right?
Wait, really quick, just let MQ finish what he's
He's
saying
disregarding
real
the first premise when he's mentioning slavery. You got to understand that slaves were human beings, and I said that there's two cases in which we need to make a pragmatic approach to make a functioning society: flourishing humans and financial stability. And you are neglecting the first premise of flourishing humans because we are making humans into forced labor.
No, but that's a utility view, which is also absurd, right? So I can see that, for example,
Wait, guys, before we get too into this, can we define human of what each person means when they say that? Because
no problem, Candy. I think you were being a wee bit argumentative there, but let's just take a breath.
There's a reason why I prefaced it with pragmatism, by the way.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, let me give you an example first, right?
No,
so
wait, guys, really quick.
You have a lot of hidden premises.
Wait. Let's let.
I'm trying to answer to MQ, right? I'm trying to answer MQ about
Nominal.
Okay.
Nominal. Hetty was in the middle of a sentence. Let's just let her finish, and then we can get on to the rest.
Sorry.
Thank you, Candy.
Wait, real quick. I'm sorry, real quick. Nominal, where are you from? I just have to ask.
Singapore. Yeah.
You're Singaporean? That's crazy.
Yeah.
I thought you were African.
Okay, anyway.
Chinese. I actually am studying Chinese, so it's not great.
I only know Spanish.
That's a crazy thing to say.
I know. It's my only flex. It is literally my only flex. So let me do it.
My problem with the your idea, we just need to take this kind of pragmatic approach is that in order to make your arguments, MQ, you bake in a lot of premises that we don't agree upon. So I don't know why I would even accept any of your arguments.
So here's the thing.
Considering that I don't,
you have to convince us of the premises first.
Catholic. I'm going to answer Candy's question, and we're going to keep it really chill like we've been doing. And
we're trying to do one person at a time.
Okay, I just wanted to bring that up.
I don't agree with Trump's policies
good.
either. I don't agree with Trump's policies either. That's why we live in a democratic society where there's a group of people. It depends on the political philosophy which the country contains. I'm sorry.
I get your point, Catholic. We're just trying to let how do you finish her question or her statement really quick?
Yeah. So like I said, what was your question? Being a human, what's a human? Handy. Sorry, I think it was done. So
I'm not saying that's sufficient or necessary. I was just making sure that it's established.
Before
we get too deep into it.
Human is a biological animal. To say it does have
an
biology.
Organism.
But
of
is
the lighter
it
skin,
a person?
of the lighter skin. Don't forget that part.
Oh, stop it! Don't even. Wait, Hetty, are you talking about personhood?
No, because I feel like I can't force you, right? Like I said this, to give me an organ because that's your right. And if you're saying that the fetus is a baby and has rights too, then you're automatically ignoring the mother's rights. So
no, I get I get what you mean. That
personhood is what defines, and it can live independently on its own, develop its own experiences. That's when it's legally accepted by society. That's when it is. But apart
so do you mean sentience, viability, or birth? Because you said accepted by society. Obviously, that would only happen at birth.
Thank you.
Legal terms, or are you talking about viability or sentience?
Yeah, it would be viability.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I'm just asking Hetty what you're referring
Yeah,
to.
like viability is. Yeah, I do think viability is like when it can live independently outside the womb on its own. Yeah, that's when it starts.
Okay, so when you say viable, I guess I'll just ask how you define that. Do you mean like
Can live
able to
independently on its
live
own.
out? Do you mean like able to survive outside of their natural environment, or like because viable usually what that means is like surviving outside of the womb, right?
You've said outside their natural environment.
Yeah, no. I'm just clarifying your definition of viable.
If you mean
That
outside the
usually when
womb,
people, oh, sorry, I just want to clarify. Usually when people say viable, they mean able to survive outside of the womb.
And it can be viable inside of the womb too. That's a good thing to mention.
Yeah, of course. Which would still, even if whether they're inside or outside, they still may or may not be able to
yeah,
live
I mean,
outside.
if it has to live on an incubator, then I'm gonna have to it still needs external help, and that's 100% viable there.
Yeah, people have different definitions of viable, but even most people, like, if the baby can be sustained outside of the womb through equipment, that would still be considered viable from a medical standpoint. I can't talk right now. That would still be considered I cannot talk viable from a medical standpoint because they're able to be sustained off of medical equipment.
I get
which would be in short, viability would depend on the technology available to that child, right?
For me, when you say when I say viable, in my opinion, it doesn't need an incubator, and I'm gonna put this in a practical terms here. Because,
okay, yeah, I just all I want is your definition of what you mean when you say that, so that I can, respond appropriately.
If it can live independent, like I'm not saying if it's out of the womb
without machinery,
like kill it. I mean, it's out and it is medically viable, yes, but I also think that.
Wait, so to clarify, do you mean like without machinery, or do you just mean that they can survive?
Personally, for me,
okay, yeah, no, I just want to have a clear definition of what you mean when you say that.
I'm trying to bring some practicality into this, and I'm trying to articulate myself.
Yeah, you're
sorry.
good. You're good. I just want your exact definition so I know what you're talking about.
My understanding in the US, you pay for healthcare and a lot of money for it for children, even from childbirth, and then so. If we're going to look at it from a practical standpoint, if the child can survive independently outside the womb but needs to depend on machinery to survive, it's still going to be a financial burden, right? And
yeah, no, I agree with that.
Come in with that.
And yeah, no, I agree with that. Are you classifying that as medically viable though?
Yeah, medically viable. Then yeah, technically, but I also have a standpoint where I feel like if it would have been a better option to abort it for the mother, everyone else, it's a personal choice. But I feel like in countries like yours where like medical and financial care is a very serious constraint, it's practicality that should and needs to be taken into consideration. Sorry, I'm jumbling.
No, you're fine. Me too. I just want to make sure I know what you mean when you say viable, because
medically, I'm sorry, I've gone around the houses. I'm so sorry, but yeah.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Most of the time, when people say viable, they mean, in short, able to be sustained by the technology available in that area. Versus, I don't know. There's multiple
in my country, healthcare is free. So in that scenario,
if it's free, if it's free, does that mean that your government is just paying it out of their own pockets, like they're just being generous?
We pay taxes, and it goes.
Okay. So then we see that it's not really free. It's just the way that
we don't have to pay £40,000 to give birth.
The way that you pay for it is different than what we do. But that's how they've got you guys. They're like, it's free because it's out of sight, out of mind, because you pay it out of taxes.
We are all here in good faith. I appreciate that. That's your that you have an opinion on this topic, and I want to hear it, and I'm willing to hear it.
Wait. You do as well.
Wait, okay, Catholic. I love Jesus, but let's do one person at a time.
Okay.
You're argumentative there, Catholic, and aggressive.
You can say that actually.
No, it's
I didn't
okay.
think
I
that
just
was-
want to hear
I wasn't
somebody's
being
whole
aggressive. I was
thought
just-
before we get on
I was
to something
just,
else.
Yeah, I wasn't being aggressive. I was just bringing up the fact.
No,
that
Catholic.
I pay for a
Yeah, I don't think you're being aggressive. It's fine to clarify. I just wanted to hear Hetty's whole thought before we get on to a whole thing.
In my country, because we don't have to pay £40,000 just to have a natural birth, I would say, and we obviously have to pay for children incubators. All right, then I wouldn't take that practicality into concern. But I feel like you're a different circumstance, and you've got a real cost of living crisis in your country, and it shouldn't be the case, but it is. It is what it is, and it's not right. But there are factors that do have to be taken into consideration.
I think that's why we ought to start trying to like fix that problem, remedy that before we start.
So
I mean, this goes on all over the planet, but especially in the United States, most of it is just the news stations trying to turn everybody against each other, and none of the problems actually get solved, and I think basically everybody here probably agrees with that, especially in the US. It's like, hey, everybody just hate each other. CNN's gonna tell you to hate the Democrats. Or
I've got a question for Harris, right? So Harris, do you think abortion is okay for all 9 months?
From a bodily autonomy perspective, yes.
So are you talking to? Okay, wait. Before we
wait.
Non-mole, I love you, but let's.
Let me continue. So what's the difference between a newborn that is out of the womb and 8 months old baby?
Wait.
Is it okay to kill that?
Nominal.
that
I'd
8 months old
love for
baby?
Hetty to answer that question, but before we get to that, Hetty, do you have like a specific? I think this would be relevant to the next question we should ask Nominal. Do you have like a specific? Do you have any cutoffs or anything like that? Like 24 weeks.
In the UK,
You said no, right?
it's actually kind of like on the borderline. Actually, we've got a little bit of debate in the UK now. It's on Parliament floor to officially legalise it, but it is legal under medical circumstances and rape and incest. But it's 24 weeks under all of those circumstances, and that's something where I actually would cut off. But for example, once bodily autonomy is infringed on at any point in time, that creates a precedent to be infringed on in other areas. So if you can say her bodily autonomy can be infringed upon at even if it's at 8 or 9 months, like I don't personally agree with it, but that opens the door for other bodily autonomies to be infringed upon, such as forcing someone to donate blood, or like it would become a spiral. And I just
can I ask you one clarifying question?
Can we like land your plane like for 20 minutes?
No, just ask. Like, no, she's okay, right, with aborting baby, right, at the 8 month period, the 8 months threshold. You think it's okay, right?
I said legally,
Is it okay?
I don't think it's smart to set the precedent. Morally,
No, you.
Wait,
I'm not appealing to legality, right?
Yeah,
What's your preference? Yeah. What's your preference?
Yeah, we're just asking your
Do you
personal
agree or?
opinion
Like,
as of now. I think right
like,
now,
if I would do it, or just like as the whole situation of it.
what you think?
No, do you think you ought to do
Yeah,
it?
what
Do
you
you
think
ought to
should
do
be
it?
okay.
24
Like
weeks.
1 month would be okay for an abortion. 9 months would be okay for an abortion. Whatever in between there, what you
24
personally would feel comfortable with.
24 weeks.
Okay.
Is that because it's the law?
No, because that's when the neurological development takes place. The pain like networks are coming in.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
development
then
of
you're
some
not on 9 months then.
Nobody keeps that.
Wait,
But you said you're all 9 months.
You
I
said
just want
24 weeks are cut off, so you don't care about bodily autonomy.
No, so
Yeah.
Jared, like I said, I've had a really good conversation on this live so far, and it's all been in good faith.
I think,
please don't
yeah.
inflammatory.
I think,
I'm sorry.
yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Hetty. Wait, we're trying to let Hetty finish. I was gonna ask a question, but my internet sucks. But go ahead, Hetty.
So, Jared, it's not just illegally, it's that law is there here because it's been scientifically proven that that's best for the mother and the best for the fetus. The only reason why I would say full 9 months as legally is because I don't think setting the precedent for bodily autonomy to be infringed upon is smart, because that's a snowball effect that can be infringed on other bodily autonomy laws.
Okay, cool. Is it all 9 months or is it 24 weeks? What are you okay with personally?
Well, like I said, personally for me, I wouldn't, if I was ever, God forbid, in that situation where I needed one, I wouldn't do it.
If you made the law, would you have a cutoff?
Yeah, that's where I'm getting at. Is Hetty, do you want to make a distinction between your normative and pragmatic stance? You know, meaning what you think should be. Versus...
Do you think this ought to be the case?
Yeah. So if I were to make the law, if that's what you're asking, that is a very complex topic, but I'm going to do my best to articulate myself. That 24 weeks is the legal cutoff unless medical exemptions prove
We're
otherwise.
not talking about the fucking law.
Ask me if I were to make the law.
Pretend the law does not exist.
Yeah.
Your personal worldview. What is a cutoff that is okay with you? Not to any law. What personal cutoff is fine by you?
Jared, I've answered this question several times.
Are you saying 24 weeks for that?
You said the law allows 24 weeks. I don't care what the law allows.
No, I've said that is something that I would also align myself with, because that is the scientifically proven.
Yeah. Can I ask one more question that might clear things up that's really quick, and then I'll let you go, Jared?
Sure.
I was just gonna say, like, Hetty, is there something that, in your opinion, changes between 24 and 25 weeks that changes the moral relevance of the child?
Not more relevance. I think it's their development, whether it be consciousness, pain, the neural network. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So what have they developed that now give the moral value? We're kind of saying like the ability to sense pain.
From what I understood from GCSE biology, like I'm gonna have, if you give me a second to just quickly Google that, because
you're fine. You're fine. I just am trying to get a feel for your stance before we can really question it. You know.
I think I have given it. Maybe I haven't articulated myself well enough.
Yeah, no, you're fine. I just want to make sure we have it correct before we start trying to ask questions about it.
Okay.
And just to be clear, she has given what she said as far as the stance. Legally, it is all 9 months. She said that.
Okay. Yeah, Hetty, I want to let you speak for yourself. Are you saying that pragmatically you are all 9 months, meaning that in the real world that women can have abortions up to 9 months as long as they're not lethal all 9 months?
So, like I said, if I were to make the law, because I think that question came up, I would say legally the cutoff would be 24 weeks, unless medical exceptions came in about that would need to be terminated after that.
Yeah. Okay, so you're not really an evictionist then, because under the evictionist standpoint, that would mean you could remove the child up to 9 months.
Basically saying like bodily autonomy is absolute in this case.
When did your stance change? Because just one live ago,
nothing's changed. Like I said, setting the legal precedent to infringe on anyone's bodily autonomy is dangerous.
Okay, wait, yeah. No, I agree. I agree. Really quick. Sorry, I don't want to cut you off if you're still making a point. I just had a question. But.
No, like anyone that's gonna that is the suggested time frame anywhere in the world where abortion is safe for mother and fetus, right? Yeah. Anyone that has it after that, they're planning for it, right?
Not necessarily, but I just wanted to ask what your definition of bodily autonomy is.
Even if that were true, that would not, that's irrelevant, right?
Yeah, no, it's irrelevant, but I mean, even
it's just that if it wasn't a real it would be such an emotionally
that's not even real in real life, and that's not even relevant. So both of these are going to be like internal contradiction of your arguments.
I just want to come up with somewhat of an agreed upon term of the definition of bodily autonomy, or at least start with you. What's your definition of autonomy?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to ask
autonomy?
you. Thank you.
Yeah. What do you mean when you say bodily autonomy? What would be your definition of that if you had to at least, broadly I cannot talk. Broadly.
I'm tired over here. I'm just
right.
Okay.
Broadly determined. I'm like, what am I talking about? But yeah, Hetty, if you had to give like some sort of broad definition to the term bodily autonomy, what would you mean when you use that term?
It's the right for every person to have control over their own bodies without coercion, coercion or like interference of any kind. It's just like to be able to make decisions for your own health, your body, like that is it, right? It's consent to, it's consent, whether it be bodily autonomy. It doesn't just come with medical ethics, with informed consent for treatment, gender equality and bodily integrity. Like I'm trying to think of other, even sexual relationships. There's bodily autonomy involved, right? And so is conception.
No, I get the idea. I just don't want to get too deep into it. I guess I would just say, like, what do you think, in your opinion, gives somebody rights over their body? Like, do you just think that it's their property, or do you just think that it's like by virtue of the fact that they have a body, then they should have control over it? What gives control?
If it's not
here's the compacted question: is what gives somebody control over their own body?
The fact,
like,
that
is it just the fact that they have a body, or
if it's their body, what are they aborting?
Yeah, no, I just am trying to ask Hetty, what gives somebody the right over their own body? Is it the fact that they have a body?
Yeah, is their rights absolute?
Something else?
Well, then what gives you have the right to make decisions about your medical health care, right? And you're asking what gives you that right. It's because it's your vessel, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Fantastic.
Exactly. What gives me the right to medical decisions about my own body is the fact that I'm making those decisions about my own body. But in the case of pregnancy, there's going to be another human body that's also involved. So then the question becomes, what right do I? Third person's
Let me answer. Harris, you do know that bodily autonomy is not absolute, right? Because there is a duty to
probably
preserve.
doesn't even know what that means.
The duty to preserve life overrides full bodily autonomy. So, for example, a mother cannot refuse to feed or shelter her newborn, right, to preserve her bodily comfort or time, right? You do know that, right? So, if it's not absolute, then what gives you the right to end a human life?
Okay.
Because I can say right now,
wait, guys, can we let Hetty answer the questions though? Because I feel like we've shot like 780 questions.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, let's give her a chance to answer, and then we can ask some
We
other.
have had a very good faith conversation, and I'm liking having this conversation with you, and I'm happy that you're not asking these questions in such a friendly environment. So I don't mind but I'm forgetting all the questions you've asked me.
You said you bodily autonomy, right?
What should I answer first?
But I said bodily autonomy is not absolute. A mother cannot refuse to feed or shelter her newborn to preserve her bodily comfort or time. So the duty to preserve life always obeys full bodily autonomy, right?
In what scenario would that come up? You said that.
Can I give the Cabin in the Woods really quick? Have you heard that before, Hetty?
No.
Okay, so let's say I'm I can't remember the exact thing, but you'll get the idea. I'm an artist. I like painting. Actually, is true. But let's say I called my friend up and she said, "Hey, yeah, you can stay. We have this cabin in the middle of the woods. It's really nice. You've got all this food, all this shelter, blah blah blah." I drive out. It's 2 hours away from civility. I'm staying there. I'm painting, drawing, reading, watching random YouTube stuff, having a good old time. And then I go to make some spaghetti. I look out the window and it starts snowing. I finish my spaghetti, I'm eating it, and I progressively keep looking out the window. It's snowing harder and harder. And before I know it, it's like a snowstorm. My car is snowed in, there's no way to get out. I try to call my friend to say, hey, girl, like, everything's fucked here, right? And the phone lines went out. None of the phone lines work. I try my cell phone. The car won't back out.
Candy, have you gotten to the hypothetical yet, or are you going to give the scenario surrounding it?
Okay, Jared, there's no need to be rude.
You get to go.
Well,
I'm getting the idea now.
That's dragging too much.
Give it in 45 minutes. I'm just wondering.
It hasn't. Look, there's no need to be rude.
Cool story, bro. Cool story, bro. I've given this example 100 times, and people always go like, "Oh, well, you could just call somebody." So
no, I'm not, no, you haven't even gotten to the point yet. You've been like,
Jared. There's really no need.
Are you helping me?
We've gone on for like 3 minutes about everything surrounding the hypothetical. Give the
It's been
hypothetical.
about 40 seconds. Anyway, you're not. Jared, if you think you're helping me get to the point, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with you. So anyway, if you think you're helping me get there quicker, get help. Anyway, so, there's no way to call anybody. There's no way to drive anywhere. There's no way to get in contact with anybody. My back starts hurting, my stomach starts hurting, and a baby flops out of me. Which is called a cryptic pregnancy. Have you ever heard of that?
I have, like, vaguely, but
yeah, no. This, like I said, obviously, this isn't going to be something that happens frequently, but it's more of a normative.
Like, there was this case a couple of years ago over here where a girl, she was a wee bit overweight and she was pregnant, and she didn't realize she was pregnant, and she had the baby, and she's like, oh my god, how do I have a baby? She didn't even know she was. Is that what you mean?
No, exactly. It's kind of the reason that it's been dragged out, as Jared pointed out, is the fact that it's covering every base. Not every base, but
I'm so sorry to be rude. But
no, you're fine. Don't worry about being rude. That's Jared.
What was
Jared can have his fun. It's like a challenge to offend me, so Richard or Jared, whatever the fuck, can have his fun.
I'm trying to get an idea of where you're leading me here in this conversation, and I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry for anything. I just love when people ask questions. I can clarify. You're good.
Please, can you? I'm sorry. Could you just clarify it, just in a little simple terms? I know what you mean. No, just if you don't mind.
Can I give it to her real quick? I think it'll be a little easier.
Wait. You're a good Catholic. I'll let you go in a second. I just want to hear what her question was so I can answer it.
She wanted to clarify it, and I think I can clarify just and make it really easy for her.
Okay, wait, really quick. Hetty, can you let it be known what you wanted to clarify?
Yeah, no, it was a wee bit long. I'm sorry, and I did get a couple text messages from my sister there, and I was a wee bit distracted when she was texting me. I know why I'm up at 4:30 in the morning. I don't know why she's up. So
I'm just gonna make it simpler. It's gonna be the same
go
example.
ahead, Catholic.
I'm just gonna make it simpler. It's gonna be the same example. What she's asking you is imagine a scenario where you don't realize that you're pregnant,
Wait,
right?
Catholic, I could have done that myself.
Hold on. You're gonna see what I'm gonna do with your scenario, right?
Okay, go ahead.
We'll see. Okay. So you could have
women have the power of Jesus too.
Okay, so you have a situation where you have a woman that doesn't realize that she's pregnant. So she has a cryptic pregnancy, and she gives birth at home. The issue is, however, that so she doesn't realize she's pregnant. The child's on the floor, and she calls for help. However, no one is able to get to her right away. And that could be for a number of reasons. Could be anything. Could be snow. Could be whatever. Could be a hurricane. Should she have the obligation to provide for this child before she can transfer this obligation? Or would you say that she has no obligation, and that if she doesn't want to take care of this child, it would be perfectly fine to allow this child to starve and there'd be no legal consequences to her?
So is she under any moral obligation to take care of this child after she's given after she's having a cryptic pregnancy and given birth to it?
So you believe
proximal?
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it's proximal. Obviously, obligation is what's cashing out here.
Okay, so it is a moral equivalency, and like I said, I usually draw from the pragmatic side of it, based on what's happening in real world scenarios, and it is something that, like you said, it doesn't happen very often.
But wait. I'm not going to let you get away with that, because you brought up the idea.
No, I'm not.
Hold on. I do want to bring this up because I want to show. Hold on.
I just wanted to say, Catholic.
Hetty, I do want to bring something up. You said that you draw from the pragmatic side, but you did bring up the case of donating donating organs and stuff like that. So you don't always.
That was in reference to
in the same conversation.
Catholic,
you brought up a normative
Catholic.
argument. I just want to point that out.
Catholic.
Okay, so let's go to pragmatic then.
So, good faith, please, Catholic. Please don't interrupt. I know this is something you feel passionate about. I can respect that. It's something I feel passionate about too. And I do like having these constructive conversations, but I don't appreciate you being argumentative about it.
Can we get off the meta and can you just answer the question?
That's being a bit argumentative and a bit rude. I don't appreciate that.
Okay, but we're still in meta now.
Look,
can we get to the conversation?
Catholic, I really want to answer it, but I'm going to ask you to be a bit more respectful, because I feel like I've been respectful to you and I've listened to you.
I'm still waiting.
And you're not being respectful, okay? Can you just acknowledge we are in a good faith conversation about a very complex topic? I am happy to engage with you in this topic, but I'm not going to be disrespected and condescended to.
Sorry. Can you continue?
Guys, you don't have to agree with somebody to be respectful to them.
Yeah, me and Candy disagree on this topic, and we haven't had a contentious argument so far.
Exactly.
So, you don't want someone doing something like this?
Okay, but here's the thing: it doesn't matter. Hetty hasn't been disrespectful to me.
Not at all. Not at all. I can even vouch for that, because these two have been going back and forth this whole entire time, trying to understand where she's coming from on her stance, and just let her answer the question and not be so condescending and so harsh towards her, because this is what she believes in. This is what she, wants for people who can't withstand a pregnancy and who are not ready.
Okay,
that's I'm not pro-choice.
Here's the issue.
I'm not wait. Here's the thing. I'm not pro-choice.
We haven't had a contentious argument so far. If you,
here's the thing, guys.
You provide the same, please. You bring in
no matter what you believe. I'm not pro-choice in the slightest, but I will still sit there and listen to pro-choice people so that I can actually construct a criticism argument.
A constructive argument, and that is fair, and that is how you do it. Right, that is how real debates are done, and I respect you, Candy, for that. I really do.
But there has to be good faith in arguments, though, and when you have someone, and whether they intend to, hold on.
Hold on. You're not being in good faith to me.
I know that just do one person at a time, no matter who it is. Just one idea at a time.
Every time I go to say something to Hetty, you cut me off, so I want to be able to finish what I'm saying. So, like in this particular conversation, when you bring up something, it is fair to point out inconsistencies with your argument and critique it. Like, you can think that that's rude, but that's actually part of the debate. Every time you get pressed, it's not someone that's being rude to you. It's just showing you that there are inconsistencies in your argument. There's no point in a conversation.
I'm sorry, Catholic, you're saying I'm getting pressed and you're introducing inconsistencies with my arguments, but I beg you. All right.
Oh my gosh. Okay, guys, do we want to go around?
Now, I would like to answer your question. All I'm asking for is not to be disrespectful, treat me the same way I'm treating you, right? I am not raising my voice. I'm not talking over you.
I'm not
At least I'm
raising my
trying
voice
not to.
either.
And
Can you
you're being,
instead of tone
you see,
policing, can
the
you just
condescending tone.
Okay.
Can you? Yes or no? Yes or no? It's not in good faith debate. All right. If you want to hear
Let's
my,
all just try to ask questions and answer them. That's it.
if you want to hear my true perspective on it, I'm really happy to give it, but you have to be willing to listen to it. Okay.
I'm willing to
you're
listen, but I
spending
think
more
honestly,
time with this than you are actually answering any questions,
Because
and
I'm
that's
not
why I
going
say
to
you're
handle. I'm not going to
Well,
lay
that's-
down and let you
Okay,
disrespect
okay, yeah,
me. I
so-
have self-respect.
guys, can we all go around in a circle and
All right,
say,
guys,
I
I'm
agree
finally
to be
back.
respectful?
Host, I'm
Oh, I
finally
have a
back.
timer on my thing. I think it means I'm going to go in a few minutes. Should I just leave or?
No, you have 5 minutes left. I didn't put a timer.
Oh, okay.
Attention. Just let's get back.
Oh,
to the
by
topic.
the way, Ashlyn in the comments. This is not rage bait. This is about accurate. So, but you guys can continue.
So
enough with the tone policing and everything. Just go back to the topic.
Okay. Thanks.
Is Third Reich like Schmittler?
It is.
Yeah, that's what they're called. Yeah.
Okay.
So back
Okay.
to the debate.
I'll get more into that
what was
later,
it,
but go ahead.
Called obstetric something pregnancy where and does it have the moral? Does the mother have the moral obligation to take care of this? And when she didn't even know, and that is a very complex moral dilemma, and I think philosophers would love you for it.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think it's
answer the
complex.
question?
Like I said, it's very complex, and I haven't had enough time to think about it. I don't feel comfortable like jumping in with my 100% answer now. But if you want me to give like one, I would say, I think yes, you would, because it's been born and it's outside, and it may be a confusing situation for both. But I think there would be some moral equivalency there. It's a very scary situation. What you do afterwards when you get someone to come in, and the pragmatics afterwards would be different. But in that situation, till you get someone there, yeah, I guess there would be some moral obligation there.
When does the obligation go up even more? Because in the last live, when I gave you the example of the 2-year-old, you were emphatic that it could be unalive.
Well,
So
you said I didn't say that, Catholic, and that I did say it was an inflammatory question in the last live, and you were behaving the same way in the last live that you are now.
Me asking you
wouldn't let me
I want to point out that me asking her the difference between and how she would handle a situation with a 2-year-old, she considers to be inflammatory. Why does she consider it to be inflammatory?
Okay, so
because of the fact that it actually stresses her
how about you let me
worldview.
explain that then, instead of being contentious? I have not had the same thing with Candy or, sorry, is it Kat, right?
Yes,
I am trying to have a constructive
choice, though, right?
Now, you brought up a scenario. If a mother was under financial constraints in the last life, could she morally be able to kill a 2-year-old? I said that is a logical fallacy, because the child is born. It has been out and independent for 2 years. That is
What's the logical fallacy?
Wait, I think what Catholic is asking is what the relevant difference between the newborn and the 2-year-old that you're asking, or that you're referring to.
I do think I have answered this previously, but I can reiterate that I do think it's the very fact that it can live independently on its own, it has a consciousness, it has personhood, it can have experiences.
Wait, what do you mean by it in this circumstance?
Sorry, the 2-year-old, I don't know the gender.
Okay.
But it can have emotions, it can have feelings. It's been in the world for 2 years. Outside of, it is an independent organism. Therefore, it would be murder.
Yeah. So are you saying that emotions are sufficient for moral consideration?
No.
Okay, you said they can feel things.
It's like in the womb, they don't really have emotional attachments, and they're not really formed yet.
True.
Wait, how do you know that? How do you know that?
That's not even close to true.
I can find a study. I think I saw that
bullshit.
My ex
In the
was a
womb is where
biologist.
the development happens. In the womb is where the child develops his emotional bond to the mother.
Right.
Do you have studies for that? I'm just
why
going
when
to
the child is
research.
birthed.
Again,
Hey, can I speak? Can I speak? Thank you. That's why when the child is birthed and then put in the mother's arms, it stops crying. Because it recognizes its mother's touch and it recognizes the emotional bond.
No, I'm really going to ask you.
They can cry in the womb as early as I think it's 5 to 6 months in the womb.
Guys, there's a
wait. How early?
I think it was like 5 to 6 months. The last study I saw.
Let's not just forget like her position here. Okay, so this is why it all crumbles right here. She values viability, okay, and she said so that's her prerequisite. So she doesn't value sentience, right? So all the experiences that she's talking about is completely semantic here. Does not apply, it's irrelevant. Because she doesn't actually apply this in her own logic. Because if you see
so I have the study here.
Hold on, can I talk? I was not done talking, thank you. Okay, so in this instance, right, I would say that viability, she said that she can eliminate a being as so long as it's not viable, but it could be sentient. So all these experiences that she's talking about would be interfered on.
So, De Niro, okay, I see what you're trying to say. But I've literally just got the, I got it here, what it says here. Just quickly Google it and give me like the co-pilot definition here. But it says, the fetal, the brain begins developing early, but the structures like prefrontal cortex, critical for emotional regulation and decision making, remain immature until years after birth. Right? That's when personhood really comes in. So in the third one,
at birth. What's your
okay?
source?
Wait.
So years after birth, and it says.
Okay, so you can eliminate a being years after birth without because they don't meet your standard.
I
for
never
moral
said
consideration?
years after birth. All right.
You just said this. What's your standard for moral consideration?
I'm sorry. Please, like,
Okay,
don't
go
put
ahead.
words in my mouth. Am I being contentious with you? Am I talking over you?
Yes,
Am
you
I
cut me off 3
interrupting your
times. That I'm going to
arguments?
speak. Go ahead.
Okay, so from what I've got here, all right, and you can look this up yourself, right? But the person that I'm talking about, right? Now, just on the emotional point, right? I'm not saying I do stand by the viability framework because it can independently live outside of the womb, but if we're going to look at just the emotions, it says here the brain begins to developing early, but the structures like the prefrontal cortex, critical for emotional regulation and decision making, remain immature until years after birth.
What's the source?
In the third, right, like I said, it just Googled and I've just got the co-pilot here. Let me just look on a different scholarly article. I just wanted to quickly give you the summary here. Okay, and I'm going to get you on.
That makes her argument even
I can't click my
worse.
fingers and get it. I just said I Googled it and I've got the co-pilot
Let her
here.
have the chance to speak and give the source, please.
I thought that
Thank
she was Googling it, so I was just kind of talking over that.
Right. So
let her go, please.
Value viability, right? Value viability.
Yeah, but
I have said that. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, if she's going to make the claim, she needs to provide a source.
I know I am, and I'm not saying I'm not going to. I'm literally doing it now. A lot of my biological understanding is from GCSEs, and that was a biologist. But hold on.
Hey, Protect, do you have a kick gif or anything like that?
I don't.
What would you name one as, like, if you had to pick one for a gift to kick a guest? Like, what would you just off the top of your head, what gift would you say?
What do you mean? Like, what do you mean by that?
Like, I'll gift you, like, if someone were to gift you something in order to kick a guest off the panel. This is something.
If you want, if you want,
I guess. Wait, I guess
about you. I'm just talking in general.
I guess a donkey. I guess a donkey.
Okay, I was just wondering. Go ahead, Hetty. I wasn't talking about you. You were googling something. I thought you were busy googling. I was just talking.
No, I am. I just thought you want to kick me off and you don't have me.
No, I was just talking to him in general because it's not on his prompt.
I don't know how to do that though. I don't know how to think.
That's okay. That. I thought you said give me a minute, and I thought you were in a teacup. My bad.
And to be fair, Hetty, I'm not asking you for the source because just to ask you for a source. Like if I agreed with you, I wouldn't even ask you for the source. I disagree with the information you're providing That is why I'm asking for a source.
Trying to look for it. Let's be respectful, please.
Okay, hold on. Sorry. I did my nails weeks ago, and they've gotten so bloody long that I can barely type.
Yeah, if anyone watches me, I rarely ask for sources in debates just because I figure most of the time it's a waste. It's a waste, especially if we already agree upon a certain thing. I'm not going to just ask it just to ask. I don't think it does.
And I am always advocating for providing sources. It's something that I've
Wait, Catholic. Wait. Why would you let a claim go unchallenged?
If I agree with the claim that's being provided, like I've seen the same information, I'm not going to ask them just to ask them.
Right.
If it's something that I wholeheartedly have seen information that would contradict that, then yeah, I'm going to ask them.
Yeah, I hold the same principle. I mean,
there's some people that will just ask for a source and they agree with it, but they ask it kind of like a rhetorical thing, and I don't think that that's like as much good faith, and I think it's a waste of time. Like you can get into the argument a lot better by actually, kind of going into it. But if there's a disagreement, yeah, they need to provide the source.
the only reason I would have moved on in this instance, which I'm fine with providing a source, is because if she
I'm trying to read it, but it's got so much science jargon. It's so confusing. I'm gonna have to dumb this down for me because. So, what is the metabolic functions appear? I'm just googling that. Hold on. What the metabolic? Okay, so I think this is the paper. It's on my iPad, and if I leave the phone to copy and paste it, it's gonna pick me up. But if you research the fetal brain behavior and cognitive development by R. Joseph, I think it's what's here, 2000, and it's on Google Scholar. That's the source there that says there are brain developments in there, but when it comes to emotional awareness and higher cognitive functions and the cerebral cortex, it develops later after birth.
yes,
that says that.
that's generally the conversation of like theist identities, right?
No, that's a biological study there. It's from what's the school? I'm used to doing it.
So, okay, can I ask you a question?
Bryan Research Laboratory, St. Joe's, California.
I think they're already looking it up. If they need some more information, then they can come back up. So, can I ask you a question? Is that when you give a being moral consideration then? Because that's when it hits your conjunct for moral consideration.
No, like I said, I do
Can you
look
please
at
stop cutting me off until I'm done talking? Is that why you give them? So would it hit your conjunct for moral consideration after it's like after a year or two after it's born? What's your consideration? Go ahead.
My stance still stands. I am for viability, right? And it can survive independently outside the womb. I think when we came on to the whole emotional and personhood concepts, I thought that was a while ago, but that's where we've kind of brought this up. And I said, I did this stem from the what was it called? The something pregnancy where they just had a baby and they didn't realize they were pregnant, and she's stranded, and does she have a moral obligation to that? I think that's where it stemmed from. But in regards to where I stand on that, I still stand by viability.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Where is your cutoff? That's all that I was wondering.
Yeah.
So if your cutoff is at viability, here's the biggest problem with this, okay? This is going to be completely circumstantial on where you are. It's a proximal obligation, right? So viability would be like standards on medicine of where you're. It varies from state to state even. So like Colorado and Alaska have different viability. Again, why would the proximal obligation give you less or more moral value? Go.
Okay, so I don't know about those states specifically, but I'm guess like you're saying that you're asking why do those different states have different standards?
I know why. I'm saying what's happening is I know why. It's because the technology in certain parts of the country are lower or less progressed than other parts of the country, but specifically in like major cities, you'll see like this is the case compared to rural areas, right? So why would viability, which is let me give you my definition of viability, the potential or the basically the survivability outside of the womb is my answer to viability, what I think viability to be. So if you think that basically until someone can survive outside of the womb, that's what gives them moral consideration, I would have to say, what's your claim for that? Because you just said that it's not sentience, because sentience and identity do not come until after 2 years after the child's already born. So what gives viability moral?
Actually, I didn't say sentience. I said emotional development, and that's what the study was on.
Okay.
And there was a claim
That's
that made
what
that you can
fucking
have.
sentience is.
Is it
the same thing?
Emotional development? It is different. Sentience and emotional development is different.
You're literally.
Where do you no? It doesn't. Where do you think the emotional development comes from?
Okay, so psychopaths don't have emotions, right? But they have sentience.
Yeah,
Right,
but they
so
don't have emotions.
right.
They don't have emotions because their sentience is
But they're
different. Than yours.
sentient. So, but basically, let me answer his question, right? So you're asking. God, I've forgotten because I've got John off. But why is the viability okay, but not the sentence? Is that what you were saying? Was that the question?
What? No, you've already. Yeah. Why do you value viability over sentience, or why do you value viability? Right. That's all my question is. And then if you say that you don't value viability,
Why do I? Viability is because that's when bodily autonomy kicks in, right? For
Okay,
the
so
fetus.
it's viable throughout the entire pregnancy. By the way.
I'm not. I don't know why everyone's so aggressive.
Viability is defined as being able to survive in the environment that you were in, and it is able to survive the entire time.
Okay.
That is
Real quick, I had a question about the viability thing. So, would you say viability?
I'm sorry, Catherine.
Go ahead, finish what you're
I'm having so many people ask me different questions.
Yeah, I know.
Guys,
And I want to answer them all.
One at a time.
Yeah, I want to answer them all.
Yes, let her just answer and finish.
Thank you.
Oh, that'll be a while, so I'm gonna drop out and have a nice day.
I was going to answer your question. But so, okay, De Niro, what was yours?
My question was, why do you value viability? Why do you value viability?
Yeah. So bodily autonomy, right? It can live independently.
Wait, bodily autonomy or viability? They're two different things.
Pardon?
Bodily autonomy and viability are two different things.
So, what I'm saying is, right? Why do I value viability? Because it can live outside the womb independently. It doesn't need to use the woman's resources and body to survive.
Okay, can I ask you a question? So if there's a 10% chance that this human being can survive outside of the womb, ought the mother unalive it? Or ought the mother basically get it a cesarean section and take it out and remove it?
Okay, and then, like I said, do you remember when we had this conversation earlier with Candy? And we talked about the practicality involving in it as well?
Yeah, at viability, would you say? Are you saying that at viability that she has to maintain the pregnancy once the child reaches to viability, or are you saying that at viability she shouldn't get an abortion because she can have an induction and remove the child?
She can get an abortion at any time she wants because that's her bodily autonomy.
Why are you
okay,
bringing
so
up
then viability doesn't matter, and this is what I said all along.
No,
it's been 9 months.
You've asked me if you can kill a 2-year-old outside the womb
She
because
wasted all your guys' time with the viability.
you asked me if you can kill a 2-year-old outside because of bodily autonomy. It was a very inflammatory question, but that is different than what it's in the womb.
Why does viability doesn't matter? You already said she can get an abortion anytime. And viability doesn't matter. This is just a waste of time.
I'm saying you can't kill a living being outside the womb.
Oh my gosh.
What? That's what we've been debating this whole time?
Wow, I just got up here, but I can't believe what I'm hearing right now. Like, you're kind of all over the map. So viability, if you're running viability, then you're not all 9 months, you're viability. So, but what you just said was that she can get one at any time. So even past viability. So your argument is not viability. So why did you even bring it up?
Okay.
And all along.
I'm saying if the mother, because like it's not viable past 24 weeks, right? It's not viable before 24
No,
weeks.
it is viable after 24 weeks. But you don't really care about viability. You're saying she can get an abortion like the day before she goes into labor.
Olive juice. I feel like I've had this like the same conversation multiple times, right? And my words have been twisted, right? Or maybe there's a misunderstanding. But
I feel like there's some circular reasonings around.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, you have two different arguments. You have
I'm
two.
really trying to answer.
Well, I know I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be rude, but what you're misunderstanding what Catholic Mike is trying to say, and De Niro, and just literally walking into this conversation right now, I can see where the problem is, and what the problem is that you.
The problem is
you're not. Wait. Let me finish. I'm not trying to be rude. You're not. You said viability when you didn't mean viability.
Okay.
You mean bodily autonomy, which means that you believe that she should be able to have an abortion.
Olive, have you been here your whole life?
No, but I know that viability and bodily autonomy are two different arguments. That's
yes,
what
I do. But there's a bit. I have a bit more of a complex
pick
argument
one
that I was building on top of with De Niro, and you
But
came
you
in
can't have
midway,
both.
and
They
you don't.
don't.
Have it. I beg you,
Hetty.
Olive.
Hetty,
if you want to hear my perspective, I will happily give it.
You
One
can't
at a time.
You can't run both viability and be 9 months.
Olive,
you
would
can't.
you like to see my argument or not?
Yeah, well, what is it? Is it viability or is it all 9 months?
You keep interrupting me.
You have to pick a pony.
Right, Olive, would you like to hear my argument or not?
Is it going to be one or the other?
Would you like to hear my argument or not? I will happily give it, and I do not want to do it in a contentious manner. And I'm not going to be forced to be going in one way or the other.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
You have asked me a lot of questions.
Let me ask you a clarifying question. Let me ask you a clarifying question. Because I've been looking at the chat that you've been up here for a long time, so I don't want you to waste my time and I don't want to waste yours. Can a woman get an abortion at 38 weeks gestation?
Isn't that like full term? Like how many months is it? That's full, isn't it? Like
yeah, I mean, if you're saying the bodily autonomy, let's say she was cryptically pregnant, she didn't know this happens. Women are pregnant and they have absolutely no idea. Some women can be really morbidly overweight and not know that they're pregnant. Okay. This happens. So let's say, wait. Let me finish my question, please. Let's say she's 38 weeks pregnant before she even knows she's pregnant. So she's literally 2 weeks before a regular gestational period, okay? So she's at 38 weeks. This is basically a full-fledged baby at this point, right? An infant. Can she get an abortion if she just finds out that she's pregnant and she's like, oh, no, I don't want this?
Okay, I have answered this question several times, all right?
It's just a yes or no.
Right. You have really put an inflammatory question out there, and
it's just a yes or no.
Olive, it's not a yes or no.
It is actually
a nuanced topic, and I've been on this side
a yes or
with
no.
other debaters, and I haven't had
it's a yes or no.
I will not be forced into a yes or no.
They asked you yes or no.
Well, then you're just disingenuous.
No, I'm not disingenuous. You're disingenuous by forcing me to
No, I'm asking. I don't want you to waste my time.
From my perspective, Olive, you
can she get this abortion or not? She doesn't want the child. Can she get the abortion?
Olive.
There's no health issues. The baby's healthy. She just doesn't want it.
Pro-choice. They are obviously coming from a different
perspective. Can she get the abortion? Want to know
my perspective.
Okay, guys, who's talking? Who's talking? Who's just talking? I had enough of this. You're going to answer the question or you're going to get dropped. I have entertained this for way too long.
I'm not going to answer a yes or no question to a complex question.
Thank you. Answer the question or get dropped.
I'm not
Yes
going
or
to answer
no.
a yes or no question.
Answer the question or get dropped. This is your last warning. I don't have mod
because I want to be
powers.
made to make a yes or no
Yes
question to a
or
complex
no.
question.
Yes
Then drop me. I
or
want to be made
no.
to
Okay,
make.
drop her. She's bad faith. Just drop her.
I'm back.
Whoever
The
has
reason
power.
why she didn't want to answer.
She's been bad faith, and the live I was just in 11's live, and then here. Normally, I'm all with I think who was just up here in the box next to me.
Candy.
Yeah, Candy. Normally, I would agree. Try to go. So I just didn't like the. It seemed like she was definitely intending to dodge or be misleading when she got cornered, and to me, there would be nothing wrong with her saying like, look, I haven't looked into this. I need to look at this more, and then like drop and then like look into it further. But to stay up there and then continue to have us play around like the bouncing ball to figure out what she actually stands for. I mean, that's just not needed.
I mean, she knew her stance looked evil, obviously, so she didn't want to answer the question. I mean, it's a very simple yes or no. It's not nuanced. Just answer yes or no.
I thought it was a clear question. Was it?
No one's demonizing pro-choicers.
It was a clear question. It was a clear question because I would say no. I honestly would say no because that was just bad faith all in all, and I literally about lost my freaking marbles.
That was the most circular.
Yeah, they just want to pivot because they can't answer. Like, it's really not a complicated answer. Either she's viability. I mean, there's only so many arguments you can run. If you're bodily autonomy, you got to commit to 9 months. Like, that's just how bodily autonomy works. Sorry,
I mean, you could commit to viability, and if she was willing to do it, that's fine. But you're going to run into issues with viability because what I wanted to press her on, but of course she ran back to 9 months, was does she have to at viability? Does she have to maintain the pregnancy? Because some pro-choicers will say, yeah, at that point you have to maintain the pregnancy. Obviously, there goes out their bodily autonomy principle out the window. But if their answer is to it, oh well, no, she can induce labor. Okay, well then at that particular point, there's a good chance that you're going to cause harm to that particular child. Do you think it's moral for her to remove the child prematurely, possibly cause that child lifelong defects just because she doesn't want to maintain the pregnancy? Do they think that's immoral? That's the question that doesn't get asked enough, and I think that's the one you got to press them on because that's the real. They want to talk about pragmatics. That's pragmatically what happens if you remove a fetus at 21, 22 weeks, and it's not for some kind of medical issue where you have no choice.
Well, they won't care. They won't
go
care
ahead.
because they don't care about the child in the first place. So
No, what she said whenever I asked her that, because I led with that, and she said, "Oh well, that's not what's legally true," and I would just say like that's what ought to be true, and then she would just say, "Yeah, but it's only for like extreme circumstances," and then we just had like a disagreement on. Okay, I said usually like you would see that the reasoning for getting an abortion or an AB does not change before and after sentience or before and after viability. It's generally due to like financial reasons, et cetera, and that's pretty much consistent across the board as far as that goes. Yeah.
I just like it when people are like they don't like beat around the bush. Like if you're all 9 months, just commit to it. Like why you gotta be such a
she was honestly bringing the moral standpoint into it when she had no morals about her said stance, and she was in circles.
I just hate when people can't commit to their stance, and then they get angry when they get pressed on it. It's like, well, it's your stance.
Dumbass. Like, come on.
We had someone the other night that I could tell she was kind of lost in her stance and she was inconsistent, and some people were getting kind of upset with her. But I was like, at the very least, she was thinking really hard about it, and she was like really kind of weighing it morally. And I said, you know what? I'll be honest with you. I'd much rather have her be like that, and you can tell she's really thinking about it. She's not like trying to dodge from it, and she's just really, and maybe she's inconsistent, but at least she's not like purposely dying on bad hills just to maintain a stance, and she's not dodging from the question.
Right.
Yeah, those are nice. They're very rare, but good faith. I think I had one like maybe 2 weeks ago, and she was actually like really open to being educated. She didn't know that there was like a difference between like a medical separation, versus an abortion. She thought like any sort of early induction of labor was like an abortion. And so many people like just they don't know what we're talking about when we are talking about abortion. Like that's just how brainwashed, the other side has gotten them. So
you know how many people are born by induction? That means that I was an abortion.
Exactly, right? Or like a C-section. Yeah, we've basically all been aborted, right?
My mom literally was in 38 hours of labor with me. They asked her if she wanted to get a cesarean C-section, and she goes, "No, I'm pushing this damn baby out."
Yeah, I mean, if abortion and birth are the same thing, when they try to use that argument, then I just say, well, then you guys are truly the forced birthers.
Yeah, they really are.
Exactly.
I was in Protect Live the other day, and I had one that I was studying this guy's like bodily autonomy stance, and I'm like, is your bodily autonomy stance absolute all 9 months? And he's like, yeah. And then I'm like, okay, so what's your cutoff? And he said sentience. And so I'm like, wait. And he just goes, yeah, I know I'm unaliving. Remember this, Protect?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I remember, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what?
What?
Morally bankrupt is crazy. Goodness.
And yesterday on the live, I had to get down because I was about to fall to hell asleep. When we were getting to the sentience point, I had to re-look it up to see what it actually meant. And I did some studying on it, and it's pretty interesting.
What's that, sentience?
Yeah, that people go off.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a subjective experience.
Yeah,
it's pretty,
right.
we don't really know when that starts. I hate that argument.
Yeah.
Wait, remember yesterday? Qualitative, subjective experience? Remember that?
Oh, I don't even, that gives me like PTSD just thinking about that girl. Like she could not track my conversation at all. So Catholic Mike, we had this like sentience runner come up, and I joined the panel because
I remember this.
Because I'm a vegan, so I wanted to press her on the sentience stance, and I said to her, "Are you a vegan?" And she's like, "No." And I was like, okay, well, didn't you say that being sentient was a sufficient qualifier for moral consideration? And she's like, yeah. And I said, well, then you would have to be a vegan. Right. And she could not track the conversation at all. And she was like, well, no, humans are, I'm like, what is it about humans that you find intrinsically valuable? And she was just all over the place. And she just
was all over. That's how you get them there, because like if they go down the road and they just say, oh no, it needs to be human plus sentient, I'm like, oh, so you value a gradation of sentience. Okay, well then let me just paint a picture of you of a person that's, I mean, you can even do this with newborns technically, because they don't have the same cognition as, say, like a rat that can run complicated mazes, right? So you just present it where you have someone that's developmentally disabled, and
we tried. We really tried.
Like you're not going to be able to get past that.
She still couldn't track it.
Acknowledge that it's human.
So Catholic Mike, I gave her the this reductio. I said my nephew, and this is a true story. I'm not looking for sympathy or anything, but my nephew is 28 years old. And he has a disability that renders him, basically, he has like the capacity of a 7-month-old baby, right? And he'll never progress past this. And like he has subjective experiences, right? Like, he responds to like his favorite song and he'll smile, or like if you get him like a rattle or like a chew toy, that he likes, like certain textures that he loves and songs. And so he has subjective experiences, right? And I told her, I said, would it be, would you unalive him? I mean, or would you, or wait, what did I say? I can't remember. Like, I basically said like, so you would give more value to him or a pig? Because a pig has more cognitive awareness than my nephew does. Like a pig is like a 4-year-old child, like capacity, or like a mental capacity, right?
Yeah.
And she was like, yeah, but the pig doesn't have the human experience. And we were like, what?
Yeah, I was like, what?
Mean?
And
Like,
after she said that, I wanted to say that I literally sit here with my cat or my dog, honestly, and my cat knows how to talk, by the way. She says hello and she has a full-on conversation with me, meowing and like meowy words, and then Leo over here, literally, he like whines like a little baby and he's like, I love you. I taught him to say I love you. Like,
yeah, it was she couldn't find her way out of a paper bag. She couldn't
It's
she
because
couldn't
of,
explain why she intuitively thought that humans were like, more morally valuable. So
it's
yeah, it
because
was
a lot of them get on here, and so this might be their first experience outside of their own conversations on this particular topic. And then they hear some of these pro-choice lives, and then they hear like an argument, they're like, "Oh, that sounds good," but then they don't really give it any thought outside of that. Like they don't reflect on it at all,
right.
which is what you need to do. They don't do any like reading of papers. There's like I probably know more arguments for sentience and who holds them with Boonin and some of the other ones that I've probably read than they probably have even looked at. And it's just a matter of, and then when you start to press their worldview, and like you saw with the last one, that when you just press just a little bit, either one or two things are going to happen. They're going to self-reflect. Those are the good ones. Those are good faith ones. Or they're going to get upset the fact that, well, I just wanted a conversation where you just let me say what I wanted to say,
Right.
and then, but don't press me on it. Don't press
Just
me
want a
on it.
monologue.
Yeah,
It's funny though, because I look back when I first like started getting up on panels and like crashed out a couple times in the beginning, because like I was like, well, it's human, like it deserves human rights, right? And then like I got pressed with like the molar pregnancy, and so I was like, oh gosh, I need to rewrite my arguments here.
Yeah, that's a horrible argument. Molar pregnancies.
What's that,
Sorry.
Junior?
I said, yeah, it's just like, that's like one of the worst arguments, the molar pregnancies, but I mean.
Oh yeah, it's terrible, but I mean, it does help you refine as a pro-lifer your argument, like human and alive doesn't cut it.
Wait, would it be human? Would it be alive?
Yeah, the partial molar is technically like it has human.
It has the
DNA,
human parts, but from.
But here's the way to reductio this. Here's how I counter this. It's kind of a fallacy, but I would say, okay, simple reductio. Would you rather, and why, save 10 molar pregnancy or 1 just healthy pregnancy? And then obviously they would choose the 1, and then why would you give the 1 being more moral consideration over the 10 molar pregnancies?
Well, I mean, if it doesn't meet the alive criteria, it wouldn't challenge your human and alive. So, like, is it?
No, it's not.
A molar pregnancy is not it are like parts of a person, but it's not an actual person. It's not an actual human. So
but here's the thing: like, is unaliving the molar pregnancy necessary? Will it harm the mother by carrying this thing and letting it pass naturally?
Most of them, no.
Yeah, molar pregnancy is dangerous.
I
use the medical
at that point. It will never. Yeah, it's not the.
Yeah, I grant that if
pregnancy will never develop into like unto us. Like it's never going to be anything other than a mass of like basically.
I don't.
Basically,
yeah, you can deprive it of a future
tumor.
Wait,
but it's going to pass away before you have to do anything.
There are cases, I think there's 2, where there was a child attached to it. I think they miscarried.
Well, yeah, there can be a fetus, but it's not. It will never meet the 7 characteristics of life. It meets like a couple of them, but it doesn't meet all 7. And homeostasis being the most important one. But what I'm trying to say is, when I first got presented with this argument, it was a little rattling, because technically it is a human, technically it is alive. The partial molar, a full molar is not a human. There's no embryo or fetus at all. But it does get you thinking that you need to like really say something more along the lines of like a human being that meets the 7 characteristics of life, like homeostasis.
That's what they mean by human. That's what they mean. Like it has to be.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying, if you ever hear this argument, like just being human and alive is just like you have to have a little bit more depth to your pro-life argument. It's not hard to get out of, but it caught me off guard, right? That's all. Like, so, and then they'll like say like, well, and I've actually heard some pro-lifers who like don't know what it is say that, yeah, the woman should have to carry that to term. So if it's a human, which is insanity, because it's
I didn't
literally
know what it was until I started debating, and someone gave me that.
But it'll never go to term.
Yeah, I heard about it.
Well, no, it can go to term. It can. It can.
Wait, it can?
I mean, yeah, there's some women that will carry it to term. I mean, it usually miscarries, but yeah. But it's dangerous. It can cause like a certain type of cancer and stuff. It's very dangerous. Like it's really not. It would absolutely
if you
fall
have the
into
medical exception, then that would just fall under the medical exception.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, you're right. The partial, there is an embryo present. So if the embryo is present, then yeah, that would be a case. That would be like but the embryo would be abnormal. The full molar pregnancy, that would be the one that's not human.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Wait, no, the partial molar there can be, but not always.
Right. There can be an embryo there, but yeah. Anyway, it doesn't mean regardless, it doesn't meet the 7 characteristics of life. It will never have a subjective experience. Period.
Wait, hold on. Wait, if it doesn't meet the 7, it doesn't meet the human and alive conjunct. It only meets the human conjunct, so then you're okay then.
Well,
this isn't a contradiction.
No, it's like alive in the sense like cancer is alive. Like, I mean, it grows. It's growing. It's alive. It's just it's not like an organism. It's not like a human organism. Like if you if you set it in a petri dish, it's not going to maintain homeostasis.
Right.
Like, so yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it is human and it is alive, unfortunately. So just be aware if you ever hear that argument, just to like be able to counter that with,
Well, that's the thing I use with like gametes, right? Because technically they're human gametes, but they're not organisms. They're just gametes needed to create an organism. But sperm and egg by itself is not an organism. Just kind of like my view, because it is alive, but it's not a human organism. It's just gametes needed to be one.
Bet, I just wanted to say thanks for having me up, and great to see Olive. Also, Candy, I don't know if she can hear me. I know she sounds like she's got coffee. Just wanted to say I definitely wasn't trying to overstep your toes. I was just a little bit frustrated with her lack of wanting to provide like solid answers. So it wasn't directed at you. So, but yeah, it was great to be up with you guys. Hope you guys have a great night. God bless.
Always good to see you, Mike.
Thank
Have
you.
a good night.
Good night.
Right.
Where's all the apps?
I don't know. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be staying online because I'm gonna be going early, ending early. But I do want to get some more debates in or conversations in. No Phil Bros. That yesterday was kind of insane.
Holy man!
You guys,
I mean, we were just sitting there chilling, and then we were like debate after debate. It was good faith, but they didn't have like every hill they died on, and then just like Phil Bro final bosses just came out of nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah, mods, if you're here, do not let vegan on this panel at all.
Oh, I hate vegan.
I debated him twice, and I don't want to debate him anymore.
It's a bird.
He was the one that usually
Oh,
brought up the partial molar pregnancy, and I'm like, this is like basically a tumor on top of a woman's uterus, and that's where mostly, because I'm in medical school and I am learning about partial molar pregnancies, and the book literally says it's a form of cancer.
Oh.
It is a form of cancer. That's where most uterine cancer comes from, is a partial molar pregnancy. Legit. I hate that stance. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. You can't.
Yeah, that's the dumbest stance out there for sure. Not gonna lie.
I don't know. I've heard some really dumb ones. At least that one confuses us for a second.
Right.
Yeah, Adam. So Scoot Scouser was debating, right? But then when just some guy showed up, she was teacupped because he questioned her stance on rights, and that's where my prompt changed to do rights exist. She was on teacup for like quite a while.
Yes, and no.
Yeah, she couldn't defend the argument. She couldn't have the argument that rights exist because he was a negation. So that's what happened. All right.
Bird.
I mean, I've seen this guy before, so good luck with
I
him.
haven't.
Yeah,
Okay.
Good luck with him.
Hey, Bird.
How you doing?
Hey, doing good. Are you pro-choice, I assume?
Huh?
Are you pro-choice?
Yep, I'm pro-choice.
Okay, and why?
This guy gets really loud really fast.
Yeah, I reward.
He's pretty aggressive, so I'm not gonna take him.
Yeah, me neither. Good luck.
Okay, again, why are you pro-choice? Go ahead.
I don't think a fetus has a right to a woman's body or labor. I believe in a woman's bodily autonomy.
Okay, and our rights absolute.
Yeah.
So you have a cutoff. So you have no cutoff if rights are absolute. The same rights would apply at every circumstance and every aspect of this. So then at that point, you're fine with unaliving at any point, even after any consideration of cutoff. Go.
Right.
Okay, so then you understand, like, why. Okay, so when do beings gain moral consideration? Go.
It doesn't matter. They still don't have a right to someone else's body.
I did not ask you this. I asked you, when do beings gain a moral consideration? Go.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, so you're going to reject the premise. This is the internal contradiction to your statement. A, that is okay to have bodily autonomy all 9 months. And you do not have any reason to believe this, okay? You do not have any reason to apply this. Okay, so this is a contradiction. You're saying it does not matter. This is the whole argument behind this.
You're just talking. You're not making any sense. I made my statement, and you can't disprove it.
Okay, so you have so you're just agnostic. That's a reductio ad absurdum. So you're just
gonna
saying
call me
can't
names
know because
you can't prove me
you're
wrong?
saying you can't know because you don't know.
De Niro, ask him.
I'm sorry, you can go.
Wait,
I'm sorry.
De Niro, ask him. Can you define it right?
Yeah, can you define what a right is? Sure.
It's entitlement.
Yeah, what's
an entitlement?
Yeah, what's the argument that abortion is a right?
No one has the right to anyone else's body or labor.
That doesn't answer my
question. A fetus
question.
does not have a right to a woman's body or labor.
That does not
And
answer
if a
my
woman does not want to give her
That doesn't answer
body,
my question. What is
I'm
the
not
argument?
done with my statement. I
That
didn't
doesn't
interrupt
answer my
anybody.
question. That does not answer.
If I could finish my statement, it might.
Holy burden push, bro.
What is the argument that abortion is a right?
Because a woman has a right to her body and to make decisions about her
Just
body.
repeated what you just said. What is the argument that abortion is a right? Wait, what's an
You're
argument?
begging the bodily autonomy.
Okay, how is that a right?
Bodily autonomy?
Yeah, what's the argument that's a right?
Bodily autonomy is a human right. It's a fundamental right.
Explain how. Explain how.
Why? You're begging the
Oh,
question.
you want me to explain how? Let me see.
Oh my goodness.
No. Bodily autonomy is a fundamental right. It's no one has a right to your body but you. No person, born or unborn, has the right to use another person's body without ongoing consent. It's like, what do you don't understand?
Again, you're making an assertion. You're making a claim.
No, I didn't. That's what I'm making.
You're making a claim. The bodily autonomy is a right. How is
bodily autonomy is a right?
How? How do you have?
We do not think that we do not accept your presupposition Premise A, that you're skipping and it's making a whole lot of assumptions about what we believe. We do not believe premise A that it is a right. So you have to explain to us why bodily autonomy is a right. Go. You're just saying it's a right because it hits moral considerations. That's still not answering our question as to why rights exist and why ought this be a right. You're saying it. You're just saying
the principle of bodily autonomy is a right. The right to control what happens to your own body is a cornerstone of human rights, medical ethics, and constitutional law.
You keep repeating the same thing.
Constitutional law.
What are you talking about? Not. You are asking me to explain what bodily autonomy is and why is it a right. And I'm explaining it to you why it's a right.
No.
It's a right because it's a well-established legal and ethical right with medical consent.
Legal?
And yes, your body is... Yes. What do you mean legal?
Okay, so if
your body is your property.
Wait, property. Oh, now it's our property now. Can you sell this property?
Your body is your property.
Can you
your
sell
finger
Can
is
I
your
correct
finger.
this guy?
Your eye is
your body
eye.
is your person.
Your kidney is your kidney.
Okay,
your heart is your heart.
Okay, stop yapping. All right. So your body's property. Can you sell it? Can you sell this property? Yes or no? Can you sell this property?
Kidney.
That wasn't my question. Can you sell your body? Since
you can sell a kidney.
That wasn't the question I asked.
Oh my goodness.
Can you sell your entire body?
You can sell services. I don't know. You're asking a crazy question.
You just said your body is property.
It is.
Yeah, so you can sell it just like any.
It's mass. What do you mean?
Yeah, so if you can sell this property, right, to somebody.
Just because it's property doesn't mean you can sell it.
Wait, what's the argument for that? Why?
Why do you think all property is to be sold?
Right.
Property just means possession. It doesn't mean something that can be sold.
Wait, how?
How what?
This is property, right? Why can't you sell it?
Right. I'm saying it. You can do whatever you want. I didn't say you can or cannot. I'm saying property just means a possession. It doesn't mean something that can be sold.
Yeah,
You're adding the selling part to it, and I'm telling you that you don't have to do that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
Right.
If this is property, and you can sell your body, and you're claiming.
Also,
how do you sell? How do
Can I
you
seize
sell your
you?
body?
Can I seize your property?
No, because of bodily autonomy.
Well, property can be seized.
Because you cannot seize my body because of my bodily autonomy. It's my property. You cannot seize someone else's property.
Excuse me.
Internal law.
Yeah, then when you go to jail.
Fired. Are children property?
Are children property of themselves? Yeah, they're their own property. People,
so if you
autonomy.
Believe,
What are y'all not understanding?
If you believe that you are property, then that follows that you can be sold. So if you sell yourself into slavery, why
do you always think about slavery?
You should know this. You should know this, sir.
I should know this.
This is part of your history.
No, you know
if you can be sold into slavery. If you can be sold into slavery, that follows that your children. Excuse me, I'm not finished. That follows that your offspring are the property of who bought you.
That's chattel slavery, 1. And 2, those people's bodily. I'm not done talking.
If the woman's body is property, if the woman's body is property, and she sells herself into slavery and she gets pregnant, then her children are then property of the person she sold herself willingly into slavery.
Slavery is illegal in America.
That's not
if you sell yourself into it.
No, yes, it is. You can't sell yourself into
You can absolutely sell your services and your body into slavery. Okay, it is It is legal in
Where?
some states to sell
Where?
yourself. And if you can sell yourself, then your children are then
You guys are being
property of the person
disingenuous.
who bought
Bird, you're
you.
being disingenuous.
No, I'm
Engage.
not.
You're saying, where is this able to happen? We're
People
not asking you.
exchange
We're asking
money
if this
for
ought to happen
schmecks
under
in the
your
United
worldview. That's
States.
all we're
I
asking.
can only
This is
listen to one
legal.
person at a
This is
time.
legal. So if you can, and this is why I have an issue with the schmecks trade, okay? If you can sell yourself into schmecks, even if it's consensual, that means somebody bought your services. And if somebody bought your services and you become pregnant, those children are then property of who bought you.
Lady, you are ridiculous. You sound very ridiculous. None of that stuff
You know
is
what's
true.
ridiculous?
I'm not done
Thought that we
talking.
can
Oh my
own
goodness. Go ahead.
bodies is ridiculous.
Right. That's what
You
you
don't
was just saying.
own your own body.
Hey, Bird.
You do
Yes,
not
you
own
do.
it. And if you did, that means that whoever purchases you
No one can
purchases your
purchase you.
descendants.
You guys are ridiculous. Your mindset is weird, and y'all need to deconstruct that whiteness.
this is your
No,
Right.
you're not.
Because if y'all once
This
y'all
is not my
deconstruct that,
stance. This is your
yes,
stance
no,
that
it's
people
not.
are
It's your
property.
stance. You're putting words in my
People
mouth,
are
and you're not
not
letting me talk,
property.
and you're talking over me,
People
so you
are
can put
not
words into my mouth.
property.
And if you would
People
stop
are
talking,
not
you will understand what I am
property.
saying.
People
But
are
you
not
keep
property.
on trying to put words in my mouth.
People are
You
not
keep on trying to put
property.
words into my mouth.
You said that people were
You guys
property.
keep
What
trying
about
to
you?
put
guys,
words
come
into
on.
my mouth.
Order,
I didn't say
order.
anything about selling anybody. You guys keep talking about
If
selling
you
property.
own yourself,
I told you
you
property
can
just
sell
means a
yourself.
possession. A property does not mean
If you
something that
own
be
yourself,
sold.
you can sell
No,
yourself.
you guys. Why is this lady? Why
If
do
you
you
own
keep talking
yourself,
over
you
me?
can sell yourself. Oh, I'm
Okay,
sorry,
listen.
Bart. Am I giving
A
you a run
fetus
for
does
your
not have a
money?
right to a
Is a
woman's
woman
body
giving you a
or
run for your
labor.
money? Is
A
a woman
fetus.
engaging in a good
You
faith
guys are
and
mad.
giving you a run for your
You're
money?
mad.
I'm so sorry.
Good
You
faith.
haven't
That's
given me a
I'm
run for
sorry.
my
How
money. You're
debatable.
just
smart is
talking
the
over
woman
me.
next to you?
You're just talking over me.
I'm so sorry you're not as smart as I am. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
So if you can own yourself, that follows you can be sold, which follows that your children would then be owned by the purchaser.
I didn't say you. I said you are your own property. Your body is your property.
Right. If it's property,
You
it
can
can be
sell your
sold. Any
kidney.
property
You
can
can
be
sell a
sold or
body part.
seized.
You can
Any
sell your
property
kidney. Is
can
that
be
true or
sold
false?
or seized.
True or
It
false?
can also be
True or
homesteaded.
false?
Oh my
True
God.
or false?
This dude is not. He's trolling. Is he
True or
trolling?
false? I'm not trolling you. You
Oh,
guys are
he's going to
trolling
crash
me.
out any minute because he knows the woman
No,
is smarter
that's
than
why
he
you're
is.
doing this. That's
He's
why
gonna
you're
crash out
Black
any
Bird.
minute. I give
That's
him
why
like
you're
I
being
give him put him on a
disingenuous.
5-minute timer.
I
Let's see if
already proved my point.
No,
I'm
you're not
right.
tracking at all.
A fetus
Way
doesn't have
over
a
your
right to a
head.
woman's body or
yes,
labor.
if you are
I'm
property,
right.
that
Oh,
follows
I'm gonna.
you can be sold. That
A
is
fetus
chamber
doesn't
of
have a
money.
right to a
That
woman's
is
body or
chattel
labor.
slavery, sir. That is chattel slavery. If you
You
are
are
property
putting
and you
words in
sell
my
yourself,
mouth and
even
you
if you
keep
sell yourself
talking.
consensually, your offspring belongs to the slave owner.
Lady, you are putting words in my mouth.
Lady, I am
And
brilliant.
you
I am
are
brilliant and
exposing how you really
intelligent,
think.
and I know that we
We
don't
know
own
how
our
you think
bodies,
about
and
things.
children are not property.
I didn't say
The woman has
they didn't.
guardianship over her own body, and when she's pregnant, she has guardianship over her child. She gets to make her decisions to get in bed. That is her decision. Once she is pregnant, the offspring and the
It's still
reproduction
her
has
body.
already
She
happened.
has
It is
consent
no
over
longer
her
her
body.
body
She
to
can
do what she
withdraw consent at
wishes.
any time she wants.
Byron, who gets aborted?
Right.
Who gets aborted? Whose
Exactly
body?
what I asked.
Whose
The
body
fetus's
gets
body.
aborted in an abortion?
Right. The
Is
fetus's
the woman
body.
aborting her own body?
Oh, so there's
The
two separate
fetus, the
bodies.
woman is
Wow, what are
responsible
the
for her
odds?
body. The fetus
So
is
her
responsible
child,
for its
so
body.
her child is her property. Is that what you're saying? Children are property.
That's not what I said.
Her child
That's
is her
what you
property,
said.
and she can dispose of her child as she
That's
sees
what you
fit.
said. That's what you keep saying.
No, that's what you said.
Right.
I
You're
believe
crashing,
children are
lady.
property.
You've been crashing for like
I
5
don't believe
minutes.
children are
No
property.
one's stopping me.
I don't believe children are property.
I didn't say they were.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
You've
said
been
that.
saying that since you got up here.
No, I did not. I said a
You said
fetus
she
doesn't
can
have a right
dispose
to a
of this
woman's
child.
body or
You
labor.
said she can dispose of this child as she sees fit.
He can't even track his
his own argument.
I can't even talk.
Talk.
You
You're
said
not
she
saying
can
right.
dispose of this child as she
That's
sees
not what I
fit.
said. I didn't say none of that.
What is an abortion?
Oh my goodness. I gotta hear this.
Then
Dispose of
what
this
is an
child.
abortion?
She does
What
not have to use her
is an
body.
abortion?
She does not have to use
What
her body.
is an
Lady, stop
abortion?
talking, and I can
What?
finish the
Answer the
question.
question. What
What
is an
if you stop
abortion? You're
talking? All right, I'm
talking,
gonna
but
be
you're
quiet.
not saying anything.
I'm
What
trying to
is
talk. I
an
can't talk if you're
abortion?
talking.
What
I
is an
can't talk when you're
abortion?
talking.
What is
I
an
cannot talk
abortion?
when you're talking.
Answer the
I cannot
question or
talk
we'll
when you're
drop
talking.
you.
I cannot
Answer
talk
the
when you're
We
talking.
need someone to
What
I can't
drop him.
talk
I
with
need
this
an
lady
someone to drop him.
talking.
abortion?
I can't
What
talk with this
is
lady
an
talking.
abortion? I'm
I can't
asking you the
talk with this
question
lady
and you're not
talking.
providing the answer. What is an abortion?
A fetus does not have a right to a
What
woman's
is an
body or labor.
abortion? You're not
If a
answering the
woman does not
question.
want to use her
What
body
is
in
an
order to develop a
abortion?
fetus, she
What
does not have
is
to.
abortion?
So
Okay,
if
we're
a
not going to
fetus
give you the
cannot
full 5 minutes
sustain
because you're
his
not
life without
engaging as
using a woman's
usual.
body,
Does
that's
anyone
just
have
too
mod
bad.
powers? He's
Yeah,
not
I think we'll drop
engaging.
him.
Why can't he
This is
answer the
pretty
question?
I
typical
did
of
answer
him.
the
He's
question.
never
You can't
engaged
hear
in
me
good
because
faith.
Wait,
To
are
be
you
quite
wanting
frank,
him
it's
What is
dropped?
an
obviously
abortion
the
then?
mouth.
We didn't hear it.
One
Wait,
at a time.
are
One
we
at a time.
are we dropping him or?
He's never engaged in good faith. He does this
Yeah.
on every panel.
Yeah,
He
he does
never
this.
engages in good faith, ever.
I
I've
mean,
never seen this person
there's
engage
no
in good
point. I asked him to define a right.
faith. It's a waste of time.
I asked him for the argument that it's right. He didn't give it. He just kept repeating the same thing.
Yeah, I'd rather spend our time on a good faith debate. I can't stand people like this.
Every single
that-
question that we did, he would just answer it with what we just asked.
It's just
why
circular.
is this bad?
Women
Yeah, it's
have
just
rights
begging the
because they
question
should
the whole
have
time.
rights. Like women should have rights because they should have rights. Like
Why
it's
do you
just-
think premise
so
A is bad? Oh,
Yeah.
because it's bad. That's the more.
Hey,
that's
Bird,
the
I just have
context.
one
Bird,
question
you're
for
still
you. Bird, I have one question for you. What is the opposite of picking it up?
What?
What's the opposite of picking it up?
Putting it down.
Wait.
Bro, man.
Putting it
Mr.
down.
Man, Mr. Man, shut your mouth.
Yeah,
He was
probably.
supposed to answer.
I'd probably do like an hour of this live.
Actually, Mr. Man, don't come after me. I don't want that to happen.
I'm just listen. I'm sorry, but he took really long. It was so easy. I even said it. You still gave him a chance, and he's like, "What do you mean?"
Well, then I was like, fuck, like now I have to drop him because now it's awkward.
Awkward.
Yeah.
You made it awkward.
All right, any
You guys
opposition?
want, I could LARP pro-choice if you want.
No, that's
No.
yeah. We
Okay.
got you here just in case any Phil Bros show up. You can take them.
You know,
Gotcha. Well, yeah, I just want to be honest. Bird absolutely cooked me the other night, destroyed my entire worldview.
Yeah, that's
dismantled
pretty
me
natural,
brick
man.
by
I mean,
brick.
he probably has you as a nihilist now. You know,
He must have had some really profound things to say.
and, you know, you can kind of look back on this.
He's super deep.
Panel. Do you think a fetus has a right to our uteruses?
Absolutely, it's a fetus's uterus. Did
Exactly.
you know that womb? Did you know that womb is Old English for child home?
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
You know what? Every fetus owns my uterus, Bird.
That's right.
They can fucking engrave their name on it.
Yep. It's the child's home.
Please do. I want my
The uterus
baby
literally
like,
serves no purpose. Like if you remove the uterus, it's not like you're removing a heart or like a lung. Like the uterus is literally for the fetus. Like that is specifically designed for it.
Exactly. And you know what? I'm so happy that I have an organ in my body that can grow a baby.
Honestly, mad respect, Bunny.
I mean,
Yeah.
Wait,
It is
Bunny, are
kinda
you saying that women
lucky
could do like
for you,
hard
huh?
things?
Can do what?
Like, are you saying women can do hard things, like gestate a child and stuff? Like, we can really do those things, like those hard things?
Yeah, I mean,
No
you know what? You
way.
know what? Also, women can do.
No way. I thought like pregnancy like hurts and sucks and stuff, and like we don't have to do it if we don't want to.
I mean,
Sandwiches. You can make sandwiches.
yeah, I've never been pregnant before, but like, gosh, like I just can't imagine how hard it is to just be able to sit there and just grow a baby in your belly and just
Yuck.
eat all the food you want and not be judged. Like, ugh, what a hard life.
Yeah, surely that amount of pain you're enduring is enough for you to cash out on your net negative bodily autonomy and just delete that
Just delete the fetus.
Well, and what makes it even harder is when the fetus, it's just like a parasite inside. It doesn't give you anything back, right?
Yeah. I tell that to women who miscarry their children. I'm like, well, it's just a parasite. It's not a big deal. Your body's just doing its job.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm so
You usually
happy.
slap me in the face for some reason. I can't figure it out.
How come no? I never hear pro-lifers bring this up though in arguments about. Well, don't parents have some obligation to keep their children alive?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do.
What the hell? Did everybody forget about that? Like,
that's like natural.
I know.
But then they'll go.
What just like really blows my mind is that they actually feel entitled to penetration, and they can't conceive of any way to have schmecks without penetration.
Wait, can we say that on the
ladies on the panel? Do we really get off through penetration easily? I don't.
Can we say that on the live? Wait, is that allowed to be said? I'm not sure. No.
And I would say kind of like, don't get me wrong, like it definitely feels good, but like I prefer the other thing,
Yeah, like they just must be so incredibly uncreative and boring in bed.
But you know what I can't wait? I don't know if we should talk about it online.
Yeah,
but,
let's not talk about that.
I'm married with 2 babies. I don't think I have any problem in that department.
well, you know what? I'm fucking heartbroken and single, and I want to unalive
Oh,
myself.
Bunny. You poor thing.
It's okay. I'll move on eventually. Ruben, how old are you?
31.
31?
We can't hear you. Well, I can't hear you. Maybe it's because I'm old.
Nah, he's far away.
Are you pro-choice?
Oh man, I'm 31.
What's up? Why are you pro-choice?
That's better. I can hear you now. Are you pro-choice?
Pro-choice. I'm pro-abortion.
Are you pro-abortion? All 9 months, or do you have a cutoff?
Definitely not all 9 months, even though, well, it doesn't matter what I think, but I see where this is going. No, I think.
What do you mean it doesn't matter what you think?
I'm just trying to ground like your stance. That's all I'm trying to do.
My stance is that if you want to have a pregnancy, to have it. If not, to not like as soon as possible. Like as far as all 9 months goes, that's disturbing. Like, cause
I have a question. What do you mean have a pregnancy? What does that mean?
well, walk yourself through.
What does have a pregnancy mean?
To carry out childbirth.
Wait, what?
What?
To have a pregnancy.
Birth and to have a pregnancy means to carry out birth?
You're asking me about something I said. Of child
Yeah, what
pregnancy?
does have a pregnancy mean? What is a pregnancy?
Good question. I don't know.
You don't know what a pregnancy is?
Just Jason.
Yeah, no, I'm a writer. You're asking me to talk.
Oh
before.
no! Look who joined.
I
Look who
write.
joined. Look who joined. Oh, it was Scrimbo. Continue.
Okay, so you came up onto an abortion debate panel and you don't know what a pregnancy is. Is that correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay, so what's a pregnancy?
A fertilization of an egg developed into utero.
Okay, you're using a lot of words. Like, what is happening in a pregnancy?
He's a writer.
Yeah, imagine.
He's a writer. Sorry. What is happening in a pregnancy? What is going on? Like, talk to me like I'm a 5-year-old child. What is a pregnancy, Dad?
Okay.
What does it mean?
Well, pregnancy is when Jesus Christ wants you to get
No, I'm an
pregnant by
atheist.
a
This
man.
child doesn't believe in
you asked me.
Jesus.
Okay, wait, you're
hold
still
on.
talking.
He's not
Okay,
even a
never
Christian.
mind.
Hey, Ruben.
I just want you to
hold on,
tell
really
me
quick,
the scientific definition of
Hold
what is a
on,
pregnancy.
real quick.
Matter what I
Ruben,
say.
you're not even
What are
a
you
Christian.
talking
Your
about?
bio says anti-theist. Probably give your stance. Don't be a dickhead for no reason.
First of
What-
all,
Give your
I didn't
stance,
ask to come up here. I'm a
What
writer.
does it mean to be pregnant? What does it mean to be pregnant? What is happening in a pregnancy? Oh my God, these are not hard questions. Come on.
Oh, they're not?
We're
Well, then just tell
I'm
me.
just warming up. I'm
Then just
literally
tell me.
like, if you can't answer these, then you're gonna have a lot of trouble with the rest of my
Oh,
questions.
I have to answer your questions? Okay, well
Yes,
then why don't you
please.
just tell me the information you're trying to say?
Hold on, Olive. How about you just ask me and let's
Bunny balls.
Let's show them how to answer a question.
What's occurring in a pregnancy, Bunny balls?
Such a good question. You know what happens in a pregnancy? So there's a fetus growing inside of a woman's uterus and developing.
Wow, is a fetus like a child?
Yeah, a fetus actually is a child. You want to know why?
Yeah,
Because Jesus said so.
Right, because a child is offspring, and offspring simply means a child or children.
Not according to the Bible.
The Bible can
Ruben, you're not a
supplement.
Christian.
Just kidding.
Yeah, you're not a Christian, Ruben. Stop being
The
disingenuous. Also, no one has given you a
sitting
religious
next to
argument
you,
so far.
right here.
You're calling
See me?
brilliant
Right
sarcasm
here. Hey, Ruben.
disingenuous.
Ruben. Hey, neighbor. Neighbor. Hey, neighbor. Hi. Hey. Oh, bye.
I don't know why
Did
you
he
brought
leave or
up
did
fucking
someone kick
religion.
him?
Did I scare him? I wasn't even being mean.
No one gave a religious argument, so I don't know why.
Yeah, that
you're
was
talking
all
about
attached
it.
from theism. It's not relevant.
We literally were talking
I
about
think it was his
biological terms.
his bio says anti-theist, so I think he's just like so hyper focused
Maybe he
on
thought
that one
like
issue.
that was his angle, right? That he could start.
It's because he wanted us to have a religious argument so badly.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, he just
That's
came
the
up with
writer.
things
Calm
like
down.
He's just
all my
calm
points are
down.
attached from
Radical.
all my points are attached from theism. I can make them separately.
Oop, baby girl Charlotte is summoning me, so I'll be right back.
No.
If y'all know, you know.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
He's a writer.
Wait, who did you?
Sorry, I can't like.
I'm a writer.
I'm sorry I haven't
That
had
was
many
really
remarks.
It's like, sorry, I can't
I've been
actually
focused
say
on
words.
what
I
I'm
have
doing.
to write them
but,
down first.
If I think of something,
That's like the funniest shit I've heard all day. I'm a writer.
Yeah, sorry, Crystal.
What's up,
I can't make you a mod because I think I have 30 people already.
No, don't worry about it. It's really
What the
okay, I
heck?
promise.
You have a lot of mods.
Yeah, already, yeah. I removed Avani's mod powers for good, which was a good idea. Yeah.
He was
I
watching.
saw that.
What happened?
Avani crashed out yesterday.
Oh yeah, I got bad.
When he was debating Tony Tiger, it got.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I love Tony.
who's going to crash out on Tony?
Yeah. Well, they were arguing the idea of the rights exist, and Avani had the negation, and Tony supported the claim that the rights existed, and then they name called each other, and then I had to take Avani's my powers away, because he was muting Mel and Bunny, so I had to kick him off. Someone had to kick him off, and now he's angry at me.
Yeah, Vonnie said basically like rights don't exist. You know, it's only up to the person who's enforcing these rights. Because that's how he's like building his moral construct. And then Tony that's where it all started.
Well, just some guy cooked Scouser on that yesterday. So, I mean, I'm more agnostic towards that belief now. I didn't really want.
It's just forced doctrine.
Yeah,
it's just forced doctrine, and the thing is that most pro-choicers don't have any way to say that rights actually exist other than conceptually, and it's a whole thing. I'm not going to get into it again.
No rights.
No, rights don't exist, but I do believe that privileges and obligations exist.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I agree.
Yeah. Oh,
At least they ought exist, right? They ought. We
well,
should.
like privilege, what privileges ought to exist?
Oh no, I'm just saying I
Or-
agree with you. They ought exist. Like we ought have like
Some, yeah.
some privileges, yeah.
Yeah.
We are an entire panel of pro-lifers, so if anybody needs me to drop, I can.
Yeah,
I can
Well,
drop
no, it's
too.
okay.
I can
I
drop.
was gonna say, I believe that. Oh, damn.
Wait.
Mr. Man was like, okay, bye.
I was about to give a pro-choice argument just because it was a whole panel, so I was like, well, fuck it. Let's see how you guys handle it. But
I mean, hopefully it's not.
Still say it. I'm curious.
Yeah, I don't believe that there's actually anything wrong or right at all. I don't believe that morals are actually existent. So I would just say that I'd be willing to bite all the ammunition, let's say. I can't say the B word.
Yeah.
I'm willing to bite down on it, given the fact that, like, yeah, I'm a nihilist, so I don't think that anything really matters.
Okay, so you're a nihilist.
No,
So do you believe in
thank you.
objective moralism?
But
No,
what
no,
kind
I'm
of
a
nihilist?
subjective.
Ironically,
A subjective in
I'm a
everything?
moral anti-realist.
So you're a moral anti-realist?
Ironically enough, that's
Yeah,
probably the
I don't believe that morals actually exist.
Okay, what's your evidence that morals don't?
Okay, I just came back. I was doing something. Are you LARPing right now? What's going on?
Yeah.
I wasn't paying.
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, wait, what's
Yeah, I'm
happening? I thought I was like going crazy.
Who's your favorite
No,
nihilist?
Okay.
I don't necessarily read philosophy. I just
Really?
I just debate myself in my head all day. So that's
Sounds like
kind
you
of
have a
where I've
big
gotten
ego.
my stance.
You're
No,
battling
no.
your ego.
That's exhausting.
No. Well, actually, it's really it
Who
is
wins?
exhausting. It's exhausting.
I'm gonna
But,
be ableist.
you
Right
know,
now.
it's
Your alter
always
ego
me.
wins?
Always me. But you know,
Sounds like a mental problem.
but.
You should
Yeah,
read
it
Nietzsche.
genuinely is. I'm a little bit. Yeah, well, no, Nietzsche's not a. I guess Nietzsche is kind
He's
of
a
a
nihilist.
nihilist, but not really. I know, but he's like
He's
a
the
weird.
bomb.
But
Oh, I can't say that. He's the
his
best.
nihilism is different than like. Hold on, there's a
Yes.
spider.
Is that really you in your profile picture?
That's why it's so good.
No, that's Salwan Momika.
Oh,
And
I
rest in
can't
peace
see
to
it.
Salwan.
I'm like old. I'm like trying to look at this little picture.
I'm reading Beyond Good and
No,
Evil.
no, it's okay. He was unalived by a bunch of Muslim extremists in Sweden
Jesus.
for
Oh my god.
burning the Quran.
Wait,
So.
who?
Wait, is radical
Salwan Momika.
Oh.
Radical's a
off?
pro-choicer, but he's like nice and like smart.
He's in between, it seems like to me.
Wait, a pro
How are you
choicer that's
agnostic
smart?
and
Hold on.
Yeah, I
He
know.
is very-
I know. It's a rarity.
He's good
He's really
faith.
nice.
Let's just put it that way.
He's good faith, yeah.
That's an out of
A few
30.
minutes still, but I'm
We
not
were on
exactly
live for like
conscious.
over an hour yesterday.
Did somebody mute him? I didn't. I only heard her. What did you just say, Radical? You're muted. Radical, you're muted. I don't know if you know that. Oh, he can't talk for a few minutes.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, her too, okay.
Hold on. Graceful Warrior Queen, you want to come up and ask me about it?
Mermaid, I'm going
No.
to tell you right now, and this goes for everybody else on this panel, if you are ever trying to like talk yourself out of doing something, don't tell me, because I'm like, I double dog dare you.
No, literally, I think this, okay, so in Mama Becky's live, I was really
Oh
like,
God, you went into one of hers?
oh my gosh. Like,
Jesus.
she makes me so angry.
They just sit on the mute button when I talk. I can't do it anymore.
It's not just you, Olive.
Yeah.
They really just want an echo chamber. I don't know why they even run lives. Like,
And then they're like, this isn't a debate. And I'm like, what the hell is it then?
Yeah.
What is it?
It sure as hell is
Like,
a
it's a party?
conversation. You can't let somebody else speak.
What's wrong with
Is
you,
Mama
Jen?
Becky the
I
one that
thought you
says
were
it's a
not.
parasite? Or is that the other lady that's like Shayla or whatever her name
Shayla?
is? I think that's the other lady. That's the one that I saw
There's
last
a lot of really weird
Do
ones.
not give them
Back
grace
home.
of calling those women ladies.
Yeah.
Listen, I was raised to be respectful. I can't help it. I don't even think about it.
What's
I
wrong
double
with
dog
eugenics,
dare
Chris?
you, Adam, to go to that
Whoa.
live.
What?
I double
You
dare
will
you.
not
What's wrong with
I
you,
almost
be
Jen?
a
did when
lady.
she was talking about how it's a parasite. I was like so close.
Why would you ask what's wrong with eugenics?
Wait, what's wrong with eugenics?
Well,
Why-
no,
It
because
doesn't give
yeah,
utility
no,
to
because like I'm
society.
I'm a moral nihilist.
No, it doesn't give
so, like,
utility to
I don't
society.
think any-
I'm still gross.
I'm not a utilitarian. So like
So
yeah,
you're a
I mean
nihilist
I
and
guess
everything's
from, like
objective completely, even math.
Just Guy, how many babies
yeah
would you
yeah
to
exactly.
save the world?
Okay, so
Yeah, I wouldn't personally grape any, but I don't think that, it's a moral or immoral thing to do one or the other. I'm willing to bite all the ammunition for my stance.
So
But I'm just going to show you that
Wait,
nihilism
just
is
some guy.
completely logically, let's say, there are very many people here who are going to clip that way out of context.
No, I
and
just
be
clipped
talking
it.
about
Oh no.
LARPing.
Don't worry, they have
Just
the
going to
full
let you know that.
context.
I have a
They have
question.
the full context.
Should we use CRISPR to put tails on humans?
What's
Yes.
What is CRISPR?
Like genetic modification.
I always
Like,
wanted
could we
a
go
tail.
in and make designer babies with
Oh, I
tails?
mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with it, you know?
I mean,
Like,
I
there's nothing
identify
really
as a
wrong with
cat, so
anything.
Just get to
Ultimately,
pick our
it's just,
tails.
I think we all just have our own moral preferences and like our intuitions, and like if you want to follow them, you can. If you don't want to, like, you know,
I'm gonna throw up.
it's your prerogative.
Do we need to make third bathrooms for people with tails?
God.
no litter box.
I mean, like I said, you can if you want to. I don't think it's immoral or moral either way, though.
That's funny.
Like,
how
for
are you
me
grounding your
personally,
idea of rights?
I don't think rights exist. Yeah, I wouldn't say that rights actually exist.
Well, okay, if so,
I'm a nihilist, so I don't think anything is objective.
all right. So if Radical
You like
can't talk,
Schopenhauer?
I guess we're gonna have to drop Radical if he can't talk.
No, he said he's going to be up in a few minutes. I think.
Okay.
I had
If you have
something
an
that
op,
was-
I can drop.
Well, hold on. Yeah, you can drop. I mean, if there's a person who argues sentience and not,
I'm an op.
you can
Oh yeah, I love taking those sentience ones.
I'm an op.
Y'all can go ahead and drop me. I'm fixing to take the baby to bed.
All right.
Aw.
If he'll.
Bye, Crystal.
Hey, don't get me wrong, Crystal's great, but there's just something so satisfying about hearing somebody get cut off mid-sentence as they.
What a coincidence.
Oh my god, who did that? That was awesome.
Perfect timing.
My phone low battery thing popped up and
You deserved that. That was like your karma.
That was my karma. That was perfect timing. That was
I've
so
never
funny.
seen karma happen that fast.
That was so funny.
That was hilarious.
That was it. Oh, that's funny.
Hello,
I'm a
I can
writer.
talk now.
Sorry.
Okay. Are you pro-life or pro-choice? Wait, what did he say?
I'm still working on my particular position.
But
That's
we're
a-
smarter,
that's
right?
a
You
fallacy.
agreed. Can you just say that out loud?
Yeah, I
We
think
did.
the average like pro-life arguments are a lot better than like sentience and anything else like that.
W.
W pro-life.
Liberalism, though.
Get out of here.
Yes.
No, I'm not a
Stop
nihilist.
LARPing now.
Even if you are a nihilist, which like I don't necessarily have like problems with nihilists. I think that they're funny. But like, come on. Lock in, man.
I'm funny, bro. I'm dead serious. Unalive serious. Sorry. Unalive serious.
Right. Like I said, I don't like necessarily have problems with nihilism. I like Nietzschean nihilism, like I said. But there are some nihilists.
Nietzsche is not a nihilist. He's not a true nihilist.
He
He still believes in
What?
some objective things, right?
Yes,
Like,
that's why I like him. Because I'm not a
right, but then
nihilist.
he's not a nihilist based on that.
But he is. He's just like only got like one toe in the water.
He's an he's an inconsistent. nihilist.
Yeah,
He's
Nietzsche
still
would be an
wet.
interesting nihilist.
Radical, has your position like changed over time? Like, are you like, were you very pro-choice and now you're kind of in the middle, or like what? Like where are you? I'm curious.
Sort of. I mean, I wasn't. So legally, I would have classified at least my old position as someone would have the legal right to abortion access for all 9 months. But I definitely think that there's some cases with regard to sentience and that certain specific argument to be made. And then I kind of, at least right now, I'm kind of building a modified, and I hate to use the term, but it's just what people know it as. Like, it's an evictionist stance, but I think self-ownership is like unintelligible. Like the body's not property, so there wouldn't be any evictions. It's just kind of something similar to that, but I don't have it like fully worked out yet to the point where
Oh, wait, sorry, I
you
didn't
know.
understand you. So you're gonna run an eviction, or you're looking into running evictionist, but you don't think that our bodies are property?
Well, I use evictionism to convey like the general style of the argument, like what it is. Although I take a lot of evictionism to be wrong. So I wouldn't call my personal view that. I just think it's the easiest way to convey it. I have a few major disagreements with them. Like I think self-ownership is like unintelligible. It's so bad.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't believe that like a fetus has, or anybody has, an intrinsic moral, like commandment style right. Like I don't think those kind of things exist. And I also don't really like that their pre-viability stance is abortion, because I think that if you're going to be bound by the gentlest means principle and acting in such a way that is consonant with that, that you should, even pre-viability, still endorse some kind of abortion. And I had kind of talked about this with that, or not abortion, eviction, sorry. And I kind of talked about this with Adam, where I think, again, if we understand that you are a kind of entity who is still a moral agent, bound by morality, I think that it's just a descriptively different point for what happens pre and post viability, given the evicted topic or the evicted like fetus, for example. So I don't know. I think evictionism, like how it's classically run, is pretty bad. I don't know. A lot of evictionists they have a really strange view on rights. So they take a lot of weird reductios to just like bully their stance, like the plane
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Like, I don't.
Yeah,
It's
they
just like
have
a
to
bad view.
unalive on some really wild hills. What I find very unintuitive, not only body ownership. I don't think we own our bodies, because then I think that children would be owned by the like let's say you owned your body and you sold it into slavery, right? And then that person had schmecks with you, right? And you produce offspring. Those offspring would belong to that person that bought you, that purchased your services. So I can't wrap my brain around children being property, even if I were to like grant that, maybe I owned myself, which I just find the whole thing disturbing.
I've talked to Sarah about this multiple times. That dual ownership is a thing, right? So you can't own somebody else even if you sell them. But I asked her, like, to substantiate this, like, why is there dual ownership, right, when you sell the body? So then I told her, does this apply, right? Like let's say if you were to sell your body, right, can that person use your body as like a Smecks toy whenever they want to? Because they're your property now. They said this wouldn't apply because there's dual ownership, because you can't be like separated from your body. So then I just asked, does this apply when the body, dies? And she said no. So then my reductio would have been, if I continued the conversation, let's say a person dies after you buy their body. Is it permissible to cut their body to pieces and give it to children for Halloween, since this is your property? I think this is permissible. And
if you want, I can actually give. I have some really good arguments against it if anybody is interested.
I have a question. Since are you libertarian?
People would, in a colloquial sense, say that objectivism is like a libertarian philosophy, but in the strictest sense, I would argue no. I have a lot of problems with like libertarian thought.
So maybe I don't know. Maybe you can't answer my question, because the issue I have with so Sarah and I are like really good friends, but and she has not been able to really articulate this. Maybe somebody that's more familiar with libertarianism can, but like she only talks about negative rights, and I understand. I get that. Like I get the whole negative right thing, but what I don't understand is when we are talking about dependents, like children, minor children, right? Minor children have different entitlements, right? They have positive rights. And I think this is where her and I
I don't think positive or negative rights exist.
Well, I mean,
Sarah
I don't
also
either.
can't substantiate her
I don't
view
either.
of
And
rights.
right. But I should rephrase that. So I think that children ought be entitled to positive obligations. Whereas adults,
Or not obligation. It wouldn't be an obligation to the child though. It would be an obligation on someone else to like allow the child something. That would be the so it would be an obligation on someone else to allow the child to have this privilege. So that's what I mean by privileges and obligations.
right?
Like you can say like the mother is obligated to carry the child and this is the privilege of the child which is granted by, whatever. But like there's no actual right that's there. That this is what me and Sarah have gone. Are you talking about Meatball, Sarah?
Oh yeah, meatball. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Me and her have kind of gone back and forth on a couple different topics. One of them is, wait, radical capitalist. I wanted to ask real quick. Are you by any chance an anarcho-capitalist? Is that what you mean by radical capitalist?
No, I was in ANCAP like 4 or 5 years ago, but I think it's pretty dog shit.
Oh yeah, no, I would agree. No, I was just asking because the radical capitalist part, made me go there. But yeah, with Sarah Meatball, like she basically tried to take one of, well, not one of, but my main argument, and give it back to me in a way that she presupposes empathy to be a necessary
Yeah, she
precondition
runs like
for.
discourse ethics with like care ethics, and I've had my disagreements with her because I think that she's um misdefining empathy in terms of like non-essentials, where she gives like a definition of empathy where it's like a willingness to hear someone else's argument, and that's all she's taking empathy to mean. And like at minimum, that's like a super idiosyncratic way to use the term. But I also think that that's just like blatantly
Oh,
wrong.
well, I think she may have gotten better since then because when me and her talked, this was I mean, shit, I don't even know, maybe 4 weeks, 5 weeks ago. The last time we actually had like a full blown conversation for like an hour, debate, whatever. She gave me empathy being a necessary precondition for rationality.
Yeah, she says that makes some
Yeah.
sense still, I think.
Yeah. I would
Yeah,
agree. I
okay,
think
cool.
empathy.
Okay.
As an atheist, I think humans evolved to have empathy. I think that it's a precursor. Like I think you need to have like the higher rational, the more rational we evolved, the more empathetic we evolved, and that's why I
Yeah, but her argument was you can't be logical if you don't have rationality, and rationality necessitates empathy. But the issue that I got caught up with her on was whether or not you could be purely logical and rational if you were, say, a psychopath who could feel no empathy for another individual, but just based off of brute facts about the world and understanding the brute facts about the world, could you actually have rationality or logic?
Okay.
Wait,
and
but what
could you
about
implement those? And so she was saying that these are necessary in order to make the argument, and I don't think that's the case.
what about just like a standard like deductive argument in just like syllogistic form? Like I don't posit that if you wanted to work out like the Socrates syllogism, that you would necessarily have to be empathetic or be willing to hear out another person's argument. I don't know. I think the view is just super weird. But even though like I'm not a libertarian, for example, I would posit that negative or positive obligations in terms of like rights don't exist, like being qua being, or I would maybe even say like a state of nature. Like if I push somebody into a lake and they're drowning, I think I've created a positive obligation to go help them in a colloquial sense, you could say. That is like a right, like they are therefore entitled to my help and services because I've put them in such a state. But I don't think like general libertarianism
So
would hold that
causal.
view. Um,
But then, like based off of that logic, you would hold to some sort of like pro-life causal stance.
So what they would say is probably like along the lines of the way that we know obligation, and the only way that we know obligation presupposes that we're dealing with at least born people who have the current capacity to be like conceptual beings and moral agents. And I think
Well,
maybe
then
some of the
that
more
goes back to the
intelligent ones would
sentience
just say it's a
argument.
conceptual error.
Yeah, I don't know. To be fair, my bad.
Oh, sorry. Doesn't this is what I don't understand is doesn't it violate the non-aggression principle? I don't get how it doesn't violate it.
Well,
the
he
NAP
said
is
he's not a
stupid, so-
libertarian. So yeah, the yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that so much because I had this conversation last night with someone. Yeah, the NAP just
Who, me?
presupposes a bunch of
Are you
things.
thinking me? Or
No,
wait,
I was saying thank you to Radical because he was saying the NAP is stupid. Yeah, the non-aggression
Well, like
protocol is
oh,
completely dumb.
self-defense is legitimately violent, and it doesn't say like I would be adherent to
yeah,
like the
that's what I
non-initiation of
never
force.
understood that.
But I
Yeah.
think that like it's totally justified to use retaliatory force and like self-defense. Like I'm not going to be
Right.
if someone's
Right.
trying to end my life, I'm not going to be a pacifist.
Right.
Make some argument like, "Hey, have you considered that P1
Well,
I value my life?" You know,
well,
just
no, okay, well, so to steelman it, the NAP would say that they are trying to actively violate your rights, and then therefore you would have use of force against them. But the NAP is stupid for the reason that it presupposes all of these things that aren't justified. So it's saying like, well, you have the right to do this thing, which they all presuppose that there's some sort of moral or legal entitlement, but they can never give you any answer for it. But regarding that, disregarding that, uh, they go into this whole like framework of, well, as long as you don't take away my rights, then you can do whatever you want. And it's just a massive presupposition that they can't justify. No one can justify these things off the NAP.
How
well,
do you
that's
guys?
because libertarians are what they call philosophically light in their own community. Like they kind of postulate the NAP and that rights exist. They offer
Mm-hmm.
no proof and they don't give any support for it. And then from there, they reason, the type of society we should have and what things should be based on that. But again, they have no
Right.
proper argument for such a thing.
Right. How do you guys feel about the Heimlich maneuver reductio? How do you feel about that?
What? I've
I've
never
never
heard
heard
it.
that before.
Like, let's say if you knew the Heimlich maneuver, right, and somebody was choking, and like you knew how to save them, you knew how to perform it. You think you're obligated to like save them, or do you think you can just stand there and do nothing and let them choke?
Yeah, I would say that you are obligated to save them so long as you have the means by which to do so and it's not
Yeah,
causing
I
any
would agree.
unnecessary this would be threshold, I'll tell you, but so as long as it doesn't cause any unnecessary harm or anything to anyone else, yeah.
I mean,
I don't see.
what would we consider as unnecessary? Like, what if the person just like doesn't like touching people and they get like they get really upset?
Yeah, no, then they still have the obligation. It doesn't matter. Your feelings don't really matter in regards to like an obligation that you're held under. So like if we took your response back to me and we just said, well, let's say that a woman is obligated to carry a pregnancy to term, but she just really feels like she doesn't want to have a person in her or whatever. Like it would completely collapse. Like that's why yeah, that reductio is really bad. Is that
That is a
pro-choicers
really good
reductio?
one. I would have to think about it because, like, I see what you're saying, Protect. Like, let's say, like, this person, like, was, like, a germaphobe or something and, like, had, I don't know, maybe this would, like, cause some sort of, like, psychotic break or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I would just say that obligations exist whether or not it's going to cause some harm to you. So I would say that there are obligations that you're held to even if it harms you, right? So like let's say the trolley problem. Everyone always brings up the trolley problem as if it's such like a hard thing to answer, but I really don't think it is. I think you have an obligation to pull the lever. And the reason that I say that is that you see, well, I'm one of the only people that is in this space that will argue from religion. I genuinely don't care. I don't think that anyone can argue outside of religion, like when it comes down to the finest details of a position. I think you have to ground your morals somewhere. But for me, I believe that, yeah, you have obligations given the fact that it would be a sin of omission not to pull the lever, right? Now, however you want to play out the scenario.
Just so I understand what you're saying. Like, let's say this trolley was on its way to hit one person. You're saying that you would pull, or I'm sorry, this trolley was on its way to hit five people, and you would pull the lever
and I pull
to
it
hit one.
to hit one.
You would?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would, because I would believe it to be a sin of omission.
Wow.
Now it's a bit of it would be a sin of omission to not save 5 lives, even if it is at a harm to yourself that you're pulling the lever. Maybe you have some sort of lasting psychological effects because you pulled the lever and you caused the unaliving of an individual. Regardless, though, I think that it would still work out that way. Like I don't think it's that hard of a problem to solve.
Can I say something?
Yeah. Oh wait.
Yeah, I just.
What's your
Sorry.
age?
I'm
What if it
19.
was like 95-year-old
Yeah,
people
I was gonna say that.
and like they had cancer or something? Like, would you still? Would you
Right, but
still?
I mean, like the normal aspect of the trolley problem, not all the
I was like just trying
extra
to.
qualifiers. But
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
I can't say for sure. I mean, I'm gonna say like in regards to just five
All things
lives I know
equal.
nothing about versus the one
Yeah.
life that I know nothing about. That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
Now, given whatever circumstances, if it's 5 P3DOs versus one innocent, then I'm not gonna pull it. And
Mhm.
I can't say that I have an obligation one way or another, but just me personally, that's what I'm gonna do. But yeah, I'm talking about in the general sense of the trolley problem, not like all the qualifiers you could give.
Right. You're right. So, Hearts, what's your age? What's your stance?
I am 19. My stance is more nuanced than an in between, but I'm more lenient to the side of pro-choice. I just think that the argument that people have is that they equate abortion to murder, and murder, like by definition.
You can't say that word, smurder.
Oh, sorry. Wait, what can I say?
You can say schmurder. You have to censor your words.
Okay, so by definition, murder is the unwarranted termination of life, and abortion is the termination of the development of an embryo or a fetus. And I think in the case of an abortion, it's warranted because it protects the life, health, and well-being of the pregnant woman at hand. Whereas in the case of murder, it's obviously unwarranted. I think it's just an argument of morality. Okay.
What's the argument that this is moral?
Well, I just believe that, well, like I said, I'm partial, so a fetus isn't even viable until 20 to 26 weeks, so abortion before that, I believe. Wait, sorry, can I finish my sentence?
Slow down, just one at a time. Why does viability matter?
I feel like before viability, the fetus depends completely on the pregnant person's body for survival, and then after viability, modern medicine can sometimes keep a premature baby alive, so at this stage, the fetus is increasingly seen as a separate potential individual.
So, are you saying that the child is not dependent on its mother after
The
it's born?
fetus is not dependent after
Well, a
viability.
fetus.
Well, not
Let's go back. Wait. Hold on. Let's go back to the beginning. Hold on. Let's backtrack. So let's make sure we're all working with the same definitions first. Okay. Do you know what fetus
means in Latin?
Yeah, do you?
Okay, so in Latin terminology, it would be defined as a little human being, but the stages...
Offspring. Well, it doesn't have to be a human.
So
you can have like a dolphin or a puppy or, but in this case, we're talking about humans. So fetus is Latin for...
The stages...
Wait. Slow down. I know you're really excited. Okay, so fetus is Latin for offspring. Okay. What do we call human offspring?
Tell me.
We call human offspring children. So like I'm 43 years old, but I'm always going to be my mother's child. I'm always going to be her biological offspring. So when I say child, I don't necessarily, I'm not referring to like my age, that I'm a minor under age 18. I'm talking about my relationship. I'm her child. She's my mother. So at conception, you have an individual that is an offspring of the mother.
No, you do.
So you have a
human life doesn't begin at conception.
Okay, so see, this is why I wanted to backtrack because that is not accurate.
Can I explain my stance?
You can make a pro-choice argument. That's fine. I don't have a problem with you making a pro-choice argument, but we're not going to make a pro-choice argument that's not based on science.
Well, this is based on science. You do realize conception only means that the sperm cells enter into an oocyte. Yeah. It's still another 6 to 12 days after conception.
Listen.
Yeah. So Hearts, hold on, really quickly. You're talking about fertilization. Conception is.
Yeah, but human life doesn't begin at conception. And the stages, it's a zygote, then it's a blastocyst. Then
a zygote.
No, hold on. Okay, so great. Let's say it doesn't begin at conception. Is it a life at conception?
No, it is a cell. Well, it's a human cell.
It's a cell. Is the cell alive?
No.
It's
So
dead?
what? It's unalive?
It's a developing human cell.
Okay, so Heart, listen.
Okay, if it's developing,
there are only
is it
3
alive
states
or...
of being, Heart.
Yeah, it is, but it's not. The heartbeat
There's
isn't even
only 3
developed
states.
until
Heart,
6 weeks.
Heart.
You're just
Heart.
speaking over
I'm
me and not letting me get a word in.
Listen, I'm not trying to be rude. You need to slow down and listen, okay? I'm not trying to be rude. You need to stop speaking over me, okay? When it is conceived or fertilized, when it's fertilized, is it alive? Is it unalive or inanimate?
It's a developing cell.
No, that's not what I asked.
Well, that's what
There's
I'm
only
saying.
3. That's not what I need you to answer with one of the 3 choices because those are the only 3 states
You can't
of
give me
being.
3.
So there is alive.
Okay, is there... Hold on, really quickly. I don't mean to cut you off, Olive. Is there a 4th... Hold on. Hearts. Okay, no problem. Listen, really quickly. Is there a 4th? If you can pose the 4th, then you don't have to give one of the 3, but is there a 4th state of being other than alive, unalived, or inanimate?
It is technically alive.
Oh,
but
so it's a human
but the
life.
heartbeat, like, can I prove my point?
Yeah, I don't care about a heartbeat.
Okay, but I'm speaking.
A plant,
so that means
a
you're
plant
not.
is alive. It doesn't have a heartbeat. I don't care about a heartbeat.
Okay, well, I'm
I know
speaking.
how the
Let me
develop.
finish my
I
point.
know
You're not
how the
even letting me get a
development.
word
We're
in.
not
Can I speak?
there yet, Heart.
Yeah, but you're
Heart,
not letting me get a
Heart.
word
We
in.
are Heart.
Hold on,
Heart.
real quick,
I
really
just
quickly.
want to
I'm just
finish
moderating
the
at this point.
biology. Okay.
Really quickly,
If
Heart,
a
you've
heartbeat
been
matters
cutting...
to you, you can argue that later.
Wait, order one at a time.
Yeah, sorry. I was just trying to say, let Olive go, Heart, and it's really weird
She's
that
just
you
gonna
brought
cut
up
me
how
off.
you can't get a word. Ma'am, you're the one that's constantly cutting in and just monologuing and then cutting over her questions. Like, I don't understand how you think that you're the one that's being cut off here. The only reason that I jumped in at all was to moderate a little bit, to try and get you to, like,
Okay,
calm
go
the
on.
fuck down a little bit. Okay, great. So let Olive speak, let her ask the questions that she wants to ask, and then actually answer them in good faith.
Okay.
That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so Heart, I'm not trying to take your argument away. I just want to get through this biology. It's very important, okay? So you have a human being meaning alive at fertilization, okay? This human being has its own unique DNA, okay? It is not the same human being as the mother, right? I don't care if it's 1 cell or like 5 billion cells or whatever, it is still a human being, okay? Now, with that said, okay, we have this human being. When do you place moral consideration on this new human being?
Our viability,
And
20
why?
to 26 weeks.
Okay, fine. I just wanted to make sure that we're all working with the same definitions. We have a child, okay? It is a very small child, okay? But it's still a child. It is a human being from conception,
No.
okay? So what do you mean no? We just covered this. You can't say no because you don't like science.
Right.
Okay, you can't say no because you don't like science. What you can say is that, yeah, I acknowledge that this is a human being and I don't value it because X, Y, and Z. Okay, that's what you can say. You're allowed to say that, and then you have to give an argument to support your view. Okay, but you can't say it's not a. Oh,
Drop? What happened? She dropped.
She left.
He dropped. I said.
Also, I don't think it was something you said. I just think that she got caught up. Well, she tried to be disingenuous with how she was trying to. Who's taking a piss right now?
I usually don't win that fast.
I hear that.
That's,
One of y'all
that's the
mute
background
up.
noise.
Shit.
That's I'm in the laundry room. That's my bed. My husband's.
No, you're good. You're good.
Right.
You're
Well,
good.
I have a question.
I'm sorry.
I have a question.
It's been so long since I've seen somebody who genuinely like tried to deny that they were a human being from conception. Like most people, like even on the pro-choice side, agree with that at this point. You know?
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah,
Like,
but I do want to say, Olive, next time to help you, I wouldn't make the claim that it's a human being just because it's a human life, because then they're going to get into this the definition of being, and then you're gonna have to give some sort of like personhood argument. And that
being
she was pretty low tier.
Well,
I'm just
yeah.
no, like in terms of philosophy, like yeah, I
Well, that's what I
I'm
was
just trying to
trying to
help you.
tell her. Like, I don't care if she makes a personhood argument. That's what I expect. I mean, there are some strong arguments for personhood. She just didn't have one.
Yeah, no, yeah,
Yeah.
she ran off.
Yeah, I have a question for
Protect.
just guy. Yeah, but this is about the medical exception, right? From a Christian perspective, I've asked Tonlock this before. So, like in Christianity, right? So, like Jesus, right, sacrificed his life, so we have an opportunity to be saved, right? So, why isn't that obligation the same for a mother, right, and her child?
Yeah,
Aren't like
I don't hold to yeah that it's a completely different scenario. With the medical exception, I would say that there aren't any medical reasons to have an abortion as defined by the CDC. I work off the CDC definition of abortion. Otherwise, you get like shit like, oh well, a miscarriage is an abortion, etc., etc. Like all these dumbass arguments for abortion. I go off the CDC definition. That's how I usually define what an abortion is. Now, I will grant a quote unquote abortion prior to 7 weeks, given some sort of weird one off scenario, medical necessity for an abortion. Regardless, though, I think that you should remove the fetus whole, alive, and intact, some sort of like DNA dilation and extraction, and allow the child to have a possibility of survival, especially given our current medical technology. I don't think that you should rip it limb from limb and then just call it, moral. I don't think that's moral. But given the Christian position, I don't think just because Christ unalived on the cross means that.
But I
Whose
mean,
smoke detector was that?
I mean,
Whose fucking smoke detector was that?
Not me.
I'm
sorry.
Wait, aren't we
First it
like
was you pissing,
Wait,
and now it's a damn smoke detector in the background.
boys, can I please talk to
Control
you?
any of this.
All right, but hold on really quickly. Let me finish responding to those real quick. So yeah, in regards to the Christian perspective, I would say that the only quote unquote exception that I would give is prior to 8 weeks, only because of the fact that if during a dilation and extraction, prior to 8 weeks, 7 weeks, and prior actually, to be fair, it would instantly unalive the fetus. So there is no real distinction between unaliving it intentionally or unintentionally, or like giving it palliative care. There's no option of giving palliative care prior to that, but there's no actual medical exception that would require you to have the fetus removed from you prior to 7 weeks. So I don't really grant a medical exception unless someone brings me some sort of medical exception, which I've never been given prior to 7 weeks, which is absolutely necessary and cannot be held further into the pregnancy.
Okay.
But I don't think that a mother has a right. An obligation to unalive for her child. Now, I think it would be virtuous of the woman, if to be fair, right? I would want to marry a woman who said, "Hey, I would rather unalive and birth this child and have this child, grow up, than me continue living without my child living on," right? But me as a husband, if I was a husband, right, I would choose my wife over my child in that scenario if I was the one given the decision, because my wife is unable to give it, only because of Christian ethics. So.
Right. Well, I mean, do you think this would be applied outside the womb? Like, let's say, and I've used reductio on someone before. Let's say the child, right, was on a train track, and the alternative.
The wife is on another. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's a really shitty situation. It's a really, really shitty situation, and I don't know what I would do, but what I think is the case, given Christian ethics, would be that I should save my wife. Now, that being the case doesn't mean that my child is worth any less to me, anything like that.
Well, wait,
It's
no,
just it's
no, it's not.
just
It's not a trolley problem. It's like if the mother, right, saw her child on a train track, and like if she saved the child, she would end up unaliving. But the other option is she just stands there and let her child like get hit by the train. Do you think that's like permissible? Like, I mean, for me, I don't.
saying that the child is on the train track, the mother goes
Yeah,
to save it,
yeah, but she
and
like
she unalives in the process of saving the child.
yeah, and but the child is saved. Like I don't know. Let's say she has enough time to pick it up and throw it off the train tracks, but she gets hit, right? But the other option is she just stands there and just does nothing, and the child gets hit by the train. Do you think that's like
Yeah,
permissible? Yeah.
no. Okay, so this is where we get into the specifics. I think for the woman, like let's say that I'm absent, my wife is there, I have a wife or whatever, she's there, my kid, her kid, our kid, whatever, uh, is strapped to the train tracks and she has to save the child or whatever. I'm not present there, and she decides either I let my child unalive or I save my child's life. Yes, she has an obligation to save the child's life. Now, if I were present, I would say that it would be the man's obligation to sacrifice himself for both, right?
I see.
So he should save the child um in replacement of the mother having to save the child. So he's sacrificing himself so that the mother doesn't have to, but also saving the child in the process. I think that's more so the Christian teaching, not, you should just, yeah. I mean, if the father or the husband or whatever is not present, um, yeah. I mean, the woman still has an obligation to her children, but me as a man, I have a higher obligation, which is I'm supposed to sacrifice for both. It's
Right.
just which one am I going to choose in a medical sense, like for the medical exception. I think that I'm obligated to choose the wife over the child, but of course, this is also it would weigh on me heavily. And this is what I was talking about earlier. Like, there's going to be severe harm to me psychologically choosing my wife over my child, right? But I think you still have the obligation to do so. I don't really see why
Do you think
I
that your
shouldn't
wife
sacrifice
would
my own
want
mental.
that? That would be a question that I would ask you.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't
If
matter.
I'm present, yeah, it does. Yeah, it doesn't matter whether or not my wife is wanting to or not. I wouldn't respect the wishes of my wife. I'm the head of the household. So if I had a wife and she said, "Hey, I want to unalive to save my child," ultimately I feel like I have an obligation to override that wish of her. So yeah, I mean it's like we're also talking about very very specific situations that there are no like great outcomes for. Like we're talking about like what's the worst evil, right? Like, or what's the worst possibility here? And I'm just saying that I think the obligation comes before what I feel personally, right? Like,
Right.
yeah, I may love my children extremely, but if it's
I think
something
we have
like, oh
enough.
well, my wife and my child, yeah.
Yeah. Well, hold on. I just want to. Yeah. I will. We'll get back to that when we're done. But Remus, what is your
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. What is your age and what is your stance?
19 and I'm pro-choice.
You guys can take this.
But I mostly came up here because you said, like, you're saying pro-choice is support eugenics, like it's a bad thing. Can you explain why eugenics are a bad thing?
Well, I guess the idea of eugenics, right, about undesirable traits. Yeah, who decides what a trait is undesirable?
Yeah. Like the people that commit most of the crimes, right?
What do you mean?
Huh?
Take it like this. In most, by the way, I'm not saying black people, because there's black people that don't commit crimes, but the argument for people, yeah, this guy's right. I'm talking about those people. There's a difference between them. And the ones that commit most of the abortions are black people from the hoods, not just because they're black, it's because they're from the hoods, it's their culture. And those people commit
Hey,
most
Remus,
of
are
the
you from the
crimes.
United States, by any chance?
Definitely not, hell no.
Oh, okay. So, like,
Wait,
why
is
are you
this?
even talking
You're
about
getting
black
blocked.
folks
You're
in
getting
the first
blocked.
place?
This
Because
is
we don't have
what?
niggers in Europe, and Europe is way better than
Yeah, you're
America.
getting
It's the same
blocked.
exact
Okay,
reason.
no
This is
problem.
cool.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
you're gonna
racist.
hop
I
out
was
of it.
wondering where he was going with this. I was like, this is gross.
Yeah, you're also getting blocked. So back to our point before that delusion. I was just
For so long.
yeah, I was just like questioning, right? It's like as Christians, right? You would argue that Christians are obligated to give their life for God, right? They can't like renounce their religion. Like, so are they not obligated?
He's still in the chat. I don't know who has mod powers to
Okay,
get.
you're gonna get blocked too.
Thanks.
Yeah. So as like Christians, right? They're obligated,
I
right?
know
To,
someone muted him, but I'll block him. No problem.
yeah.
He's gone.
Yeah. Goodbye. Yeah, but as Christians, right? Are they like not obligated? Because I believe like the greatest isn't it quoted like the greatest form of love is to like lay down one's life for another. So like wouldn't that like apply?
Yeah. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, right? Like, let's say that I'm not present. I'm not present when my wife is making the decision. I would say that she is in fact virtuous for making the decision to sacrifice her life for her child. But if I, as a husband, am present and I can do anything to save my wife from having to sacrifice herself for the life of the child, like in the railroad scenario, I'd rather sacrifice my life so that my wife and my children can continue to live than for, my wife to sacrifice herself. Now, if I'm not present, I think a woman does have an obligation to protect her children.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, but that's what I was saying. It's getting down into the very specifics of what is obligatory for the wife or the husband, and each specific schmecks.
Yeah.
If I'm working off of Christian ethics, like, you can give me multiple reductives, I'll answer all of them. I don't care. But in that situation, yeah, the husband is obligated to sacrifice himself for the good of the wife and the children. The wife also has an obligation to her children to protect them.
Right.
But that's only if the husband is not around, right? So the husband should be the first one to sacrifice his life for the others.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear an opinion from a few Christians. I asked a few, like I asked Hemi Neutron that he had to like reconsider his view, because some abolitionists do support self-defense principle, others do not. So like I just wanted to hear that.
I hold the self-defense. I hold the self-defense principle. I think anyone that doesn't hold the self-defense principle doesn't really understand Christian ethics. They might be like, it's normally going to be a Protestant that, they're kind of making it up as they go. They're holding Christian ethics to be their own version of like whatever they think the Bible is saying.
Right.
I hold to a normative authority, but that would be the early church,
right,
and their interpretation of the scriptures. So.
All right, that's a fair point. Thank you for answering that. All right. Any other opposition? Oh, hello.
Hey. Hey, bestie.
Yeah, I had to change. Yeah, I had to change that prompt that you saw last time.
Oh yeah, people were snapping, huh?
Yeah, the mustache.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the grape one.
Oh yeah, I had that one. Yeah, I could switch to that one.
Bestie. What's up?
I did have a question.
Put up a prompt that says, "Are you a born supremacist?" Nobody's.
I mean, I could.
Just put on the Schmittler one. That was funny.
No, it's gonna get.
Do you support born supremacy?
I have a parasite background.
Misty. I did have a question real quick.
Misty.
Yeah. You might drop down for ops. I think we have too many.
I can drop ops.
Oh, Misty, you just got here. I've been up here for a
I
gonna go
don't
make
know.
myself a
Isn't
little
Orban
snack.
up?
I don't mind dropping.
Can you
I don't
guys
mind.
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I just had a question and then I can drop. Um, I so I think so I just wondered. Anyone can answer. I don't care.
Wait, how old are you?
I am 22. 23 actually. I just turned 23.
Go ahead.
So I just had a question. What is your opinion on IVF and eugenics for women suffering with infertility?
Well, I'm against
Because I
IVF.
see that. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. What was
both
that?
of them.
I'm 100% against IVF for the same reasons. Nature of it is
Okay.
immoral.
Okay, that's all.
Yeah, the only way that I would accept IVF is if it's done one embryo at a time. But that's not how IVF is normally conducted. So
I think in Italy they're kind of like trying to. It's more regulated in Italy, but our country has like no regulations on it. But either way, I think it's just the nature of IVF is immoral. So I don't see how it could be done morally.
well, I would say it could be done morally if a husband and a wife somehow cannot conceive through, like, I'm just giving the major exception, right? Like, let's say IVF was given to a husband and a wife, the husband's sperm, the wife's, eggs, they're combined in some sort of test tube or whatever, one at a time. Yes, I would be fine with that. But that's not how IVF is normally conducted. So,
Rainbow, what a stupid point. Children already exist during pregnancy. In IVF, you're going to create the children. Like this is a stupid point. But yeah, we might need someone to drop for opposition.
I'll drop. I need to go to bed anyway. It's late.
Yeah.
You can drop me for the algorithm.
If anyone wants to stay up,
Okay.
I'm getting sleepy.
Wait, inactivity. I was here the whole time.
Yeah, TikTok has that thing where if you don't like show your face, they have an activity thing, so you can talk the whole live, but if they don't see your face, they will think you're in your face.
Oh, I see.
yeah, it's not gonna banana you, but it'll shadow you.
Right.
Oh, that's dumb.
Yeah, it's
crazy.
pretty dumb.
Yeah, pretty
Pro-choice
crazy.
is get in here. I'll cook you guys, and I'm half asleep right now.
It's pretty crazy. Like 200 people
If you
showed
like
up last night. At one point. Wait. What's the argument of being that pro-birth is bad? What's the argument for that?
They're not pro-life, they're pro-birth. I hope this helps. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Kai. Kai is tripping. Kai, would you like to be invited up? If not, maybe hop off, but I know this chick does not have a Bible verse in her bio. Holy shit. You know what? I'm just gonna invite you up, Kai. Alright? You're getting an invite.
Does Kai really? Oh,
Come
shit.
up and talk about it. Kai, would you like to come up and talk about it?
How are you feeling, though, voiceless? How are you feeling today? How's everybody feeling today?
Chilling. I'm tired. It's 2 a.m.
Dude, I just got off of work like 20 minutes ago.
Hey Kai, I see you continuing the comment, but you haven't come up yet, so I'm gonna send you another invite. Okay, Kai?
Word,
And
don't duck
if you
the
reject it, I'm gonna abuse my mod powers so hard and I'm gonna mute you.
I don't
You have a
understand how
lot to
they think
say.
it's control over women when like you have control, you have your quote unquote bodily autonomy to begin with.
Here, I'm like half asleep, y'all. Good night. Get some rest, y'all.
Good night, Draco. Come on, Kai. Yes, there you go. Host, come back. Host, come back, please.
Okay, yeah, I see
There
them.
you go.
Oh,
Okay.
look at who you have here.
Hey, Kai, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. So what's your argument?
Hey, what's your age first? What's your age first?
I'm 18.
Okay.
My argument is that you're not pro-life, you're just pro-birth.
Okay, why is being pro-birth bad?
I mean, that's not bad, but you can't claim to be pro-life when you're just pro-birth. I mean, those are two different things.
Oh, okay, so how am I not pro-life?
Because you don't actually care what happens after they're out of the womb.
Who said?
Oh, I'm just
Do
assuming
you know
because
my
you said you're
position after
pro-life.
they're outside of the womb?
Okay, so why are you so focused on abortion right now when you should be focused on the things that are going on in the world right now? If you were pro-life, you would be more focused on the other things.
Hey, Kai, so you're a Christian, right?
I am.
Okay, so does life begin at conception?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so do you think that we shouldn't be arguing, stop
You're
people
avoiding my
from
question.
unaliving babies in the womb? No,
You're
no,
avoiding my
actually I'm
question.
not. Kai,
You are. Why
actually
couldn't you
I'm
answer
not.
my question
And if
then?
what question?
I asked if you were pro-life, why are you not more focused on the things that are going on in America right now? But you're focused on AB.
Like
Seems
what?
like the least
Like
of
what?
everyone's problems.
Like what?
So
Like what?
should nobody
Mass
else be born?
deportation.
Hold on, real quick.
There's a
Kai,
number
like
of
We
what?
things.
just cease
I just want to
making
speak to
children.
one person at a time, please.
No, it's okay. Kai, like what?
What do you mean?
Like what?
Oh, I said like mass deportation. There's a number of things that we could be focused on right now.
Yeah,
If
so
you
okay,
claim to
so
be
is
pro-life,
deportation okay, great, no problem. So is deportation unaliving people?
that's not what I said.
Oh, okay, so how am I not pro-life for supporting deportation? Even if I did?
So you do, or you don't?
Yeah, you made the presupposition that
You
I
do, or
do,
you
but let's
don't?
just say that I do.
Okay.
Here, Kai. So what I'm doing is, you're making multiple claims that I haven't actually made myself, but I'll grant
Okay.
them to
Well, then
you,
you
right?
can make those
Let's say
claims,
that I
and you let me
support,
know what your
let's
ideology
say,
is.
okay, great. Yeah, I'm a Christian nationalist. I don't think you want to have this conversation with me.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
We don't have to have
Kai,
that conversation
great.
if you don't want to.
No, I mean, we can if you want. I'll
I mean, that's up
absolutely
to you.
destroy you
I'm
on
fully
any,
open to
yeah.
that.
I mean, it's gonna go off topic. I don't know
Okay.
if the host is okay with that. Host, are you okay with this?
Yeah, you can do this. Yeah, I don't mind.
Okay, cool. So Kai, why is it wrong that I'm a Christian nationalist?
Okay, define Christian nationalist.
Yeah, I believe in nationalism, which is putting our country first, the United States of America. I believe that the interests of the country should be held first, and that the populace overwhelmingly are Christian, right? And so
So would that
Christian
not be
ethics and Christian
contradicting?
morals. Hold
Okay,
on.
you can
Nope.
finish.
Nope, it's not. Can I finish? Thank
Okay,
you very
yeah, of
much.
course, finish.
Thank you. Yeah, no problem. So Kai, so the Christian populace of this country hold to certain morals and ethics given their Christian worldview, right? I think that this Christian worldview, whether it be general Christian ethics or whatever, should be held by the state, right? And should be enforced through the state. Why am I wrong for believing this?
Okay, because Christian nationalism, like you just defined it, would be putting yourself above others. Correct? Correct? Or do I have something misinterpreted?
Actually, no.
Okay,
No,
so
Kai.
you define to
So
me
I never
again
said that
without saying that you are better than other
so
people.
Kai. Yeah. So Kai, when did I ever state that I was morally
Okay, you said
superior
putting
or
your country
superior in,
first.
yes, your
Correct?
country first, yes. So if
Okay.
Mexico is also a Christian nationalist state, which by the way, Mexico is overwhelmingly Catholic, right? And holds to overwhelmingly Catholic ideals, which is why when Mexicans come over here, the vast majority of my family, by the way, Kai, just so that you can't strawman me, are Mexicans, and
I don't
half
like
of
your
them
I
are
never called
illegal.
you a racist.
Yeah, no. I didn't say you said that I was a racist.
Okay.
I'm just giving you what
I'm just saying that seems
my
irrelevant, but anyway.
yeah, Kai, yeah, it's because of the fact that I know where you're going with it. I'm like three
How am I
steps ahead
going
of
any?
you right
I'm
now.
saying where I'm going with this
So
is
Kai,
you just
great.
stated to
Go ahead.
me that you were putting yourself above others. quite literally what you just stated
Yeah,
to me.
what?
That's why I
No,
cut
I
you
said
off when
no.
you
What I
started
said we
speaking
should
because
put
that's what
our
you said.
nation. Yeah, so nationalism, meaning that our nation should become, or should come before any other nation. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so how do you think those two things aren't contradicting? Why are they
What
not
two things?
contradicting to you?
What two things? What two things?
Yeah, it would be on you to
Christian?
outline. Yeah, it
Hold
would be on
on,
you.
hold on, Bryce. Bryce, hold on. Let me just.
Is it
I
one v
just want
one?
to
Yeah, yeah. No, you're
completely.
good.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
1v1. It's a 1v1. You're good, dude. Bryce is cool, by the way. Host, let him talk when he gets the chance to. But I do want to run this 1v1 real quick.
Sure.
Kai, what's up? So
Okay,
how is
so
it contradicting?
how are you putting your country first? Where are we going with this? What are you doing to put your country first? I'm a little confused here.
I didn't even. Hold on. I'm sorry. So you said it was contradictory prior to me even giving any qualifiers as to how I'm giving my
Okay,
country
so go ahead and do that for
some
me.
sort of. Yeah, no. You already said it was contradicting, so you made the claim,
Okay, yeah,
right? I
so
need
go
you
ahead and
to.
do that for me
Hold on.
because I
Hold
already
on.
know
Hold
it's
on.
going to be.
What's the contradiction? What's the contradiction?
Because you're putting yourself above someone else.
How am I putting
Are you
myself
not?
above someone
Okay,
else
so
if
you're
I'm saying
putting the
that our
place that you
country should
live
be.
above someone else.
Okay, so my country should be put first before places like Mexico, Canada,
Okay, but what I'm getting
Israel,
at is what do you mean putting yourself
literally.
first? Putting your country
Yeah,
first? Like what are we
our
doing to put our
country.
country
Yeah,
first?
yeah. Would you like me to explain it? I
Yeah, of
appreciate that
course.
very much. Yeah, so our country and our country's best interest should be put first. We should not allow other individuals to dictate what we do with our legal system, with our judicial system, like
How are we doing
legislative,
that?
judicial, whatever. Yeah, how are we doing that?
How are we letting other individuals dictate our legislation right now?
You know what? Actually, before we even get into that guy here,
No, I'd like you to answer
I
that
was
real
trying
quick.
to
It's
have
a
a good
pretty
faith.
plain and simple
No,
question.
you're moving the goalpost again, but it's fine.
Not really.
Kai,
You
really
just
quickly,
stated it.
really quickly, can you
I just
explain to
wanted
me
you to
what
go into it.
Christianity is? Yeah, no
No,
problem.
because
Can you
now you're
explain to me what
redirecting
Christianity
this.
is?
I wanted you to answer the
I'm
question
not.
before I
You're
answer
actually the
anything
one that's
else.
continuing to move the goalpost, and I'm just gonna bring it
I
back
just
down
wanted
to
you
the
to listen.
foundation.
I just wanted,
Yeah,
or
so
not listen.
I'm a
I wanted you to
Christian.
answer
I'm
the
also a
question.
nationalist. That's what I mean by Christian nationalism. I already explained it to you
By
3
letting
times,
them vote
and you
without being
continue
a
to straw
citizen,
man.
they pay taxes, and they don't
Yeah,
get
they
government
should.
assistance like you
I never
get.
said anything. I never said anything about illegal immigrants voting whatsoever. So you're
I'm just
again
answering the
straw
question
manning.
in the comment. I'm
Kai,
just asking.
yeah, okay. Well, no one gives a shit about the comments. Talk
Okay,
to
no
me.
profanity is needed.
Regardless,
Actually, you don't
Kai.
need to get too
Yeah,
upset.
no
I
problem.
don't
No
care
problem.
if they're
Okay, you
paying
can tone police.
taxes.
It's
Like,
okay. Hold on, really quickly. It's okay. You can try and tone police all you want, but Kai, can you explain to me what Christianity is?
Can you please answer my question?
We're both Christians, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, great. So can you explain to me why I shouldn't be a Christian nationalist given Christian ethics?
That's not what I said. I said you are contradicting yourself by saying you're a Christian in how you defined
And a
a
nationalist?
nationalist. How you
So a
defined it.
nationalist meaning I'm putting my country first?
How are those two things? You cannot give me a reason on why
Right.
they
So
are
what I'm
not
asking you to
contradictory.
do is I'm asking you to give me the Christian ethics that go contrary to being Christian
Yeah.
nationalist. Can you explain to me this specific thing that I'm asking of you?
Because as you described it, you are putting yourself above someone else. That is contradictory.
No, I'm not putting myself above someone else
That is how you have
morally
defined
or
it. So please redefine it for me.
that's not how I defined it. I
Okay,
never said
please
morally I'm
redefine it
above
for
someone
me.
else. I never Yeah. So in regards to intrinsic worth or value or moral value, I don't hold myself or my country to be of higher moral value or worth than anyone else. However, I think that my country should be put first in regards to the political system. Now, Kai, can
As
you
like what?
explain to
Like give me
me?
an
Can you
example of
explain
that,
to
please.
me? Shut the fuck up.
No,
You
please give me an
genuinely.
example of that so I can better understand you.
Yeah, so like we shouldn't just allow in 500 million immigrants a year and flood
Where
our
did you
country
get that
with
number?
people who I'm giving you a random hypothetical. You asked me to
Okay,
give you
so
an example. I'm
hypothetical.
giving you an
Okay.
example.
A hypothetical.
Yeah,
Okay.
Kai. So if you didn't eat breakfast this morning, how would you feel?
What?
If you didn't eat breakfast this morning, how would you feel?
I don't know. I eat breakfast. I don't know where you're going with this. Hungry? Like what do you want me to
It's
say?
Hungry?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
Yeah,
hungry.
after 3 answers, there you go, finally. So you
Okay.
can at least have half of the IQ necessary to engage in hypotheticals. What I'm saying to you is, you asked me to give you an example. I'm giving you an example, right?
Are you giving me an
Let's
example
say
or a
that there are
hypothetical? Those are two
500.
different things.
Holy fuck. Yeah, Kai, really quickly. If it was the case that 500 million immigrants wanted to emigrate to the United States, and I said, hey, no, this is a bad thing, given the fact that these 500 million immigrants all have completely contrary views to Christian ethics, right? Would this be a bad thing for me to do?
Yeah, it would be.
Oh, why is that, given Christian ethics, Kai?
Don't engage in hypotheticals. It's the stupidest way to debate.
I mean,
He's there to test
he
logic.
doesn't know the difference
you
between a
can hop
hypothetical
off,
and
dog.
an example. So
Holy
he thought that
shit.
was an example.
Holy
What are you
shit.
even talking
I didn't
about?
kick him. I didn't kick
But
him. I don't know
anyway.
who did kick him, but I don't know whose dumbass just came up here and said, "Don't debate hypotheticals. Hypotheticals are a way to test logic." Kai, I'm just asking you, given Christian ethics, right? You said you're a Christian. I'm
Yeah.
arguing for Christianity as well, right? Where in Christian ethics does it say anything about, like, given the ethical principles given in Scripture as well as church tradition, where does it say that you cannot protect your own country from, like,
That's
invasion?
not what I said. It's not invasion.
Yeah, okay, great. Let's say a
Why do you think it is
overwhelming,
invasion? I'm just
disproportionate amount
interested
of
in that.
immigrants that, yeah, sure. Yeah. So, great, Kai. You're trying to obfuscate
What do you mean,
again.
great? I'm interested
Yeah,
on why you feel that it is invasion because they have
Yeah,
done nothing directly to
Yo, Kai.
speak. If you'd let me finish my sentence.
I would love for you to actually engage with the conversation that's
Love to,
happening
if
instead
you'd
of
let me finish
continuing
my
to obfuscate
sentence.
and not actually answer the questions. So, what Christian ethics tell you that you have to allow an unlimited amount of immigrants into your own country?
No, you keep changing the question. An
No,
unlimited
that's
amount
what
of
you're
immigrants. I didn't
positing.
say I was a
Otherwise, argue
nationalist.
against what I've already posited to you.
Kai Garcia, this was called the liar's argument.
Wait, no. This is between Justin Guy and Kai, so no interjections.
So, Kai, I said this doesn't contradict Christian ethics. Can you give me the contradiction of Christian ethics and nationalism in the way that I defined it?
I have. And I asked you to redefine it so that you
But
don't
you
trip
haven't.
over your
You
words.
literally haven't.
I just said you
haven't
put
tripped
yourself
over a
above
single word
someone
that
else.
I've given. Yeah, that's not what I said,
I've said
though.
that about,
That's
like,
a
6
straw
times
man,
now.
which is why I've had to continue to...
After
Kai,
you've
are you
redefined,
debating
you've
in good
continued to
faith?
redefine yourself, yeah.
No, I haven't redefined anything. I gave you the
Okay.
original definition of Christian nationalism. You then strawmanned and said that you put yourself above someone else. I literally had to sit here and tell you
How
how
is
I'm
that a
not doing
straw?
that thing.
Okay. How is that a straw
Yeah,
man
do you know what a
fallacy,
straw man
whatsoever?
is? Can you... Okay, define for me what a straw man is, Kai.
Please define it for me because I'm confused on why you think
No,
that is what that was.
shut up. No.
Shut
Nope.
up.
Define
Can you
for
be
me what a straw
respectful?
man is.
No, like, seriously be respectful because you've done nothing but, like, belittle
Why
this
do I
entire
have to be
time.
respectful? Why do I have to be respectful or not belittle you?
You want to be disrespectful, but you claim to be a Christian? Are we dead serious right now?
Oh, so tone policing again. Okay, great. So where does it say in the scriptures that we have to respect any
Ooh, I'm
idiot
just
that
holding you
comes up?
accountable.
Does Proverbs not say address the fool according to his foolery?
I'm just saying, I'm holding you accountable. That's all
Oh,
I'm
you're
doing.
not holding me to shit. You don't even have a basis by which to call yourself a Christian.
You like to talk to women like that
I
because
have
you can't talk
morals.
to men.
That's all I have to say.
Trayvon,
Is I
shut
have
your dumb
morals.
ass up. Anyway, Kai,
Trayvon.
great. Kai,
Shut
great.
the fuck up,
Kai,
then.
How are
great.
you going to
So,
yell at other people for interrupting and then your
Oh,
minions
yeah?
interrupt?
yeah,
Shut
but
the
literally,
fuck up.
Kai, it's just been me and you. I've kicked anyone
I'm just
who has
saying,
interrupted
you
the
got
entire
mad when
time.
someone that sided with me came up and was interrupting, but then your minions start
No.
interrupting.
Who has
Who's
interrupted to argue against
Nobody's
Kai?
interrupted you,
Bryce?
moron.
B-R-Y-C-E?
Yeah, and guess what? I just muted him again because the
Okay.
moment that he came up and
You
he
might
said
have to kick
anything, I
him.
muted him and I said,
You
"Hey,
might
it's a
have to kick him
1v1."
like you did the other guy.
No, but actually, the only other time that anyone's been
Okay,
kicked,
I'm done
I
with this
just kicked that
conversation. I
one
hope
guy
you have
that
a
just.
great night.
Yeah, no problem, Kai. What's your basis? Oh, okay, fucking run, you stupid. Holy
She's a
fuck.
dumb bitch. Like,
Dios mío. My brain hurt listening to her.
Okay, there you go. So a mermaid in the comments said, I kicked the other guy. I didn't kick anyone. All I did was mute one person one time.
Yeah,
Pete, would you like to have this conversation about what is Christian and what is not Christian?
Make him answer hypothetical first.
All right. So I'm not sure who joined next. I'm not sure if it was Payne or Boba French. I think Payne got here first. But so Payne, what is your age and what is your stance?
I'm 32 and I voted for Trump, but you know what? And y'all laugh at this. I was talking about immigration. Yeah, I was in a live last night.
Well, that was yeah. This prompt is not about immigration. There's another live.
Well, pro-choicers. He was just talking about immigration that just a minute ago, so I figured that's what he's on.
Well, she brought it up, but it's not really.
No, the reason that we got into that was because it's brought up by the op, right? So I'm just testing principles.
Yeah,
that's all.
Of course, I understand, but
good faith linear dialectic and some sort of normative ethical views.
But
you mean a dialogue? You mean a dialogue?
But me, I believe people that believe.
Come on, son.
Wait, Payne.
No, it's not a dialectic. Is two different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, protect you do.
Oh, then never mind. I think.
But pro-choicers, in my honest belief, I look at it this way. I say, if you willingly and consciously decide to lay down to do the action as to which is known for procreation, every human being knows this, procreation/birth, I feel you do not have the right to unalive a child because you made the decision to do the action as to which is known to do that. So it's like, take responsibility for your dumb fucking decision, point blank, period.
Yeah, I agree on that point. I would ask for exceptions, but like if you have any, but we got to move on. So like
I mean, there's special situations like I'll say like grape as far as that I can understand that, but outside of that, we know that's like a 0.0 something %, and it's a thing of that's the only time that I give exception. Otherwise than that, if you make a conscientious decision to do it, well, then, no.
I would press you on that, but like we got to move on. But thank you for coming. We got some other people. Thanks for joining. So, Boba French, what's your age, stance?
Yeah, I'm 34. I'm pro-life. I hopped up because I wanted to address that Kai chick. But,
yeah. Well, we had to deal with that for quite a while, but if you're pro-life, thank you for coming. I mean, you could stay and debate someone if you want, but thank you for joining.
No,
now,
I'll probably drop unless something interests me. I'll come back up.
All right, no worries. All right. Now Pete made a lot of interjections. So, what is your age and what is your stance?
Sure, I am 35, New York City. I am pro-choice. I don't give a shit what you do. But if you want to get one in you.
Alright, well, there's already a reductio to your views, so no reason to take it serious.
Yeah, so I don't care. If you want to have a baby, go ahead. If you don't, go ahead. I don't believe in any magical mythical creatures, any Middle Eastern creatures in the sky or anything like that, any Indian.
Yeah, no problem, Pete. So if you didn't eat breakfast this morning, how would you feel, dude?
I normally don't eat breakfast, so I'd probably feel fine.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's why you specifically said don't engage with hypotheticals, because you don't have the IQ necessary to actually do
Sure,
such.
if that what gets you through the day.
Hey, how would you feel tomorrow if you didn't get any sleep tonight, Pete?
There's been plenty of times where I've had to put doubles and triples in my life, so that's how that goes. Here's to answer your hypotheticals. I won't dwell on it.
This is how low IQ this motherfucker is, dude. Like, holy shit.
I'm about to say low IQ 15 more times. Maybe it makes you feel better.
No, look, he's just saying descriptive truths. I mean, I'm not.
It's like it's the what you call it, incel conversation. You know, the kids that stay at home in front of the computer all the time.
How is this an incel conversation, Pete? Could you substantiate that?
The loser kids that say ad hominem and straw man, and that's how they debate all the time because they don't have real friends.
You mean like actual
okay, hold on. Let's
debate
just ask you a question
philosophy?
then.
Hold on. I'm talking
What's
to
an
just
ad
some
hom?
guy right now. Just some guy. If somebody saw
What's
you,
an ad hom?
Again, I don't care. Just some guy.
Oh, okay.
If somebody saw you, like in real life, would they actually, when they look at you, would they actually see anyone of value?
Yeah,
Or
absolutely
would you
they
come
would.
off as just
So
like
here,
some loser kid?
Pete, I understand that, like, you know, you want to go after me personally,
No,
right?
no.
But Pete, here's the thing: is that I used to be. Here's the
I'm
thing,
just
right?
reciprocating to the low IQ comment.
Hold on, Pete. It's
So
okay.
it's
It's
either one
okay.
or the other. You gotta
Calm down.
dish it. You gotta
You
take
asked
it.
me. You asked me a question. I told you yes, they would. So Pete, really quickly, okay? Before I was a Christian and before I was pro-life, I was a liberal Democrat.
Doesn't matter. I don't know
Super
you.
degenerate individual who racked up a very high amount of bodies, which I currently regret, given my views now.
So
right?
here's the reality.
But
You
just
did it.
because I'm arguing for a certain position now
No,
does
just
not
some
mean
guy.
that I
Just some guy.
cannot
It's
get
okay.
it if I did not want to get
Just
it.
some guy.
Hold
You
on.
did it.
If I wanted to, I mean.
Buddy,
Sorry.
buddy.
Yeah, Pete, it's okay. It's okay. Hold on. Pete,
Dude,
I
it's
understand that y'all love to come up and immediately call people incels. I think you don't understand what a voluntary, like, removal
are
of the
we
dating
admitting
pool
the
is, right?
incel now?
Pete, look, I'm not
Okay,
interested
hold
in all
on.
this
Hey,
meta
really quickly.
obfuscation.
Yeah, he
That's
is.
fine,
He
Elton.
he's doing it super hard right now. But Pete, really quickly, do you think that if I couldn't go clap some cheeks right now, I couldn't go clap some cheeks right now if I didn't want to?
I don't think there's any part of you, in all honesty, just from hearing you talk, just from how you engage with the other young lady, I don't think there's any part of you of worth.
All right, Pete, that's a great answer.
Okay, no problem. No problem,
what-
Pete. That's great. That's great.
No.
Now, Pete, if I pulled up screenshots currently, which was a chick trying to
I
get at
didn't
me
hear about your anecdotal
3
on the
months.
internet.
Hold on. 3 months ago, I clapped cheeks. She just hit me up again
Dude,
2 days
you're
ago.
saying the words
If I pull
clap
up the
cheeks.
screenshots of her hitting me up and then me going, "Hey,
No,
I don't
just
know
some
who the
guy.
fuck this
Just some
is."
guy. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
All right, Pete.
You're on the
Now,
internet.
since you
Pete,
answered
Pete,
his
really
question,
quickly, it's okay. Pete, I
said-
understand that you think that just because someone has a
Just-
certain position,
hey,
that's
I'm not
they're an
just some
incel,
guy.
right?
I'm not
Fine.
All right, Pete. I'm
Pete,
actually
it's okay.
curious.
It's okay.
Pete, I'm curious about your position on this, right? So, what's your argument that establishes, or at least leads to the conclusion that an abortion is morally permissible, and preferably give an argument that does not beg the question?
Again, you're morally permissible to what? To your magical creatures?
What the fuck? Are you an idiot? I'm
Your
asking
Middle East-
you.
your Middle
I'm
Eastern-
asking you
what
for
are you
your
on,
justification and why an abortion is morally permissible.
All right, because I don't believe.
Well, that's
in
already a
something that
blunder,
doesn't-
like a major blunder on your end.
Elephant, elephant. You gotta let the question be answered. So, I don't believe that there's any moral significance with something without a conscience.
Okay, what's the argument for that?
That there is no consciousness there, and just like
Question. Can you stop begging the question? I said, look, let's just go back and rewind.
Sure.
I said that preferably, give an argument that is not, a formal, or rather, I'm sorry, a
Come on, Papa.
formal fallacy, right? It's kind of a problem. We don't want to do that. Give an argument that doesn't beg the question. Assume the conclusion in your premise. Please don't do that.
God,
It's bad
dude,
for you.
Just be fucking normal for a second. So, without consciousness, there is to me no value to life.
All right. So if I knocked my boy Bryce unconscious,
or sentience, I should say.
Okay, great. So what do you take sentience to mean?
The ability, the brain functions enough for you that you know that you're human.
sense. I don't think that even a neonate has the ability to understand that they're human
I
or
don't.
know that they're human.
The body is a calorie machine for the brain. That's all it is. You are declared unalive when you are brain dead. Correct?
The body is a calorie for the brain. Are you
Calorie
making
intake
some
machine
sort
for
of?
the brain. You. The ability to say you isn't your outside. It's your brain. Correct?
Are
You
you
are
like
declared
intoxicated,
unalive.
Pete? Pete, are you
Hold on.
intoxicated?
Ice. Hold on. You are declared unalive after your brain dead. Correct? Elephant.
Sure.
All right. So you'll know that there is already a standard of what life is of value to a human. Correct?
That was kind of a confused question, but I'll just say sure.
Sure. Good. Let's walking the conversation along. So when that particular human in the womb has enough brain function, whether it be 24 weeks, 28 weeks, that should absolutely be a cutoff point. Before that,
Mhm.
it's just a lump of clump cells or repetition or
All right, so
Yeah.
would there be parts? Okay, so presumably there are parts necessary in order for the brain to function properly. And if
Correct.
you say yes, that's fine. I'm not going to ask you for the specific brain parts. I don't think that's really needed in the conversation, but
Sure. You don't
okay.
have to double back on your own questions. Keep going.
All right, great. So,
Holy fuck, dude. Can you
Calm down, Justin.
all right, so
Can
great.
you
What is your
can you
argument?
talk the dude without actually Yeah, please give an
Just some
actual
guy. I'm not
argument.
talking to you, buddy. I
All
know.
right, so
You don't
Pete,
have to
what's your
say you're all
argument?
fucking
What's your
puffy.
argument for that claim?
What's my argument for that thing? That
Mhm.
consciousness, sentience is important to give human life value.
Yep, what's your argument for that?
Sure. If the baby, let's say the baby in the womb is brain dead, do we raise it?
Do you think that's an argument?
I think that is a hypothetical.
Yeah, it's not an argument, dumb fuck. All right, try again.
All right. No. Don't get off it. I don't want you crashing on me, Papa.
I'm sorry.
All right. No reason. I haven't insulted you
All right, dumb
once.
fuck. You can answer the question.
Wait, guys.
Now you're getting agitated. Come on, dude. That it's like
I'm
the
getting very
Just hop
agitated.
off the meta and answer the question. Just hop off the meta and ask him the question. Give him the argument.
No one's talking to you, Papa.
Well, I'm talking to you
Mhm.
now, so
Yeah, but you are no worth to me right now.
Force
Only
Doctrine
elephant-
wins again. That's crazy work.
Only elephant
Pete,
is worth to me
here,
right now.
really quickly, Pete, just shut the fuck up for a moment. Pete, I don't think you're capable of actually understanding that you're the one that's making an argument currently. Like you have the burden
Oh no, he's
to make an
not.
argument.
He's failing to make an argument.
That's what I'm
Miserably.
saying. He doesn't understand that he even has the burden to make an argument currently, and he's
Buddy, I
severely
can't-
failing at it.
Dude, I can't stand the movie.
Even if you made your argument informal, I can make it formalized for you. So
Sure,
look,
go ahead.
you could even make an attempt to make it informal. That would be
Elephant. Save the monologue. Just go ahead.
Are you a fucking idiot? I'm asking you for the argument.
Elephant, I told you, we respect each other or we don't.
What's the argument, you fucking moron?
Hold on, Bryce. Again, cut the incel shit out.
Sure, that's the only
This
argument you
okay?
have. You're
Now
a
that
one-trick pony, dog.
Now
Listen,
that
your
wait, that
aggravation
was a
and turning
You're a
textbook.
one-trick pony.
Wait, just to be
Bryce,
clear,
Bryce, you're
hold
a
on,
kid.
Bryce.
Stop it.
Bryce,
You're a one-trick
Pete,
pony.
stop
Bryce,
talking.
stop
Bryce,
crashing
stop
out, Bryce.
talking. That was a textbook ad hominem. Do you want me to teach you what that is?
No, I don't care, dude. That
All right,
shit
cool.
doesn't mean anything to me.
Great.
All right,
So
to have that
now, can you
list
give
that
me the
what you
argument
want to
instead
throw
of
out in order
prevaricating,
to continue
obfuscating?
to propel the argument means
Yeah,
absolutely.
this guy. Look, this guy is getting bent over rhetorically and substantively. So
God, dude,
I just need you to give
just
the
be
argument that
normal.
establishes the pro-choice conclusion
Elephant,
instead of
elephant.
obfuscating and
Elephant, stop
dilating
being a fucking loser and just be normal.
Why is this guy prevaricating so hard? Like, just
Oh my
give the
god,
argument.
dude, you said prevaricating. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You don't even
Hey,
understand
Pete.
that word.
Hey, Pete. Hey.
So
it's okay.
focus
It's okay.
up. What is
Pete,
it? What
Pete,
is your?
it's okay.
Oh no, just some guy. You're not a worth.
Hey, Pete, it's okay.
He's
It's,
mad.
it's
He's
okay.
mad.
It's okay. It's okay. Calm
Just
down.
some
Calm
He
down.
loves the meta. He is currently writing
Calm
the
down.
meta right now as we speak. What's the
Calm
argument?
Without sentience, I don't.
Sit here in silence until you give the
Okay,
argument.
hold on, no.
That's fine,
He just hold on. I heard the first 3 words without
Oh
sentence.
my
what?
god, dude! Stop.
All right.
Stop.
let him
Stop
answer.
wanting to hear yourself speak. Stop it.
All right, let's let him answer.
No, I'm just.
All right, just stop it.
Yeah, I was
Dude. I get it,
asking.
man. This right here is where you feel good. I don't care. I'm not your
Pete,
therapist.
Pete,
Elephant.
it's okay.
I know.
He gives the argument.
All right. I know if you continue to say it's okay, you're projecting. I'm not your fucking therapist. It's okay. Listen, elephant. If you have without sentience, without the proper certain amount of brain developed in that particular womb, I don't consider you a human yet. All right. The argument, my argument is that that's it. That's my argument. So if you want to have an AB before that human is what I consider a human, I don't care. Yeah, that's the point of the conversation, right?
All
You
right,
have a guy
great.
before that
So,
account.
did you just concede that your argument is invalid and false?
No, I conceded that you said that.
Well,
Good.
can you
All
give
right,
an
great.
argument and attempt to not beg the question once again?
All right, great. So we're going nowhere in circles because you're trying to get like a genius wish.
Bloviating and, just
Oh my
running away
god,
from
dude!
the
Just don't be a.
dialectic.
Just turn off the fucking loser switch and just focus, man.
She was a
Can
fairy.
you?
Yeah. Yeah. Don't mute me. I'm sorry. I'm gonna shut up.
All right. Okay, Peter, are you just going to answer the questions or not? Are you going to answer the questions? If not, we're just
Sure. I'm pro-choice, and I don't think it leads to fucking eugenics. No.
I mean, the prompt is different now, but like,
All right, pro-choice men are simps.
yeah, well, if you're gonna debate, I would think just keep it 1v1.
Look, he can't. He's not. Like, he hasn't given an argument that's valid. He hasn't done anything.
No, I haven't given an argument that's valid.
This guy actually managed to dig himself in a worse hole. It's actually terrible.
No holes dug, dude. The care I have for you is not. I don't care about
That
your
Pete
Middle Eastern magical
718
creatures. I
thinks
don't care
that.
about what you consider your morals. Doesn't mean anything to me.
Pete, that's great, Pete.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. So could you just have the 1v1 with him instead of like just trying to talk?
Just adhere, Pete. So I know where I ground my morals from, and I could talk about my meta-ethical position all day, but I'm curious, Pete, where do you ground your morals from?
Pain.
You're an idiot.
That's it. The simplest one.
You think that
You just get the
pain
fucking pain. Oh my
is
god.
where-
I'm sorry.
This motherfucker
All
said
right, well,
pain. What the fuck?
All right, calm down.
Hold on, bro.
You calm down,
Shit,
buddy.
Someone run Pete. Hold on, really quickly. Hey, Pete, would you
Go
like to
home,
talk
Pete.
to
You're
Bryce
drunk.
about what? No, it's okay, Pete. It's okay. Would you like to talk to Bryce about
what, man? Say it, motherfucker.
about an island that's located off of the
coast of what is it? Australia? Or New Zealand?
I think it's Papua
New Zealand.
Is it New Zealand?
No, I think it's
He's
Papua
a
New
Jaffa from New Zealand.
Would you? No. It's
it
off the
Australia?
coast of Australia. But I mean, if you want, I can run it. But Bryce, if you want
I can run
it,
that.
I
what
can
was his? I
definitely-
didn't quite hear. Where does
Holy
he get his
fuck,
morals
what's with all the
from?
giggles? Just focus, man.
Holy shit,
Wait, where do you get your morals from, Pete?
Pete, because you're fucking dumb as
Dude,
shit,
you
dude.
think that
Oh
there's
my
a
god!
magical
From the
Middle
beginning, you were like,
Eastern
"Don't
creature in
engage
the
with
sky.
hypotheticals; they're gonna trap you. Don't do it,
You think
where do
please.
you get your
Don't
morals
do it,
from?
please."
Middle Eastern creature in the sky. Calm down with thinking what's stupid or not.
Pete, where do you get your morals from?
I'm sorry, Pete. I'm
Pain.
sorry, Pete. When did you say? Well, I'm sorry.
Right.
When did I say that
When did you-
I took my morals from some sort of Middle Eastern creature in the sky? What the fuck?
You're a Christian, aren't you?
Yeah, sure. Can you substantiate that I believe in some sort of Middle Eastern creature in the sky?
Yeah, you're a Christian, right?
Okay, can you
Bro,
substantiate it?
Holy
It's a Middle Eastern belief system that thinks there's a heaven above and a hell below.
Yeah, no, that's not actually what happened.
That there's creatures that omnipotent and omniscient creatures.
All right, no problem. You know what? It's okay. I'm gonna meet up. I'm gonna let you
For
have
like
to deal
what?
with
Are you
the
an
Atheist?
PNG.
Like, what are you? Like, what do you
For like a
believe?
minute?
So, real quick, Pete.
Sure, bro.
Where do you get your morals from?
My morals, I usually get them from pain.
From pain?
Yeah. I do not want.
Yeah, bro. Like if you go to the gym, dude, and like you like work out and like you're sore the next day, dude. Like it's like horrible.
Let's just get clear on terms.
dog.
All right. So, what do you think moral means, Pete?
My ideology of what is right and wrong.
All right. So
Okay.
you get your ideology of what is right and wrong from pain.
Yeah, me not wanting to inflict physical or mental pain on another human being. that I don't want
Okay,
to.
wait, can I run this elephant? Can I take this?
Yeah.
Can I take this?
Sure,
Yeah?
sure.
Okay. So, are you aware of an
Don't let me
island?
embarrass him.
Oh, no. It's okay, elephant. You can take a seat.
He's just coping, elephant.
No,
Yeah.
bye, elephant.
You're
Go look
coping,
up.
Pete.
Go
Anyways.
say ad hominem 7 more
Pete.
times.
Anyways,
Sure,
Pete.
Bryce. What you got?
Yeah,
Hold
focus
on,
up.
hold on,
Lock
hold
in.
on, hold
Oh,
on, hold
just
on,
some.
Bryce,
I
hold
knew it.
on.
It was
I'm
less than a
gonna
minute. I told you,
hold on,
just some.
both
You'll
of
be
you.
back.
Hold on, it's okay, Pete. What is an ad hom? Because you just said someone threw an ad hom at you, but you said
No,
that
no,
other people
that
were.
wasn't me. That wasn't me. I was making fun
Oh
of him
no,
using.
that was actually you. That was
I
actually
was
you. So you
making.
said
I
that
was
someone threw
making
an ad
fun.
hom at you. What was the ad hom?
Just some. I was making fun of him. My exact words were, "Go to another live and say ad
Okay.
hominem 7 times."
But
You
that's
got
not
it.
what you said. Okay.
That's
Okay,
my
great, no problem.
verbatim
So
what I
Bryce,
said.
continue. Bryce, continue. It's okay. It's
Yeah.
okay, Pete. It's okay. We know that you're like
Dude,
60
not the
IQ.
third.
It's okay.
Just some. I'm sorry I called you a loser. You don't
Okay,
have to take
Pete.
it
Okay,
personal.
Pete. Lock in, Pete. Focus
Got
up.
you, Bryce. I'm with you. I'm looking right
All
at
right.
you, Papa.
Are you aware of the island Papua New Guinea that is
Am
located
I
off
on
the
that island?
coast? What?
Am I on that island?
No.
Then your anecdotal means nothing.
What? What?
Yes, because you talk about my
Are
ideology
you
of
aware
my.
of
Bro,
the
he's
like?
holy
It's
shit.
okay. It's okay.
This
It's
is not
okay.
an
I got this.
Hold on,
anecdotal,
wait.
Pete.
Just some guy.
I,
Shut the fuck up and let Bryce talk.
you don't.
No problem.
He would.
Yep,
He
yep.
would
You're
demolish you
good, Bryce.
intellectually.
Bryce, you're stammering. Just focus on me.
He would intellectually
No, it's okay.
demolish you. He'd
It's
spank
okay.
the
Bryce,
It's
you're
fuck
okay.
out of
It's
you.
okay.
stammering.
It's okay.
He would
Focus
All
knowledge
right,
on me.
jab
it's
the
fine.
fuck
It's
out of you,
fine.
Pete.
I'm gonna let y'all go. I'm gonna
Holy
let y'all do the
shit. It's like the
1v1, but
fucking nerds
it's
are having a fight.
absolutely
Yeah.
it's
What
okay.
does? Yeah. So Pete, what does anecdotal mean?
All right, anecdotal is a particular situation that only pertains to you.
Yeah. How does an island off the coast of New Guinea
Because your
only
hypothetical
particular?
will most likely lead to
Yeah.
that
Wait. How are you
situation.
answering a question I haven't asked yet?
Can I assume it? And let's see if I hit it or not.
Yeah, maybe don't assume. Let me ask the question and then you can answer it.
Okay,
I know
fine.
your ADHD's on 1,000 right now, but
Uh-huh.
try to simmer it
More,
down.
yeah. Go ahead.
Anyways, how does an island off the coast of Australia, Papua New Guinea, have any particularly like substance to me? How is that anecdotal?
Oh my god, dude, ask the question, dude.
How is it anecdotal?
What?
How is it anecdotal?
How is that particular question? I should say hypothetical. That particular question is anecdotal. Most likely, it will be a situation amongst them in that island that has nothing to do with me or how I view morals or where I get that morals from. Pain.
No, you're grounding morals and what's right and wrong
No,
derived from
my.
pain.
He asked about my morals. I'm grounding my morals. I'm not giving you the morals. A psychopath could have much different
Wait, do
morals
you
than I
think?
could have.
Wait, does
Well,
that
here,
mean you
really
don't
quickly,
think?
really quickly,
Wait, one
really
second, one
quickly.
second.
Hold on, really quickly. Pete, here's the issue though. What Bryce is asking you for is how is this thing that's currently being brought up an anecdotal, right? An anecdotal would be in reference to him and his subjective experience. That would be an anecdotal.
No, it would be an
What he's
anecdotal.
asking you for is to substantiate the claim that this is in fact. No, yeah, Jax. I wish we could, but
Let Bryce ask the Papua
the
New Guinea
host gets
question.
back,
Let Bryce ask the Papua New
Pete,
Guinea question.
Pete.
Can't because it's
Yeah,
anecdotal.
no problem.
All right, just ask it, buddy. If it makes you feel better, go ahead.
Wait, I thought it's anecdotal.
Okay, great.
No, I'm trying to make you feel better.
Yeah, so wait, you brought up something that is even more
Go ahead.
restarted. I'm trying to censor my language, right?
Sure.
So wait, morals only apply to you.
No.
Other people can't do immoral actions?
No, morals. He asked me about my morals or where I get my morals from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, that's what I answered for him. If, like, for example, someone that's psychotic, they will have completely different morals than I do. Someone that is
sure. Can they?
Tribe
Yeah.
in Papua New
From
Guinea
your
have a
family,
different set of morals than somebody else.
sure. But from your framework, can they do something immoral?
Yes, of course. From my framework of my ideology, if they're doing something like unaliving somebody, I will see it as immoral. Or if
Based
they're
on
like
what qualifier?
pain.
Pain. Okay, so if it doesn't matter whether or not Papua New Guinea affects you, you can still view something as immoral, even if it isn't even if it's on the moon. Like it doesn't matter, right?
Sure. From my
Yeah.
standpoint, sure.
You look restarted. Anyways, yeah. So this island off the coast of Australia, Papua New Guinea. There's a small tribe. I'm not going to say the name of the tribe because it will hurt the host's live. But this tribe has a tradition there in which young boys will satisfy the older or the older people of the tribe to be granted manhood, right? In fact, the boys of this tribe have said that they want to do this because it's their tradition. And psychologists have stated that taking them away from this situation will give them negative mental states. Would you say that what they're doing in this tribe in Papua New Guinea is immoral?
I will say that to me, it's immoral. To them, it's probably not.
Yeah, but how is it immoral to you? It's not causing any negative mental states unless you take them away from this action.
Because psychology is a soft science, not a hard science. So I would have to. There would
Oh,
have to be far more studies to see what's going on there.
okay. So wait. So if there was hard studies to
A child,
prove,
you're well
yeah,
known that a child can say one thing, but that's not the damage that'll end up in the outcome, right?
sure. I'm not
Good.
saying that kids can or cannot give consent. All I'm saying is that they want to do this action.
Well, no, the want is subjective. They don't know any better.
Sure. Nobody's making that argument that it's subjective or not
Hmm.
subjective. How is this
Yes.
immoral under your framework? What pain does it cause?
What pain does it cause?
Yeah.
Again, those particular kids, I have no idea what happens when they're adults. I don't know if
Can
that
you
particular
answer the question?
if that particular tribe has
Can you answer the question?
suicide rate or
Can you answer the
Hey,
question?
bro, you cannot say that. Hold on, really quickly, before both of y'all continue. You cannot say that S word. You have to say something like self-unalivement, something like that. You cannot say that word.
Sorry, self-unalignment. Yeah. So, Bryce, to answer your question, to me, do I find it immoral? Sure.
Yeah, but what pain does it cause?
I'm not them. For all I know, they can actually have pain caused. There could be children
So
there that
wait.
do
You're
not
basing.
like that.
Wait, Pete. You're
All you
basing
have,
this
all you have
action.
is
Hold on, Pete. Can I ask the
hold
question or
on,
not?
Bryce. You talked
Can
a
I
lot.
ask the question? Can I
Bryce,
ask the question?
Bryce, let me
Can I
answer
ask
your
the question or
question.
not? You already did. Can I ask the question now?
Bryce,
Can I
if you
ask the
want to
follow up or
continue,
not? Stop
yes, after I'm
spurting.
done talking. After I'm done talking.
No, I've already gotten the answer.
No, Bryce, I'm not here to
I've
cater
already
to your
gotten the
feelings.
answer.
Bryce, I'm not
I've
here to
already gotten the
cater to your
answer. I
feelings.
don't care if you want a monologue. I don't care about your prattle.
Bryce, I know I use the word monologue, so you want to use the word
I
monologue.
don't care about your
Listen,
prattle.
Bryce, focus,
Anyways.
brother. If you want to have
So
the
wait,
constant
you're
debate,
basing this thing as being immoral off of something that you can't
to
prove that fits your qualifiers?
me, it's immoral because
Yeah,
you're
but you
basing
can't
it.
base it in your qualifier. How
Bryce,
does that make
Bryce,
sense?
Bryce, I can base it in my qualifier if I actually got to speak to these kids.
Yeah, but you can't,
I
right?
know
So
I can't. So
yeah, you
therefore,
can't do it. So you're
I have to
so you're
say what I said. It might be
yeah,
moral
so
to
you're
them, but
going
it's
to
immoral to me.
you're just going to result to the negation that it is immoral based on what
To
qualifier?
me,
Yeah, but based on what qualifier? It doesn't fit any. You can't
on
prove
the
that this is
fact,
painful.
okay, so I have to take into account the fact that the majority of all of humanity right now
Mm-hmm.
will also not want their kids doing those things to adults. Correct?
That's not what we're disputing.
No,
We're
but
disputing what's
you're doing the
happening
exact
in
opposite.
Papua New
You're doing
Guinea.
the exact
You
you're
can't
doing the
prove,
exact
yeah,
opposite, Bryce.
you can't prove
But
the
the only thing
pain.
you
But
have to counter
still,
this
hold
argument
on,
is a
hold on,
soft science.
hold on. You can't prove the pain, but you're
I can't
still
unprove the
willing,
pain too.
hold on. You're still willing to say it's immoral outside of your qualifier that
If
can't be
I cannot
quantified in this
prove
situation.
or unprove that particular pain, if I
Yeah.
cannot prove or unprove it,
Yep.
then how does my stance change?
You would have to not be able to answer the
So
question on
because
whether it's
I
immoral or
can't
not.
unprove it because the only thing you have is psychologists, which again, soft science, not a hard science, probably
Mhm.
a study that is not in any which way as thorough as it should be. Okay.
Pete,
So if
so
it can't be
you would
proved or
also be
unproved, then
suffering
my
from the
stance
same
doesn't
issue.
change, Bryce. And I get it. I like the Papua New Guinea thing in your back pocket, and I think you want the gotcha, but it's still not there.
It's not a gotcha.
Yep,
It's a
you're
hypothetical.
inconsistent.
It's not,
Fuck.
Bryce.
You're inconsistent.
All right. The consistency of me saying that to them it could be moral, to me it's still immoral. That doesn't change. You haven't proven
Yeah,
that.
but you can't base this. Yeah, but you can't ground this within your qualifier for what is immoral. What are
Absolutely,
you
I
not
can because you
grasping
don't
here?
have an absolute. You
How?
don't have
Then
any
ground it.
absolute.
Then ground it. Then ground it.
Sure.
Ground that this is
Here, I'll ground
painful.
it right now, Bryce. You have zero absolute that all those kids do not suffer pain.
You
have
have
zero
zero
absolute.
absolute that this does cause pain. Where do we
Exactly.
stand?
So therefore, the stand stays at the stalemate, and my morals don't change.
Pete,
There-
are you a
no
phenomenal
way.
conservative? Hold on. Are you a
Holy
phenomenal
crap.
conservative?
I'm not a conservative.
Is this
No.
what you're arguing from?
No, I'm not
No,
conservative.
not conservative. You fucking idiot. Holy
Oh my
shit.
God.
I'm talking about your epistemology.
My epistemology. Holy fuck, man.
Yeah, do you hold to phenomenal conservatism? Yes, no?
Dude, I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I don't even know what epistemology is.
Okay, great. No problem. So you're
So you can either
holding
take
an
the high
etiquette
road
to
or you can
have
take
this
the low road.
conversation to begin with. Yeah, no
Yeah, just
problem.
some-
Okay,
just some-
great.
again,
so
this is
why
what
is
I like.
pain bad? Yeah, no,
What?
yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. Why is pain bad?
Why is pain bad? Why is mental or physical pain bad? The after effects of it.
Is it always bad?
Is pain always bad? To
Yeah.
some, there will always be a limit. No matter what, if you like pain, let's say you're into S&M or something like that, there will always be a limit to that pain where it can end up being bad. So yes, eventually pain can be bad. All pain will end up
Is
being
pain
bad.
always bad or not?
Is pain always bad or not? No. Pain can also be
If
a
you're
warning.
grounding your morals in it's bad if it causes pain, right?
No. It's
when
bad
someone
if
asks
I
you,
cause
"Hey, why is this thing bad?" and you say, "Hey, it causes
no,
pain, therefore
no.
it's bad."
It's
I'm
bad
asking you, is
if-
pain always bad? That's
Just
all
some
I'm
guy.
asking you.
Just some guy. Worded correctly.
No
It's
problem,
bad if
Pete. It's
I
okay.
just some guy. It's bad if I cause pain.
Great. I don't give a
Okay.
shit about you. I don't give a
Yes,
shit
well,
about
that's-
me.
that's
I
my
don't give a
ground.
shit about anyone else on the panel. What I'm asking you is that your specific position is if something causes pain, it's bad. What
No,
I'm
if
asking
I
you
cause
now,
someone pain-
in response to your...
Just some guy.
Bro, can
What's
you
going
shut
on
the
here?
fuck up for
Dude,
5
dude,
seconds?
You're just waiting for yourself to talk instead of learning the actual argument. The argument is where's my
Pete,
moral?
I've been
Which I
muted for
cause
the
pain.
last dog.
No. In
shut
our
the fuck up.
conversation right
Genuinely.
now. If
Pete,
I
would you?
cause
Okay,
pain-
great. Here, I'm gonna do this again. I always do this, and everyone
No,
runs
dude, I
from
don't
it.
care about the
Hey,
self-therapy.
Pete,
I don't
would
care
you
about the
like
pity
to
party.
have? Would you like to have a formal 1v1 debate on any subject whatsoever?
Sure, we can continue on this, but just focus on the original.
No.
Not on like
Hold on.
cherry
Pete,
picking
Pete,
hypothetical.
Hold on. I just want to make sure you understand what you're agreeing to. Currently on the panel with 34 people that I can see watching.
Dude,
Do you want to have a formal 1v1 debate?
Yes, just some guy. Fuck me, man. What's going on? dude?
Okay,
Like,
great.
that-
Thank you
that-
very much. Here, look, I'll give you a follow. I'll send you a DM if you would like to have a formal 1v1 debate
Oh, I thought on here.
this
I thought on
specific
here.
thing.
I didn't. No,
By
I don't
all
want to talk to you
means,
on DMs.
we can have a
I don't wanna- I
one-on-one.
don't- Dude, I don't want to talk to you on DMs. That's fucking weird. No, just on here is fine.
No. I said I'll send you a DM to make sure.
I know.
that we
I'm
get
not
the
going to respond
details
to it,
worked
dude.
out.
It's fucking weird. I'm just on here is fine.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so on here is fine. Okay, great. Let's work out let's work out the specifics of the formal 1v1. So let's just say that the host that is currently hosting this live is the moderator for that debate, right? It'll just be me and you. It's a one-on-one debate at a specific time, whether it be a week from now, 2 weeks,
Dude,
3, 4,
right
5,
now,
whatever.
Just right now.
Hold on, Pete. No.
Hopefully I'll never be through
I'm
these
asking
roads
you
again.
whether or not you want to have a formal debate.
Dude, okay,
This is
fine.
informal debate that we're currently engaging
just some
in,
guy.
right?
I
And
will
you
answer
can't
your
handle the informal
No,
debate,
just some
and you
guy,
think
just
that
some guy.
everyone's
Focus.
interrupting you. So what I'm doing is I'm
Just some guy,
asking you
don't have
whether
to
you
ask
would
the
like to have a
question so long.
informal.
I will answer it right now. Okay? You don't have to
Holy
take that.
shit.
You don't have to fucking take that long of a route to ask a question. No, I don't want to meet up with you later.
Okay, great. So, Pete.
No, just a conversation
Holy
right now.
fuck, dude. Holy fuck.
All right. We could, just like we're talking, I'll probably never be back on this live. I'll never see any of you, and it's not that important. This is nothing.
Yeah, well, you look like a
Yes,
moron.
We can tell.
Bryce, I'm
You're
sorry. Maybe you
incredibly-
should move to Papua New Guinea. Maybe that's something you like.
Yeah, even though you can't say what I would be doing is wrong because you can't base it on any of your qualifiers, you fucking moron.
Okay, whatever gets you tonight, try to work on the stuttering.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we should probably move on. I don't see this guy
It's
adding anything.
Yeah.
Can I
Yeah,
touch on?
So,
I'm sorry. I'm
wait.
sorry.
Yoltz wanted to say something about the prompts. What do you want? What was your comment?
Well, I was gonna say in general, I believe pro-choice men are not only simps. I believe these are the type of guys that would let a man get with their woman and probably try to abort the child shortly after.
Yes.
Yeah, I would take it to that level, and I believe that these are the same guys that would save the seed of the other man, depending on how long the seed lasts, and try to get the woman pregnant again from it and abort the child again. I believe that they're that psychotic.
Yeah, they really are simps. Just look at the guys that joined the panel to debate. They think they're going to get some by doing this, but they're not. Um, so
Sorry, I had to take it to that level, but
that's all right. It's about accurate.
Yeah, no, I don't like
What
pro-choice people.
you thought? I have you added. Yeah. What was your stance again? I can't remember.
I agree with the prompt. I think pro-choice men are.
I'm gonna drop. I'm gonna watch.
You're welcome for joining. Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
I think that some of the pro-choice men are very submissive to women's ideology, and some are just agreeing with the pro-choice so they don't have any children. I 100% agree with the prompt.
A W. All right, we have I'm assuming an opposition. The one and only. What is your age? What is your stance?
I'm 18, and I'm not necessarily simps. It's more of just.
Well, hold on. The prompt is really to get people to get engaged. It's not necessarily. So if you don't want to address the prompt, you can, why? Just like, why are you like pro-choice if you are?
I'm pro-choice for like people who are victims and for like I don't believe it should be used as contraception, no, but it should be an option.
Wait. So, so you're saying, do you only give grape exceptions?
Pretty much, yes.
So you would ban the vast majority of them?
Yeah, I would ban like elective. For certain circumstances, like if you're just doing it just to do it and to like you're not trying to protect yourself from the possibility,
right?
Then you should suffer the consequences. But also, there's too many people on welfare.
Yeah, I mean, what if the welfare system?
Domino effect of issues.
I mean, that's really a topic for another time. But like, what if the welfare system was fixed? Would that change your opinion there?
Definitely.
Yeah. I mean, if there's no other ops, I'll press you on the grieve exception. But like, just sit tight there. I mean, we're mostly in agreement, but if there are no other ops, then I can press you on that. But
okay.
At the moment, you can stay on.
Did I let me ask the panel real quick. Did I outline that his qualifier was not met, therefore he would not be able to answer the question on Papua New Guinea?
Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah, he completely. I'm gonna be quiet for the time being, but yes, you're fine, Bryce.
Well, I just wanted to make sure because my understanding here, right, is if the qualifier is not met, the absurdity would be that he wouldn't be able to say whether or not this was an immoral action.
We got someone in the comments. We got Ebby. Oh, I am not gonna let them join the panel.
which I would say not answering whether or not what's going on in Papua New Guinea is immoral or not would still be an absurdity.
All right, I think we have an opposition. All right, Jambles, what is your age and what is your stance?
I'm 34.
No,
Damn, you old as shit. Oh, I'm sorry.
no,
I'm sorry.
lonely.
I'm sorry.
We know, lonely. You're
Makes
not
me
pro-choice.
sick.
Yeah. So what is your stance?
I'm pro-choice.
All right, you guys. Anyone can take this.
I told you. Told you. Told you.
No,
Hey, why are you pro-choice, Jambles? Why are you pro-choice?
Because unless you are living in the situation, you should not be able to make a choice about it.
Oh, okay. Okay. So just because you haven't personally experienced something means that you can't have a position
No, that's not what I said.
regarding the subject? That's
No, I
exactly.
said unless you are. No, I said unless you are personally going through it, you should not be able to make a choice.
Oh, okay, no problem. Hey, so regarding the children that are currently working in sweatshops in China, do you think that you can't have a position on whether or not it's morally wrong or right for these children to be working for 30 cents an hour in sweatshops in China?
Yeah, who made that okay?
Yeah, no, what I'm asking you to do is I'm
No,
asking
who
you to
made that
explain as
okay?
to whether Jambles,
No,
you sound
answer my
very
question.
similar to someone that I.
Who made that
Yeah,
okay?
yeah, the Chinese government, regardless.
Men.
What I'm asking, are you a fucking idiot?
No.
There's no way.
Okay, great, then shut up. Then shut up and let me actually explain to you what I mean by this, okay? So, what I'm saying is, just because you're not personally affected by something does not mean that you cannot have a position as to whether or not this thing is morally right or wrong. Right? Would you agree or disagree with what I just said?
I disagree.
Oh, okay. So it's only if you're personally affected by something that you can have a position as to whether or not this thing is morally right or wrong?
The fact that you guys twist words is insane.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Hey, Jambles. No, I'm sorry. Whoever's talking, no. I just want
Yeah,
Jambles to answer
excuse
that
me.
question.
She can talk.
No, sorry. She's gonna get muted. I
I'm
haven't
sorry.
muted
Is this
anyone.
your live?
Wait, hold on. Order. Just let just some guy talk there. Jambles.
Yeah, so Jambles, really quickly, could you just explain to me why it's the case that if you're not personally affected by something, you have no position on it? You should not be able to have a position on it?
How does it affect you?
Yeah, great. So, Jambles, are you
I'm
a slave?
asking a question.
I'm showing you how. I'm gonna give you an example to prove my point. So, Jambles, are you a slave?
Why are you just... Okay, no.
It's really simple.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not.
Thank you. Okay, are you a slave owner?
No.
Oh, okay. Is slavery right or wrong?
Wrong.
Oh, okay. So you have a moral position on whether or not slavery ought to be allowed, but you're not a slave or a slave owner, and it doesn't personally affect you.
Because I do not have a slave inside of my body.
Yeah, ma'am. So the logic that's being tested by what I just asked was,
No,
are
you're
you
just a
personally
fucking
affected?
man. I don't care what you
Yeah.
said. You are just a man.
And you're just a woman, meaning that you have. Hold on. I don't
I'm
think you
just a
went through that.
woman.
I've already
I'm sorry.
proved.
Were you not created and birthed by a woman?
No,
Shut
no,
the
we're
Oh
fuck
yeah,
up.
dude, would you like? Hold on. Here's the
No, I'm
funniest
sorry.
fucking
You
thing, and I did it
guys,
on a
you
live
men
last
think
week.
that you can
Would you like
fucking
me?
say
Hey,
everything you
Jambles.
want.
It's okay. Keep spurging. It's fine. It's okay. Calm down. Right? What you said was you
Don't tell me
have
to
no
calm down.
opinion. Hold on. You ought not have an opinion if you're not personally affected by this thing. Then you said you have an opinion that slavery is immoral, even though you're not a slave or a slave owner. It doesn't personally affect you, but you have an opinion, right? So you already contradicted yourself. But given this fact, I could literally walk upstairs right now, go to my mother, who I currently am taking care of,
Who wouldn't?
and
You would
ask
not be
her, hold on,
alive if it weren't for your
hold
mothers.
on, shorty, yeah, my mother is currently upstairs. I could go and walk upstairs, ask her, hey, do you think that someone can have an opinion on a thing even though they're not personally affected by it? And guess what she's gonna tell you? She's gonna tell you that you're fucking idiotic.
Oh, good.
And
Your
that's
mom's a
being
piece of shit too, just
incredibly,
like
that's
you.
being incredibly charitable only for TikTok purposes. She would call you the R word wholeheartedly.
Oh, well, that's
You
good.
are
So
one
she's
of the women.
ignorant. That's great.
No, I'm sorry.
No, she's
So
ignorant.
you're the one that, okay, so I already
She's
explained to you how you're
ignorant. If you use
contradicting.
that word, you're ignorant. So you are too.
Oh, okay, no problem. Yeah, no problem. So can you explain to me why you hold to a contradiction in your own stance?
Oh, what
So
was that?
one, so yeah, hold on. It's no problem. Jambles, hold on. So you cannot have a position if it doesn't personally affect you.
Keep
You
Googling.
agreed with that already.
Keep Googling.
Yeah. Huh?
Keep Googling your stuff. You keep pausing like you're Googling.
Shorty.
What?
Shorty, I haven't gone teacup the one time. I'm literally sitting here like I'm literally taking a shit right now as we talk.
Your
Would you like to
photo
know
is
what I'm
you
doing?
literally sitting with a fucking cigar in your mouth. You look like a fucking fool.
Do you think that's me in my fucking profile picture, you idiot?
Okay, so then that makes it even worse, you fucking loser.
Topic of discussion.
Holy shit, you fucking... I'm sorry, you're straight R-worded. I can't even... I'm sorry. Someone else take over, dude. Yeah, by the way, I'm taking a shit and still cooking you, and it's crazy because your argument is about as good as my shit
like, a couple
is.
different lives
It's,
I've been in
it's
tonight,
really crazy.
and they've gotten like messed up each time.
Who won?
But either way, or like, yes, I agree that like you can have an opinion, but it'll be more factual than moral.
Wait, what?
Like,
Are
there's
you
a difference
fucking
between
stupid as
factual
well?
and moral opinion.
I'm really confused.
Do you think morals aren't informed by facts?
They are formed by opinions.
Yeah, morals aren't informed by opinions. I'm
No.
sorry to enlighten you on this subject, but morals aren't just opinions that are held by an individual. Otherwise, you would have to say that it's perfectly moral for a specific individual to grape a child, because that's their moral preference and that's their opinion. It's perfectly okay to them, so it's moral, right?
You're taking something that is completely different.
No,
That's
the words you
not fucking
used.
complete. Holy shit! I'm gonna go Kurt Cobain myself real quick. I'll be back. Holy fuck!
One and only.
Yay, how fun.
Yeah.
Wait,
one
you
and
know, you
only.
can't say that. You cannot say that word.
No, she said.
I didn't say anything. Yeah, I didn't say anything TOS. I say Kurt Cobain because it's
No, you're
different.
good. But I think you said the word
Okay.
the other word.
I didn't say it.
No, she said sewer. She said sewer side.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
Well,
Hopefully
one
she-
and only. This is an entailment of your position. Do you know what an entailment is? Huh? An entailment is something that follows, right? So it would follow from your proposition that this would be true. Oh, hold on. My AirPod just died. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So because you're saying that morals are just opinions, right? And it's just a preference based, right? That if we have a preference towards something being good, therefore it is good, then
what just some guy was saying would logically track and would be an entailment of your position. Do you understand? Do you understand that now, or it's not that it's something we can agree that like abortion and like P3DOs are completely different things. Like nobody's disputing that, but what just some guy is doing is he's just pointing out the entailment of your position.
Morals are formed upon facts and opinions.
We can't hear you. We cannot hear you. Or at least I can't.
Morals are based upon both facts and opinions.
Yeah, okay, but that would...
As you gain your knowledge throughout your life,
yeah,
you begin to form opinions about certain things, and it is viewed as immoral to you. Not to other people, to you.
Yeah, what's the argument that morals are subjective?
They are.
That's not an argument, that's an assertion. What's the argument?
There is no argument. It's just that they are.
There is no, you don't have it, you don't have a wait, you don't have a justification on subjective morality? Then why are you talking about it?
Everybody has their own opinion.
That doesn't answer the question. What is the argument for that?
I'll say that morality is subjective because it's based upon your principles and what you determine to be right and wrong.
Yep.
Right and wrong is also something that is considered subjective as well.
Yeah, well, Thude, you're just saying the same thing she is, just wording it, right?
Because that's
yeah, I
just
said the definition of morality, and that's what I'm saying. That's the definition of morality.
The definition of morality is that everybody has a different morality?
That's literally not even what I just said. I didn't say that everybody have a different morality. I said that it's based on principles, based off what you consider right and wrong. That's what I say.
Yeah, you're saying you're saying morals are subjective because they're subjective.
Wait, we're supposed to be investigating her stance.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes.
Did you hear me say that?
No, yes, but I'm just summarizing what you said.
By giving the definition and saying what morality means.
Yeah, you're saying that it's based on principles that are developed through like whatever we perceive, right?
Yeah, that's the definition of morality.
No, that's not the definition of morality. Where is that? Is that a proprietary definition, or did you get this from like an Oxford dictionary?
It's it's not the exact definition.
It's not the definition at all. Like if we're going off like textbook.
I know. Yeah, I can.
Yeah. Go look up what the definition of morality is.
Probably like 30 more minutes, and I'm gonna end the live. So
okay. Yeah. No. Anyways, I'll get back to one and only. One and only. Can you give an argument or not for subjective morality? No, you can't. So why should we accept this to be true?
Okay, I got the actual definition.
Okay.
There's principles on the distinction of right and wrong and bad and good behavior.
Right. It is what is right and wrong. That's what morals are.
No, what we perceive as good or bad behavior.
Yeah, principles to tell the distinction between the two. And right and wrong is also something you consider right and wrong to be factual. Also, it's something like you don't look at that as more moral or subjective.
No, I wouldn't view right that these things that we view as right and wrong are subjective. I would say that this is grounded in some objective standard. I would ground this in God.
Yeah, it can be. Like morality can go hand in hand to something to be like true, but in terms of what is right and wrong, somebody can consider something to be wrong and somebody else can consider it to be right.
Yeah, sure. And one of those people would be wrong.
Well, not morality. Like when it comes down to morality, then no. If it's talking about something factually, then yes.
No,
like 2 + 2 = 4. Like 2 + 2 = 4. There's a right answer, a correct answer.
Yeah, because that's objective, right? So the same thing, Thad, right?
Yeah,
that's a good analogy, right? If somebody perceives 2 + 2 to equal 5, and someone perceives 2 plus 2 to equal 4, obviously the person that says 2 plus 2 equals 5 is wrong because we have an objective standard, right?
That's what I said. That's my point, is that you can
Right.
be actually wrong factually. That's what I was saying. And you're not wrong more in terms of your morals of believing that that's
When you say when you say morality is just normative. Morality can be, right? I'm saying I'm positing that morality is factual, right? That there is factual grounded truth to this. And how we ground this is in God.
Okay, can you give me an example?
Yeah, right. So like I would say that God is the arbiter of morals. God is what defines what is right and wrong, right? You can say we'll use the analogy again, right? Arithmetic would be the grounding for what mathematics or would be the grounding for mathematics being objective, right? I'm saying that God, right, and in comparison to the math analogy, God is the arithmetic. Therefore, morals are subjective because God is the arbiter of morals.
Everybody has.
Okay, so do you agree that? So you do agree that morals is subjective?
No, what?
Oh, I thought I must have
Believing
misheard
that
you.
morals
No.
are up to one singular person.
Yeah, again, that's the same analogy to the mathematic one, right? Is if somebody perceives 2 plus 2 to equal 5 and someone else perceives 2 plus 2 to equal 4, one of those people are wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right? Because the
That is wrong.
objective grounding for this being right or wrong is arithmetic, right? The objective grounding for morals is God.
Like, so in that case, like, does God explain what 2 plus 2 is? Wouldn't that just be them being wrong factually still?
No, this would be
Are they still wrong in their morals? No,
Yeah,
I'm
so
talking about 2 plus
this
2 equals 5.
Yeah,
Like,
2 plus 2 equals 2 plus 2 equals 4 objectively. I don't know what system you're working off of that would say that. 2
yeah, that
plus 2
wouldn't
equals
be
5.
more. That's what I'm saying. Would morals have anything to do with 2 plus 2 being 5? No, right?
No, yeah, morality isn't in regards to mathematics. I don't know what you mean by this.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Objective reality is a system under which 2 plus 2 equals 4 objectively, and there are also objective moral systems, yes.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, is that you can be wrong or right in like something that is actually factual.
Right.
That's what I was referring to, not in terms of everything being subjective when you say wrong and right. That's why I get the 2
Well,
plus
here's
2.
the thing, though, is how do you know that something is wrong or right?
In terms of morals or in terms of something being objective?
Yeah, in regards to epistemology, how do you know anything at all?
In terms of, I guess in terms of learning things factually, like you have to do, like those are things you have
How
to
do you
learn.
know that something is factual?
Studies?
Studies? So, because some...
Studies?
Yeah, studies.
Must studies is crazy.
Yeah, when I say studies, I mean
Okay.
those.
Yeah, so dude, here's the thing, right? I'm asking you about epistemology, right? So epistemology is the study of knowledge. How do we know that a thing can be known in the first place? That's what I'm asking you about. How do you know that blank is the case?
I'm having trouble following. Like, so you're saying that studying and doing research on something, spending years and devoting time,
No,
is
that's
not
not
some
what
way
I'm
to
saying.
do anything.
No, in fact, I won't quote you a single statistic. I won't quote you a single study at all. I'm basing my entire argument off of simple philosophical facts, right? So, my argument is going to be that you have no basis for knowledge, right? You have no way to justify your claims in regards to knowledge. I mean, that's really going to be the basis of my argument. But I can make my own positive argument if you want. That's just going to be my argument against what you're saying currently. Could you contend with that? And then if you want, I can give you a positive argument in the future but I would like to hear your like actual positive argument for your position.
I still don't. You haven't really said anything on how it. Like you just basically said, well, how is anything considered objective? Are you saying that nothing is objective?
No, I literally haven't even said either of the words objective or subjective. So, through really quickly, here, I'll give you my argument, okay? My argument is that God is the necessary precondition for knowledge. That's the first premise. The second premise is that knowledge exists, right? My conclusion is, therefore, God must exist. Now, we're mostly going to be arguing over the first premise. I would assume that you would agree that knowledge exists, which is the second premise, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so knowledge exists. You grant the second premise. I assume that you disagree with the conclusion and the first premise, right? That knowledge is, given by a prerequisite, which is God, or a precondition.
I want to say that I did. I want to say that I disagree.
Okay,
I
so
agree to that.
do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Okay, what God do you believe in?
I believe in the Christian faith.
Oh, you're a Christian. Okay. So, are you a Protestant? I'm assuming.
No.
Are you Catholic?
No, Baptist.
Are you Orthodox?
Baptist.
Yeah, so Baptist is Protestant, dude. Okay, so you're a Protestant, you're Baptist. Okay, great. So just to make it very clear here, so God is a necessary precondition for knowledge. Knowledge exists, therefore God must exist. That would be my argument, right? Anything outside of this argument would be completely inadequate to explain the way in which we can interpret knowledge as a whole, right? So I'm arguing for epistemic holism currently. You're saying that you are a Baptist. Can I ask you the question, by what means do you know your interpretation of the scriptures to be true?
I'll say faith.
Okay, so you just have faith that your personal interpretation of the scriptures are true.
Yep.
Okay.
I have my own.
John 3:16. What's your interpretation of John 3:16? For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. What's your interpretation of that passage?
Do we really have to get into it? Like, what's the point right now?
Because it's about epistemic grounding. That's kind of what's being talked about.
Okay, so you asking my perception on what that's supposed to mean?
No, not your perception, just your interpretation of that specific scripture.
Well, but he sent his only son, that he sent his son to be unallied for the sins of man.
Who?
Okay, we're talking about.
Shall not perish but have everlasting life.
Yeah, I'm just.
And that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish.
Words very carefully.
Yes, I mean it's a good thing that you're choosing your words carefully, but I do want to ask, how do you come to your interpretation of this scripture?
What do you mean?
Yeah, so like when we read John 3:16, right? For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish but have everlasting life, right? Mm-hmm. When we read this specific verse, you come to your interpretation, given that you're a Baptist or a Protestant, you believe in sola scriptura, meaning that scripture alone is the basis by which you interpret these things. You're guided by the Holy Spirit, and you have the Holy Spirit guiding you. If I said, okay, well, I'm also a Christian, And I agree with you that the Holy Spirit is the one that's guiding us in our interpretation.
Okay.
Sorry, my earbuds are about to unalive here. Give me 1 second. If I said that I disagreed with your interpretation of John 3:16, let's say that I'm a self-proclaimed Baptist also, right? I'm a Protestant Baptist. I believe that John 3:16 is saying that only those who believe in Christ were the ones who Christ was sent for, sorry, and that no one other than the individuals who believe in Christ were the ones who God sent his son for. So this is going to be a bit of a Calvinist view. I'm just trying to give to you a Protestant versus Protestant view. But I mean, if you want, I can take it more abstract. But basically, what I'm saying to you through this is that you're saying that, okay, well, yeah, God obviously sent his son to unalive for the sins of the individual. They're saved based upon the fact that Christ unalived on the cross, this sort of thing, right? I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that your epistemology, your way that you can have the knowledge in the first place, is wrong. And what I'm saying is that if you're basing it off of, well, I'm reading this passage of scripture that gives me my morals, and I'm going to take this passage of scripture at face value given my own interpretation, if someone who is also a proclaimed Christian who has the Holy Spirit according to you, given the invisible church doctrine, says that they disagree with you on this specific passage, how could you actually determine whether or not this passage is correct or incorrect? Like their interpretation, let's say, of this passage is correct or incorrect, as opposed to your own personal interpretation, if that makes sense. Sorry, I'm tired. Also, like my phone just turned back on, so like I'm a little bit out of the loop of the conversation, but I would like you to answer that question, dude, if you're able.
I hear what you're saying, because people can misinterpret the Bible very easily. People have misinterpreted the Bible for decades, if not centuries. People have been misinterpreting the Bible. So, are you asking me like you asking me what would I say or what would I do? Like, what do you mean if somebody else
Okay.
the Bible?
Yeah.
Oh, how do I know
I'll
that my
clarify.
interpretation is correct? Is what you're saying?
Yes, that's exactly. That's what I'm asking. So what I'm saying is, let's say that your interpretation of John 3:16 is completely different than my interpretation of John 3:16, but we're both basing it in the fact that we're guided by the Holy Spirit and we're Bible believing Christians. How is it that your interpretation is correct and mine is incorrect? If we're both guided by the Holy Spirit and we're both operating off of this scripture alone premise, how is it that you are in fact correct and I'm incorrect if we're guided by the same Holy Spirit?
I feel like you still need to understand the Word of God before, like, when it comes down to interpretation. Like, in
Right,
order
but that's putting it back a step. So I'm asking you, how do you understand the Word of God? If we're both understanding the Word of God by the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, right? How is it that your interpretation, given that you're inspired by the Holy Spirit to understand the Word of God, and I'm also, how is it that your interpretation can be different than mine, given the fact that the Holy Spirit will not contradict himself?
I normally, how I always viewed it is like the whole point of a pastor is they're speaking from the Word. Like, they're speaking from
Well,
one
I'm not asking about pastors, I'm asking about you, because ultimately, under the Baptist view, I was previously Baptist, by the way. Just want to make that clear.
Oh, you're no longer
But
Baptist?
no, I'm no longer Baptist. No, I don't hold to sola scriptura. I don't hold to sola fide. I don't hold to. I do hold to sola gratia. So I am by grace alone. but I'm not by faith alone, and I'm not by scripture alone. I am by Christ alone. But the 5 solas that normally are applied to Protestants, I would disagree with a few of them. And I'm just asking you what your basis is by which to say that I'm incorrect if we're both led by the Holy Spirit.
I want to be able to answer that, to be honest.
Okay, no, yeah,
Since
I
I'm not
appreciate it. Dude, I'll give you a follow, dude. Maybe we can have a better conversation in the future, because this is a little bit off topic. I don't want to take the host's, like, panel and...
I'm gonna end in like probably like 15 minutes, but I do want to. I think Beanie had a question. So what's your question?
Beanie, did you get 8? How old are you, Beanie?
I am like 24.
You're
My birthday just passed.
You're like 24? What year were you born?
I was born June 8th, 2001.
Okay. That tracks. What's your question, Beanie?
Yeah, I was just confused by the prompts. Like, I was just trying to get like a better understanding.
Yeah, this is just a prompt to get engagement, right? Bring people in and kind of have a discussion on pro-life versus pro-choice.
I mean, I can't substantiate on it. I mean, it is a true statement. Now, it's not all pro-choice men, but there are a lot of pro-choice men who just say, yeah, women's rights, blah, 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 just to get in bed with pro-choice women.
So they get their weenie touched.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have any? What's your position? Are you pro-choice or pro?
I don't really have a position. I don't really get involved with stuff like that, just because like it can get like a little like chaotic or like a little intense.
Why'd you request up here?
I don't know. I just trying to get like a better understanding, but now that you guys explained it, I understand now.
Okay.
But thank you.
What's your favorite? Before you leave, what's your favorite box wine?
Franzia.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Fucking W, Bryce.
Nothing.
Holy shit.
You have a good night.
Hey, I'll be right
All
back. My mod powers are not currently working. I'll be back in a moment.
All right.
I don't think Lonely said anything.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to ask. Thank you, though.
All right.
Have a good night, Beanie.
Yeah, thank you.
I want to.
All right, we got 15 more. We got 15 more minutes. I'll entertain this.
Awesome. Can I show you? Can I show you my 4th of July outfit? I'm gonna be changing my profile picture here very soon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me show you this. Hold on. Okay, so we're gonna start it off with the shorts. These are the shorts.
Nice.
Yo.
The Eagle is crazy.
I always wanted to buy some.
W shorts.
It's gonna be drippy. Hold on. Then we got the cape with the
Oh yeah.
The cape is crazy. The cape is crazy, bro. You're gonna get sucked into like an airplane engine, dude.
Yeah. No capes. Anyways,
no capes.
The sunglasses have a American flag tint to them. Hold on. And then we got the socks, right?
I ain't gonna lie, you have to wear that headband.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We got the "What the fuck is a kilometer" T-shirt.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and then to tie it all together, we got the patriotic fanny pack.
Yes, sir.
No. It's drippy. It's drippy.
Lonely's a pro-choice.
Yeah, I'm super pro-choice.
Yeah, why do you believe in
I'm also
gestational slavery, Lonely?
Say it again.
Why do you believe in gestational slavery?
Because it's my body, my choice.
Yeah, that's honestly based. But wait, what y'all rate the 4th of July fit on a scale from 1 to 10?
I say it's a 9.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. You could do better.
I wanted to do like short, like Daisy Duke American.
No, you're wallin'. You're wallin'. Get the fuck.
I was originally gonna do the American flag Speedo, but my fiance talked me out of it.
That's crazy.
Well, that's a good thing. It's wild. It's wild. You had to have. I'm talking about this speedo. You immodest motherfucker. You know what?
Let's just say I'm endowed enough not to be insecure about that.
It's okay, Bryce. We don't need to know that. It's only men on the panel currently. Right?
No. I have
fine.
to peacock. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just yeah. Just spread them, I guess.
That was fucking cringe. I'm sorry.
Holy shit. No, you're good. You're good, dude. It's okay. It's okay.
I appreciate it.
We understand. We're very understanding here. We are your therapist, right?
Yeah.
Like that one guy said earlier, you know?
Oh, wait. Everybody here except for Thode. Never mind, I won't mention. But the person that we watch, some guy, I feel like he's getting too big. Not like he's, you know, it's not getting to his head or anything, right? Because I don't believe that, right? I think he's getting so big that it's hard to like have that not that connection, but like that tight knit community anymore. I feel like it's gonna get too big. It's not gonna be that tight.
It was fuck.
Wait, who are we talking about?
Bryce, you're gonna have to call me on the. We're not talking about anyone.
Okay, I didn't know.
We're not talking about anyone. We can't say it on panel, but
yeah.
No, Bryce, I get where you're going. No, it's not so tight knit that you can't interact at this point. But me personally, I completely left all of my communities. So.
Oh really? Oh, okay.
My Discord's gone, dog. Like my shit's gone.
Wait, is that why?
What, they cooked your shit?
No. I cooked my own shit. I left everything. I'm just kind of doing my own thing. Not really engaged with any specific, community, I guess.
Yeah.
But I still support them. The individuals who I agree with. But I left because it was just too much stress. See, it's hard to talk about on panel because
I'll give you a call after this live if you're up for it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I mean, I know I was going to keep it till 3:30, but if no one else is going to join, I might as well just end right now.
Yeah, no. To be fair, that guy in the comments, Boba, dude, you're tripping out, dude. I don't know what you mean by it's pretty chill. Like you're not a chill guy, dude.
Yeah.
You're super not chill. Also, I don't know what you mean by you're just interacting. Like if you want to interact, come up on the panel, dude.
He was already up already.
No. I don't think it is. I don't think this is the same guy.
No, it's definitely a different profile picture. Yeah, the guy up here earlier had some like TikTok generic profile picture.
Nah, I'm just fucking with him. I'm just fucking with him. I'm fucking with everybody at this point. All right, but yeah, regardless, Bryce, give me a call after this if you want. But yeah, I left everything. I left everything just to give myself less stress regarding certain situations. But definitely, hit me up.
Yeah.
But yeah, lonely. I heard that you're lonely, and I just want to ask you: Are you okay being lonely? Like,
nah, bro. Nah.
You gotta change that name, bro. I'm telling you.
Bro, I don't know what to change it to, bro. Like nothing sticks.
Bro, just say citizen who's alone or something like that. Like it'll be much better. Like anyone that hears lonely is immediately just gonna jump on your ass. Like, have you had anyone think that you're the other person?
No.
Oh well, thank God, bro. Thank God. Eventually, it's gonna happen, and someone's gonna jump on your ass about like, "Is this lonely?" And you're gonna,
just drop an N-word.
Just
a mean N-word, just so they know.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Not a hard one, you know, just like a little bit of like a. Like a soft A, you know?
A soft nigga. Okay, I got you.
Whoa.
Yeah. He's black. Wait.
Wait.
I didn't say it, he's black.
Now look at it.
Look at him. Oh shit.
Yo, that's his net. Let me stop. I can't make that joke on panel.
Say it.
I mean,
Don't be a bitch. Say it.
Is that like
the
your
opposition?
natural? Is that your natural like stature to put your hands up?
Of
Yeah,
course.
I think I might. I think
All by myself.
Breathe.
That's crazy work.
I already have the pass, Boba. No one has to give it to me. I've already done it multiple times online.
Bro,
Like,
he's
no one has to give me the pass.
Who says
They
you
don't
need
know
a
you're
pass?
black.
I've got unlimited passes, and even if I didn't, I don't care. But
They don't
yeah,
understand that you're
nah,
black, bro. What the hell?
that's what I'm saying, bro. That like
Like
they
genders
don't
are black now,
understand.
guys.
My dog
That's
is
what I'm
black.
saying. Like they
Like,
told me. They told me. That's what they told me. I'm just saying. No, listen. I just wanted to be honest. I've been a socialist all my life, and they told me that because I fought for the civil rights that
The
I am in
oligarchy.
fact
Say the oligarchy.
the oligarchy. We have to dismantle the oligarchy. We have to do away with it. But also I just wanted to say maybe I get bananaed, maybe I don't.
Yo,
But
voiceless.
regardless, I'm just.
Voiceless.
They do in fact have something in common.
Mm.
I do want to be honest about that, but also I know there are multiple people here who are currently just waiting on my downfall, so I'll give you all the ammunition you need currently. Boba in the comments, as well as Lonely Citizen in the in the panel, they are my niggas. In fact, they are my bestest of friends. These are in fact my African American individuals who I appreciate very much, and
Yo, Bernie's
W
they
Bernie,
are.
man. W Bernie.
Alright, I'm gonna have to probably end it.
Super
Yeah.
bass Bernie
Have a
right
good night,
here.
voiceless. Get some rest.
No
Good
problem.
night.
I just wanted to explain. I am in fact a dark-skinned individual. I've been told this from
My
since the time that I was like 12. They told me that I was dark-skinned on the inside, and that if look, they told me that if I had gotten a scrape on my knee, that it would actually be dark flesh underneath. In the same way that if a dark individual had a scrape on the knee, it would become pink. They said it was the opposite for me. I'm just telling you what they told to me. I'm just saying. I know there are multiple people, currently recording this live. It's okay. I understand.
Alright, thanks for everybody
Come at me
joining.
another time.
Yeah.
God bless you all. Have a good night. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I'll do this tomorrow as well. This is going to be uploaded probably tomorrow. This video is on my YouTube channel, my bio.
Hey, listen, just for the sake of the love, for the sake of my mental health.
Yeah, thanks for guys for joining.
All right, God bless.
See y'all, man. Stay safe out these trenches of TikTok.
All right.
We all in the trenches. I feel it. Yeah. Have a good night, guys.
Have a
Y'all
good
have a
night.
good